He attacked agendas, yes. Anti-American agendas, right. Anti-Christian agendas. Right. He went after agendas and talking points.
Correct.
And he would take on anybody that would come. Let me give you one more here. Exposing a leftist student for not understanding the Constitution of the United States of America. Listen to this.
I was just going to ask if you see the irony in your own propaganda in the Constitution on your brainwash tour. Having the explanations here because you don't believe the reader is smart enough to understand the language is kind of propaganda.
Well, no. So do you know who that audience is for?
For people who can't read it.
Yeah, that's a Constitution for third graders.
Yeah. Why are you handing it out to college students?
Let's test your knowledge. Don't open it up. Right. What is the 10th Amendment? Okay, let's get easier. What's the 4th Amendment?
Isn't that the No Quartering Act?
No, that's the 3rd Amendment. How many articles are there in the U.S. Constitution?
There's 8 articles.
7. What is Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution?
I just want to ask
No, but I'm just saying, you came here, guns a-blazing.
Yeah.
You do not know more than a 3rd grader about the U.S. Constitution.
If you don't see the article.
Yeah, I actually know it. You should keep it.
Yeah, you should keep it. You don't know more than a 3rd grader about the Constitution. Boy, is he right about that, by the way. How many people do you meet today? The Constitution says this or that. That's why I've always kept it right here. Mm-hmm. And in this way, Charlie and I were kindred spirits, I suppose, because this thing's worn out. Mm-hmm. How many times do you see me pick this up during programs and say, wait a second, that's not what it says, and I read the passage. That's what he was so good at, the Constitution for 3rd graders, because people like that kid have no idea what's in the Constitution. Nothing.
Well, it guides our laws, our way of life, our, how our country was created, and the rights that we have as Americans. You would think that Americans would want to know this more deeply and closely in regards to their rights, because you need them in times where perhaps the government is having overreach or things like that, or people want to say, America is a bad place, or what, who knows what they're saying.
I liked his idea of the American dream, to get married, to have a home, to have children that could ride their bikes till the sun went down.
Right.
Because you have a safe neighborhood. Mm-hmm. That's what we're fighting for here in America, the American dream. And I think he summed it up quite well. We're going to take a break here. Look, we're going to celebrate the life of Charlie Kirk. We're going to talk about 9/11 today. Obviously, bring up the live feed from New York City. You can see the memorial this morning as the sun comes up. 24 years on from September the 11th, 2001. And we're forced to mourn again the loss of Charlie Kirk, assassinated for being an American. I'll be right back.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All right, still watching the sun come up New York City on 9/11, 24 years on. I want to share the picture with the folks, Ivy, of when we were in the studios there at the Real America's Voice studios in Washington, D.C., also there with our friend John Solomon, who was the first to report the passing of Charlie yesterday. And you mentioned how excited our daughter was to meet him, and Charlie was so accommodating. He was so wonderful. He came out, "Hey, you guys want pictures? I'd love to take pictures." And we all crowded together, and you can see the picture there on the screen. Mm-hmm. And he was so enthusiastic about life, about what he did, about talking to people, about his faith in this country. And you can feel it as I sit here and look at that picture from a few weeks ago.
Yeah. And he gave people strength to stand for their convictions. And he, through his voice and through his community that he created, young people believe that they could really stand up and have these beliefs and not be shamed for them.
Yeah. And there's that beautiful day. We've got some video up of when you and I were with Charlie here at Michigan State University here just not that long ago. And here he comes out with his group of folks, and he's, just having a big time, and he's throwing hats. And it was like a celebration for young people. And I think that what has happened here by assassinating him, they have empowered more people to stand up in class and say, "I don't believe what you're telling me there." They've empowered more people to say, "That's not true." They've empowered more people to stand up and say, "America is a great place." Charlie Kirk's life has empowered millions of people, young people and older people too. And there he is, throwing the hats right over your head.
I think it will be remembered as a day a sea change occurred, a massive awakening.
I think you're right.
Because people knew and they supported what he believed and were supportive of the mission. But now it is like concreted in this. I realize what we're fighting now.
They do realize what they're fighting. A celebration of Charlie Kirk's life and a reflection on 9/11, 24 years on. This is the Steve Gerber Show.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
How many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes, spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, mildew, mold, and more. Take it in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud, or outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. Get your Ruby Horsepower with 4 additional attachments, all for just $39.99. Great news! They're in stock and ready to ship. Due to high demand, only 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-944-4512. That's 1-800-944-4512. Or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-944-4512 now.
A brave and untiring voice for real political discourse in America has been murdered. A cowardly but clearly skilled assassin shot Charlie Kirk in cold blood from hundreds of yards away. The search for that assassin is still ongoing. And while we endure this moment of domestic terrorism in America, it is also September 11th, a day when we remember the worst ever attack by foreign enemies in this country. We are live this morning from Ground Zero. American Sunrise Early Edition begins now.
Today on American Sunrise, we pause to remember the day that changed us forever. September 11th, 2001. 24 years later, America still mourns, and America still remembers. Join us as we honor the lives lost, the heroes who rose, and the nation that came together in the face of tragedy.
I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition, a very special and somber edition of American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak, live from Ground Zero at the corner of Greenwich and Cedar Streets here in Lower Manhattan, where, of course, 24 years ago today, the worst attack on the United States homeland took place. Thousands were killed. And as I stand here, there are members of the NYPD and FDNY who are gathering, some with framed pictures of their loved ones, some of their family members as well, coming to remember this day. But of course, also on this day, we must pause and give you the latest on what is a political tragedy unfolding and a cultural tragedy unfolding in our country right now. That, of course, was the assassination of Charlie Kirk yesterday. Of course, it happened on a college campus in Utah. The assassin shot Charlie from hundreds of yards away, and he is still at large right now. I'd like to pause for a moment right now and remember the life of an incredible young man, part of our team here at Real America's Voice, Charlie Kirk.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
He is a voice of reason out there that has been gunned down for daring to be an American, to tell the truth, to believe in free speech, and to believe in this country.
Charlie loves his family dearly. He loves his country dearly.
Please pray for the Kirk family. This is a really devastating thing that happened.
We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
He believed strongly that we could solve a lot of our differences with just a good old-fashioned conversation.
He was shot for speaking the truth. He was shot for speaking his mind. He was shot for defending the Constitution.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
I mean,
yes.
My prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family.
that his parents would feel that presence of the Lord that only the Lord can fill.
We cannot let all the great things that Charlie Kirk did be wasted because of some act of violence.
He didn't hate people. He didn't even hate liberals. He just hated intolerance. And it is a painful irony that he may have died at the hands of some intolerant person.
He was fighting not just for his own young children, but for all of our children.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk is a casualty of the political war going on in this country. He was gunned down in cold blood. Gunned down in cold blood. And you have to have steely resolve about this.
Back here on Ground Zero, I'm here with David Zier, and also joining us is Matt Tardio, former law enforcement officer and former Green Beret and podcaster right now. David, I can't believe that even as we stand here on the 24th anniversary of September 11th, we have to stop for a second. Before we even talk about what happened that day and commemorating it, we have to talk about what's going on right now. We are in the midst of a politically violent moment here in America. I know you had a lot of interactions with Charlie Kirk over the years. I just wanted to get your quick thoughts. I'll go to Matt as well, but first, David.
Very sad day in American history. It's a big loss for our nation. And I interacted with Charlie over the years, going to Turning Point, co-hosting TPUSA Faith. Never preached violence, always wanted to talk it out. And I spoke to Charlie about, when I was in high school, I used to go to college campuses and debate the lefties on campus and stuff. And, what he achieved, though, growing that organization was just one of the most incredible things in American history, going up to like 1,300 campuses in just the first few years when conservatives had no voice, right? They had nowhere to go. And now it's in the many thousands on every campus across America. So the country will miss him. But I think he built up an organization that will not only survive, but flourish. And whoever did this martyred Charlie Kirk, and I hope people carry his flame.
Yeah, that's as we look back and as we look ahead. But let's talk about right now. Matt Tardio, this is an active investigation. You are a former law enforcement officer. You also are very well versed on terrorism as well. Can you tell the audience some of your thoughts, not only about where this investigation is and some of the thoughts you might have about it, but maybe any other thoughts you have about what this generally says about our security situation here in the country right now, Matt?
As far as the security situation inside the country goes, I'll tell you, it's not often that I am kind of at a loss of words, right? And instead of commenting on a security situation currently inside of our country, I'd rather comment on Charlie, to be honest with you. The man was a solid Christian, and he was a great example for everybody here inside of this country, and he did nothing but speak his own truth, and the truth that the U.S. had actually had. And I personally believe that God is in control and that everything is happening for a reason. I know there's a lot of people that are hurting inside of this country right now. There's a lot of different ways that we could take this, and we could point out a particular group. We could say that X, Y, and Z is to blame when it comes down to all of this. But I think I'd be doing Charlie a disservice. I mean, like I said, the man was a solid Christian. I think that God is in control of the situation, and I would just hope that one thing is true here, is that he didn't die for naught. And when I see the amount of love that's being poured out online, all of the people that I normally see online that are commenting and saying that normally they would be going against Charlie and be screaming against him, they're actually coming out and telling everybody to calm down and stop using this in some sort of a political way. And the people that do go in and make horrendous comments, they're actually getting corrected really quick. And what I think is actually happening here with this is that America is waking up, that this madness that Charlie often spoke about with radical people that are out there in this country and around the world, when those people are going in and actually making comments, they're actually getting snuffed out by their own. It's almost like this is starting a movement that's allowing that people are literally eating their own. When it goes down to this, that you're no longer allowed to be radical, particularly when it comes to this death, right? Like, you are not allowed to take this and run with it. Just be respectful for once.
Yeah, I appreciate that sentiment, Matt. here at Ground Zero, it's interesting. You talk about really celebrating the life of Charlie Kirk, his legacy. So, a lot of what we're going to do today here at 9/11 is something that Charlie Kirk was all about. You know, we're standing here among people who clearly are the relatives of, maybe the children of victims of 9/11. I just saw someone walk by with his old battle fatigues, a veteran, family members and things like that. I'm not trying to merge the 2 days of mourning that we're having right now, but I do want to say that the sentiment here is something that I think Charlie Kirk, I know, appreciated and would appreciate today. And I mean, this is probably the most peaceful and safe place in the world right now, with all the police here and the sentiment here, David. I mean, this is what we're feeling here right
Jake,
now.
and terror threats still loom down here. Jessica Tisch, the New York City Police Commissioner, issued warnings for our East Side Bridge and tunnel crossings. There's very heavy security down here. But this today, we have Engine 10 behind us, where 3 firefighters were lost in the collapse of the towers. And ladder 4 down the road, where all 15 guys on duty came and perished. But this is about resilience, right? This is about the brothers, the fathers, the sons, the wives that were lost, to come and remember them. But New York unified after 9/11. And it is similar to Charlie Kirk, because I think the country will unify, even the left, outside of the radicals, because it was a terror attack yesterday, right? And these people are extraordinary. The firefighters, over 1,000 firefighters have died so far, NYPD and Port Authority combined. About 400 firefighters died after 9/11. And now you have 70,000 people that are sick, and 24,000 plus with cancer. The illnesses keep showing up. But we can get into that later. But, this is about coming together for New York to remember and to move forward.
One of the people who was charged with the duty of making sure that those who were responsible for 9/11 is with us, and Matt Tardio. Matt, let's talk a little bit about 9/11 here. Obviously, your sentiments about Charlie are very well taken and understood, and we have so much of the same respect and mourning today for the victims of 9/11 and remembering them. But it wasn't just cops and firefighters. Of course, we ended up getting involved in a global war on terror, and we can talk about the pros and cons about the strategy of that another time. But what we can also talk about is your brothers and sisters in arms, those who went and fought, trying to right this wrong. Tell us a little bit about that and how you're feeling about that today, Matt.
Yeah. Wow. Didn't expect that one. Yeah, 20 years, man. That's a long time, and we spent a long time over there. And we lost quite a few people. And I will tell you that every single one of them that I was with knew exactly what they were doing and why they were doing it, and the enemies that we were up against, and even their families. And it's sad to me to know that weight that's on those families' minds today, and then to see the flags of our enemies actually being flown inside of this country these days, and to be gone for so long and doing so much for this, and these guys to have given so much, and gals, to turn around and see literal terrorist flags flying in our own country. I couldn't be more disgusted these days. We went from having one of the biggest catalysts that was able to bring America together, and having American flags flown just everywhere in this country, to now we're having flags of our enemies flown in our country, and it makes me wonder what is going on with people. Those, and I don't mean to take away from it, but I know they're rolling in their dang graves too. It upsets me. To be perfectly honest with you, it upsets me.
And it should. Yeah, and it should upset us. And one of the things, though, that I think is interesting is that, as I'm looking at some of these family members and other people who were here on the original 9/11 on 2001, it's clear to me that a lot of them don't live in New York anymore. For those who are wondering how New York has gotten to that place where we are seeing terrorist flags being flown in the streets, I would estimate, David, maybe 30-40% of this population wasn't here on 9/11 2001. And I wonder if that's a factor.
I bet if you asked 99% of the people around here outside of the FDNY and emergency services and first responders, they wouldn't know the 40-year history of terror, the Al Farouk Mosque in Brooklyn, the Sahadi spice market, recruiting Mujahideen, building Al-Qaeda for 35 years in New York City, and the long litany of terrorist attacks, But this impacted everybody. On Long Island, we lost 500 people almost, right? And, these were brothers, and when you realize the impact of what happened here, it affected everybody's life. So while you're watching the towers, you were in the city watching the towers come down. I was on Long Island watching it on TV, but I didn't know my friend Pete Brennan in Rescue 4 was on his way up to the 74th floor last seen, and the buildings came down on him. And then the whole litany of friends and family, people we lost, everyone in my family affected, losing fiancés, brothers, cousins, sons, and it just kept going on for years and years. And now we have a situation where almost 1,300, I think, people still have not been identified 24 years later. And then to see the Palestinian flags, and I just wanted to add, Mamdani's under fire. Deborah Messing, liberal actress, is saying she won't vote for Mamdani or support him because he celebrated 9/11. Hazan Piker, an influencer attached to his campaign, in a nutshell, was basically saying we deserved 9/11. And it gets worse than that. Also, Mamdani in 2015 tweeted, which resurfaced from 2015, criticizing the FBI for surveilling al-Awlaki, who was building Al-Qaeda in the United States, who we droned in Yemen. This is, a very serious situation with this election so close.
Yeah. Well, this is a special day here on Real America's Voice on American Sunrise Early Edition. Again, we are live from Ground Zero, and also, of course, spending our time letting you know the latest in the investigation in the Charlie Kirk assassination and remembering his legacy. We'll be right back. We're going to talk to Emily Finn about that, about the younger generation as well that Charlie Kirk so impacted. We'll be right back.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
From the ashes of tragedy, America's spirit still stands. This is American Sunrise. America still mourns.
Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. We're live from Ground Zero today, of course, on this anniversary of the September 11, 2001 attacks, the 24th anniversary of that very fateful day, and also a mournful day in its own right today as we mourn and remember Charlie Kirk and also try to honor his legacy and give you the latest on the continuing manhunt for his quite cowardly assassin. I'm joined now by David Zier, and we were going to talk, I wanted to talk a little bit about another aspect of the attacks. You know, we have a lot of people that were even working on the program this morning who were 3 weeks old, 1 week old, not even born yet when these attacks began. And that's why it's so important for children to be learning about 9/11 at appropriate times, in appropriate places, in schools. And I have two daughters who were not born in 2001. You have children as well and grandchildren. You've been telling me that they're not teaching 9/11. You've heard they're not teaching 9/11 in some of the school systems anymore.
Yeah, there are reports in the New York Post this week. It was kind of like an op-ed about how these kids are not learning the proper history of 9/11. You know, there's a lot of revisionism out there, and there really is not an understanding nationwide that these buildings came down due to Islamic terror, that we didn't do it. And it was just such a tragic thing. But you have to remember, too, like going back to the mayor's race here, right? We have like 85% of Long Island City and Astoria, these Gen Z millennial headquarters throughout, you know, Greenpoint, Williamsburg, came out 80% from Mamdani. They don't know his radical side. Right now, he's kind of backtracking this week, and he's saying, oh, well, I really cared about 9/11. But his focus was on how Muslims were persecuted after 9/11, instead of like leaving that on the sideline, you know, and just honoring the victims and the people who died here. So I think that people all too much have forgotten or never really knew the real story here, especially the younger generation.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything that I feel guilty about, I think a lot of us feel guilty about it, have we told our children enough? Have we taught them enough about what happened here? Have we told them our stories? I mean, you mentioned you were on Long Island. I was working, producing a morning news program. We had just finished. We wrapped off the air at 8 a.m. Yeah. And I saw with my own eyes, because my desk had a window that faced the Twin Towers, both of the planes go in. And of course, things changed tremendously then. But what we learned afterwards, there was nothing surprising to me, because of course this has been an area of expertise for me for a long time, Middle East terrorism, Middle East origin terrorism, and things like that. But it's important to remember, if you have a young child, a grandchild right now, to let them know that America didn't do this. This is not something that it deserved. This wasn't a part of an act of war. Terrorism targets defenseless civilians. The people who were on that footprint of that building, you know, now it's the Freedom Tower, were just going into work. There were maintenance workers. There were people who were just sitting at their desks, and they need to remember that. All right, we're going to talk a lot more about everything that happened in the days after 9/11, including what happened on Wall Street and in the businesses of America. When we come back, this is a very special edition of American Sunrise Early Edition, as we remember 9/11 and we remember Charlie Kirk. We'll be right back.
America still mourns, and together we still remember. Stay with us. There's more American Sunrise after this.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
From the ashes of tragedy, America's spirit still stands. This is American Sunrise. America still mourns.
Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. We are live today from Ground Zero on the corner of Greenwich and Cedar Streets, just steps away from where the original Twin Towers stood and steps away from where the Freedom Tower stands now. And it's important to remember that it was the World Trade Center that was the target of those terrorists on that day. This was an attack not only on New York City and, of course, the civilians here, but an attack on our financial markets. So I want to take a look a little bit about how, give you a little bit look about how the markets are going to open today. And I promise you I'm not being crass or materialistic by doing this, because I want everyone to take a look at something. And whether you're invested or not, take a look at those numbers this morning to understand how that attack failed. The markets are far from dead, and our economy in this country is far from dead. We've had our ups and downs since 9/11, but their attempt to try to stop our stock market, stop our traders and things like that failed miserably. And you might remember that it was about 6 days, it was exactly 6 days after the attacks that the markets were able to reopen. They closed way down that day, but they came back after that. And the attack on our markets ended up being a total failure. And in fact, by the end of the year, the markets were up. Again, not being materialistic here in any way. I'm just trying to talk about how you can't have any freedom without economic freedom. And they were attacking our economic freedom as well, David Zier. And that failed. It failed.
It did. And everyone has to remember that Howard Lutnick, who was the owner of Cantor Fitzgerald, right, the CEO, they had 960 employees on the upper floors of Building 2 when the plane slammed into the building. The first plane hit, and 658 of his employees perished. I caught up with Howard Lutnick about 8 years ago at his home at a fundraiser, and he was still just so devastated. It was 15 years later. So the financial industry, an acquaintance of mine, Mike McCarthy, died in car futures, and my sister lost 81 clients in the trade center. So, you know, it just touched everybody's life. Not even 6 degrees of separation, sometimes 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, and I should mention, the reason why Howard Lutnick survived, he was dropping his child off at kindergarten that day.
I think he felt very guilty.
And that's why he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Now, usually at this point in the program is when we have our Moving America segment. And sometimes it's just a fun segment. I talk about the auto industry. But believe it or not, the auto industry is important to talk about on this day as well. Because Detroit, the big Detroit automakers, responded to 9/11 with a very, very aggressive incentive plan to get people to buy cars. They knew that that would be important to keep our industry moving in America, to get people buying cars and trucks and not sitting at home and just hiding and being worried about things. Because it isn't just about buying something. Again, you buy a car or truck, and by definition, you're moving around. That's a big part of a society and a culture. People not just hiding in their homes. You can go to some very heavily populated parts of the world where people don't go out because they're afraid or they don't have any kind of security. And that is something that you notice. And so by December of 2001, you couldn't help but notice the massive number of new cars and trucks that were on the road. Again, it was a clear movement by the Detroit automakers, GM, Ford, and at the time Daimler Chrysler it was called, absolutely motivated and mobilized to try to keep this economy going. Yeah. And so shout out to those people. I know they're not always the greatest. We understand that the auto industry has had its ups and downs. We had to bail them out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But credit where credit is due. They stood up for this country at that time, got a lot, and got the country moving very, very literally, David.
Yeah, I would just add, there was a lot of Patriot buying going on. I bought Lockheed stock after that, and people made money, and they made money back. You know, it was a real unifying time. You know, I gave blood after 9/11. You know, the lines, remember the lines? Giving blood nationwide. Wrapped around the buildings here in New York. People, again, came together, but economically, too.
Yeah, and that's where I want to bring in Charlie Kirk, because, again, Charlie Kirk understood economic freedom. I mean, he would want everyone to understand, even in light of the tragedy that we saw on 2001, and certainly the tragedy that occurred, him being really cowardly murdered by a cowardly murderer yesterday, he would want people and our commerce and our lives to continue in this country, because otherwise they win. We have to keep moving forward in this country. We do it respectfully. We do things like this where we pause and we take a time out. There will be a moment of silence on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange today, as there is every morning on September 11th since the attack. So we have to remember all of that, and remember that, again, it's about making sure that we continue to do our work as Americans, to continue to live our lives and not be afraid. I'm sure that that's what Charlie would say if he were here today. We will continue here on American Sunrise Early Edition. Again, we're live from Ground Zero. The two major stories of the day, not only the anniversary of the horrific attacks of September 11th, but also we're getting you the latest and talking about the life of Charlie Kirk. Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back.
America still mourns, and together we still remember. Stay with us. There's more American Sunrise after this.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
A brave and untiring voice for real political discourse in America has been murdered. A cowardly but clearly skilled assassin shot Charlie Kirk in cold blood yesterday, just from hundreds of yards away. The search for that assassin is still ongoing. And while we are enduring this moment of domestic terrorism in America, it is also September 11th, a day when we remember the worst ever attack by foreign enemies in this country. We are live this morning from Ground Zero. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now.
Today on American Sunrise, we pause to remember the day that changed us forever. September 11th, 2001. 24 years later, America still mourns, and America still remembers. Join us as we honor the lives lost, the heroes who rose, and the nation that came together in the face of tragedy.
I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Again, welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak, live at Ground Zero with Real America's Voice, David Zier, with me here. Also joining us is Leah Leibovitz. He's the editor-at-large at Tablet Magazine. Leah, I want to ask you first, as we again pause today on September 11th. We already had a mournful day penciled in on the calendar, but now we are waking up to the shock of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Like to get your impressions of him. I know that you knew his work quite well. Tell us your feelings about this. Honestly, this is the day when people can really show their feelings on this program, if any.
You know, it's tough to add to an already impressive kind of wall-to-wall choir of sadness and outrage, but I think there's an eerie parallel between the fact that we're commemorating 9/11 today, and that Charlie's assassination happened just the day before, because both 9/11 2001 and 9/10 2025 I think will go down in American history as supremely clarifying moments of attack on everything that we are and everything that we believe in, because Charlie Kirk wasn't just, as some in the liberal media would have you believe, a conservative firebrand or a mega influencer, as he was disgustingly called by the New York Times. He was a person who believed very, very truly, more than anyone I know, in this hallowed principle of the ability of free speech and debate to actually change minds. This is a person who was only 31 years old, and yet for more than a decade spent almost every day of his life going to college campuses and having real conversations, not gotcha made for social media moments, but actual exchanges under this brilliant banner, "Prove Me Wrong," always with respect, always with a half smile on his face, but never backing down, under this great American assumption that if two people could just get together and talk over the shouting, over the acrimony, maybe hearts and minds will open and minds and opinions will change. This is what was attacked yesterday in Utah. And this is the spirit of America, that though Charlie is sadly no longer with us, this spirit will never ever perish from this land.
You know, I'm so glad that you drew that parallel, because Charlie Kirk was 7 years old when the attacks of 9/11 2001 took place. He was only 7 years old. The fact that somebody like that could mature and grow into who he became in the wake of 9/11 is a testament to the fact that at least some people in America, his family and his other influencers, and of course Charlie himself, were able to get that moment of clarity, to get that type of clarity in their lives, and to speak the truth to so many people. David Zier, I think that Leah Leibowitz's parallels between Charlie's life and what he stood for and what we remember today is pretty astute.
It's very moving, and it's spot on. And I wanted to add that Charlie believed in the rugged individualists who made America great. There were no guarantees for your success, and when, like Trump says, 9 out of 10 times you might fail. And not only did Charlie talk about the jihad trying to destroy Western values and the West and the financial markets, but he also talked about communism and how 100 million people died under communism. I experienced it firsthand in Moscow 40 years ago with the bread lines and no food on the shelves. And he, always hammered home that, we are a free market society and we have to act responsibly. And it was just the salt of the earth, for the story of America.
Leah Leibowitz, I know there's something else that you appreciate that I appreciated about Charlie Kirk so much as well. And again, this is a tie-in to 9/11. Charlie Kirk didn't fall for, if you remember, and still goes on in America today, the incredible conspiracy theories, the 9/11 truther folks who say that it wasn't a foreign attack, all that kind of stuff. I can count on, if I had more hands, I would need them to count the many times that Charlie Kirk rejected the very heavy pressure that was on him, and I can tell you this, I know this for a fact, to fall into some of these conspiracy theories, not necessarily about 9/11, but about some of the other things going on in the world right now. He didn't succumb to that, and he continued. Not only did he not stay quiet about things and talked about things, as you said, but he didn't fall for some of these outrageous conspiracy theories, the kinds of things that are trying to destroy the right from within. I think that that's something we should remember today also, especially today.
I agree completely. We live in a perilous moment in American politics in which we have not only the woke left, which we've sadly become somewhat accustomed to, those people running around saying there are 57 genders and America was born in sin and slavery and must be dismantled. But we've also seen in the last year or two the rise of the woke right. People, as you said, who peddle in conspiracy theories, people who are praying for America's downfall, who see it as fundamentally evil, and who see parts of this population, especially the Jews, as being somehow nefariously responsible for some international globalist cabal that is here to hamper us all. Charlie Kirk didn't believe any of this. Not only did he not believe any of this, he was alive with the spirit of America, understanding that we absolutely must reject these dangerous and pernicious ideas, because the spirit of the prophets of Israel, the spirit of the Bible, is the spirit that moves this great and godly nation. And Charlie Kirk was a godly man who believed that there is and could not be any America unless it is moved by the same vision that has moved it from its very creation. And it's helped it at every turn renew its great covenant with God.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to remember Charlie Kirk was a devout Christian, and devout Christians understand this truth, that God gave the Bible to the Jews and, by extension, the Christians. And the fact that we both believe that together is unique in world history. I don't even think there's anywhere else in the universe like that. And David, you were telling me about, so many of the victims of 9/11 are the people who ended up, people tried to blame them for that.
Maybe up to 400 Jews perished in 9/11. And, later on, we're going to play my interview with Rudy Giuliani and Richie Rotans, who was like number 3 in the Emergency Operations Center that day, along with the company Bernie Kerik. Charlie Kirk was in. All of them know the real story of 9/11. They know these buildings were in controlled demolition. And firefighter after firefighter, I've got testimony in front of me of firefighter after firefighter. My family was Joint Terrorism Task Force. I have family who ran the morgue. I have family who watched the buildings fall in the FDNY down here. And they know there were 200-foot holes in Building 7. It was so damaged. 5 buildings came down that day. 11 3 were damaged, beyond repair, in addition to the 5 that came down. And that Building 7 burned for 7 hours, 10 floors of it. They saw the bulge in between the 10th and the 13th floor. And Bernie, God rest his soul, was so adamant about this and was very upset about the truthers, because it's just not true. And, it's just important not to take away from the impact of what this 40-year history of terrorism here, and I can go into terrorism attack after terrorist attack here, and the complete history of Islamic terror in New York that continued for 15 years after 9/11.
Yeah, we were talking off the air, Leah Leibowitz, David and I were talking off the air, maybe 40 years here in New York, or maybe even more than that. But I say this is a 57-year-old history of terrorism in New York, because the father of our health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., was the first true American victim of Islamist terrorism. RFK Sr., running for president in 1968, murdered by a Palestinian terrorist. I mean, again, these are the kinds of things that we talk about today, and Charlie Kirk really dedicated a lot of his life to warning us about, isn't it?
Again, with great courage, because these days in polite society, when you talk about terrorism, immediately a banner is unfurled, the banner of Islamophobia, saying, well, you can't say that, because if you talk about terrorism, immediately that sounds like you're somehow racist against Muslims. In this very dangerous time, and as we're seeing, Islamist violence and terrorism are still sadly alive and well in this world, and still as pernicious and ravenous and targeting America as they did that dark day 24 years ago. It is so important to be able to call things by their proper name, to be able to point the fingers where the blame lies, to be able to say, hey guys, this is what we need to watch out for. And as I'm devastated, I have to be honest, I have not slept much since learning of this assassination. But there's one thing I want to take away, and it has to do with 9/11. I was in New York on that day, and the thing that I remember very well that a lot of people have since commented on is how incredibly powerful the coming together of the entire city, and indeed the entire country, was the morning after. People really felt like putting differences aside, putting distinctions aside, and coming together to unite around America. May Charlie Kirk's memory be a blessing in a way that it will bring all of us together to unite around the very real threats that still face us, and overcome them, as Americans always do, with courage and with joy.
Leigh Leibowitz, editor-at-large at Tablet Magazine. Thank you so much for joining us. David Zier is here with us as well. We are going to be here at Ground Zero, not only for this program, but throughout the day on Real America's Voice. Again, a doubly mournful day today as we remember the September 11th attacks of 24 years ago, and we remain in stunned silence in some ways, but we're trying to talk about it, the assassination of Charlie Kirk yesterday in Utah. American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back. Thank you for joining us.
America still mourns, and together we still remember. Stay with us. There's more American Sunrise after this.
Picture this, your power just went out. It's 98 degrees, temperature's rising, and you've got no AC. Just a fridge full of food slowly spoiling. And your phone, yeah, it's probably half charged, isn't it? But this time you're ready. See, with the Patriot Power Generator 2500X from 4Patriots, it's solar powered, it's fume free, and it's portable. And this month only, you get a free expansion pack to double your power and your peace of mind. No gas, no noise, just power when you need it most. So go to 4patriots.com and take your power back before the next blackout hits.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can hack your information without you even knowing. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash protected. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from stealing your info. It's ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. With the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to fit your additional cards and cash. Call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. Don't wait, order now.
Call 1-800-608-4172. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-4172 now.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. From the ashes of tragedy, America's spirit still stands. This is American Sunrise. America still mourns.
Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak, along with David Zier, also from Real America's Voice, here at Ground Zero, specifically at the corners of Greenwich and Cedar Street, just steps away from the original footprint of the Twin Towers, steps away from the Freedom Tower, which stands in that spot. Also joining us live from Washington, D.C. is David Brody. And I want to talk to David because one aspect of the 9/11 attacks we have yet to discuss this morning, yes, we are here at Ground Zero in New York City, but of course, Washington, D.C. was also affected with the attack on the Pentagon. I know, David, you were in D.C. at that time as well. Mm-hmm. Let us know about what that was like, because it doesn't get as much attention.
No, it doesn't. Guys, good morning. Three New Yorkers here talking about 9/11. I mean, it doesn't get more authentic than that, for sure. So a couple of things. I was actually in between jobs at the time, and so I was home. And I remember watching the Today Show, and of course I'm watching the coverage of 9/11 there in New York with the Trade Center and everything. And you know, they got Katie Kirk and Matt Lauer on. And then all of a sudden, what comes up on my screen is we interrupt this this show for a special report, and I'm thinking to myself, what could be more of a special report? Why are you breaking into 9/11 coverage, where of course we didn't know it was 9/11 at the time, we didn't call it that. Why are you breaking into this with something else? What in the world? And then of course I think it was WRC, the local NBC affiliate here in Washington, say that the Pentagon had just been hit. And I looked over at my wife and said, and I'll never forget it, I just said, "We're at war," is what I said to her. And indeed we were. So That is a memory for me, at least. And then, of course, all the subsequent stuff at the Pentagon when I went down there and took a look, and it was just horrible. But the other thing I did on that day, I remember, is checking in on my mom. She worked as a school teacher at the time on Hudson Street, as you guys know, right up the block there, or pretty close to you guys, which is it was roughly about a half mile from the World Trade Center at the time. And she was okay, but you always check on your loved ones first, guys.
Yeah, and speaking of Washington, D.C., we believe that Flight 93, which crashed in Pennsylvania, I actually just drove past the Flight 93 memorial just a couple of weeks ago, David Zier. There is a strong belief that that plane was headed towards the White House.
Yes, and Dick Cheney gave the order to intercept it, but the two F-16s that were tracking it were not armed. They would have had to done a kamikaze mission to take it down. But Todd Beamer and some other passengers got together and overtook the plane. And let's roll. And it was just an extraordinary event. We would be looking at a whole different dynamic in 9/11. And I just wanted to add, Flight 77 out of Dulles Airport slammed into the Pentagon with hundreds of witnesses on 395 commuting to work that morning. It happened at about 9:37 that morning after the first two attacks. You remember Chick Burlingame, a decorated F-4 Vietnam War pilot, was the pilot of that plane, whose sister, Deborah Burlingame, became the leading advocate for the 9/11 victims. And remember, Barbara Olson was killed on that plane as well, the wife of Solicitor General, I forgot his first name, Mr. Olson. Also children died on that flight, and 125 Pentagon officials died in E-Ring, which was under construction. It would have been more populated, but just really tragic.
David Brody, I know you might be able to see they're about to walk by us. It wasn't just officers and firefighters who died here in New York. We're seeing here some people from some of the airlines. The airline industry devastated not only financially, but they lost so many of their own workers, their pilots, their flight attendants, the other people who work on their on those jets, and so they're here to mark the final, sadly, resting place of their colleagues as well. This was an attack on civilian America. We talk about the Pentagon, and I get that, but understandably, David, what we need to understand is, just like the assassination of Charlie Kirk yesterday, this was an attack on unarmed, unsuspecting, innocent people.
Yeah, and here's the thing, guys. We always say never forget. And there's a reason that we never forget, not only because of the horrific acts of what happened on that day, but the fact that, let's be honest, that threat is alive, well, and present today. It takes different forms. It has different actors, nefarious actors, sinful actors, but they're around. We know that. We report on it all the time at Real America's Voice. People infiltrating this country, and of course abroad, people trying to kill the great Satan, if you will, take down the great Satan and kill Americans. So this is why 24 years later, we don't just remember because of the tragedy of that day, but because it is an ever-present threat, for sure. So I just think that's an important point to remember here.
Yeah, I think we keep worrying about the vigilance of America. David Zier and I were talking earlier about how it's not being taught in schools anymore, 9/11, or at least not being taught properly. That is not only a disservice to the people we remember here today, but it's a disservice to everyone living here in America today who wants to have a free and peaceful life. We have to understand this. We don't have to frighten people. We don't have to always be downtrodden. But it's as simple as locking your door. You also have to tell people you need to be vigilant about these things that are going on in the world. We can't turn a blind eye, and we certainly can't do things like being soft on crime or basically turn our and decide, well, we're only going to punish certain people if they come from a certain background.
We understand that plane that went down in Shanksville most likely was headed to the White House. So we always hear the most likely. It's kind of interesting. 24 years later, we hear most likely. We never hear definitively. We had also heard the Capitol. We're maybe not 100% sure. Maybe you guys have better authority on this still 24 years later. But it's just kind of interesting how that's always just kind of been the narrative that it's been out there. Was it the White House? Was it the Capitol? Some think it was the Capitol. Some think it was the White House. But beyond all of that, Either way, think about this, guys. If that plane doesn't go down in Shanksville and does hit the White House or it does hit the Capitol, beyond the lives lost, you know, we talk about rebuilding the World Trade Center for the Freedom Tower. What about rebuilding the Capitol? What about rebuilding the White House? Whatever it was going to be. Can you imagine the undertaking that would have been at the time? I mean, our country changed so much on 9/11. Imagine how much more it would have if something like that had happened.
Yeah. David Zier, your thoughts?
Well, I would add, it was a Zubaydah. This guy was filming the Capitol, and it came out after 9/11. British authorities, British intelligence, the CIA was tracking him. They were tracking a couple of guys who were helping house some terrorists, hijackers for 9/11 in San Diego. There was a history here, but they did not connect the dots. But it appears that the Capitol may have been the target.
I wish, again, and I know you're seeing some of the people in the shot that are walking beside us and along and behind us. There are clearly, David Brody and everyone watching, children and other relatives of the victims of 9/11 who are here today. I know they come here every year. Some of them are carrying the framed pictures of their loved ones murdered that day. Sure, some of them are cops. Sure, some of them are firefighters. But remember that there were hundreds and hundreds of other people just working that day or walking around who were murdered.
Jake, I just wanted to add, it wasn't Zubaydah, it's Bayami. I confused the names, who was filming in D.C.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
And I know we have to run, but
just for this very first hour of our coverage. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say the emotions. The emotions just keep flooding
Yeah.
back. It doesn't matter how many years go by. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, it's tough. But it was a lot more coverage from Ground Zero today here on Real America's Voice. I'll be back with you throughout the day. Thank you so much for joining us as we remember 9/11 and remember Charlie Kirk.
America still mourns, and together we still remember. Stay with
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. One of the highlights, if you will, is President Trump going out to dinner with the cabinet, basically showing that Washington, D.C. is safe again, that it's safe again to go out to dinner, that it's safe again to walk the streets. And David and Dr. Gina, this is really kind of an overarching theme nationwide in which President Trump is pushing for safety out there. He's pushing for criminals being put away, be they illegal aliens or otherwise. He truly is the president of public safety, and he's the law and order president.
The shocking part of this is the lack of humanity. The shocking part of this is how long it took that girl lay that precious, innocent 23-year-old woman who came here to get away from war, right? And died this violent and brutal death. You look and everyone on the train is on their phone when you watch this footage. No one is paying attention to this girl who's dying there. Is this because we have so misunderstood crime? What can we do about this?
Well, we can actually take it seriously. We can encourage our law enforcement instead of demonize them. We can be supportive of people who actually step in and help. What we've done is you've seen it, with Penny alone. They criminalized him coming to people's aid, and people are now afraid to step in, and we need to stop that. We need to make sure that people understand that we all live together. We are all dependent on one another, especially when we're in our most vulnerable moments, and we should all be stepping up and stepping in there.
The White House, I get it, right? They don't want to jeopardize their relationship with Qatar because we've got this big American base there. There's economic cooperation. They provide a conduit to deal with terrorist groups like Hamas and the Taliban, etc. I got that. But the truth of the matter is Qatar has been complicit in their support for Hamas. I mean, they blamed Israel for October 7th. They sent a couple $2 billion over to Hamas. Okay, I'm sorry. It's aid to the Gazans. Give me a break. Okay, give me a break. Stop that. And they made a nice home for their leadership there in Qatar.
The Israeli government is responding essentially to the latest attack by Hamas, right? Just the other day, a couple of Hamas operatives went in and shot up a bus stop in a predominantly Orthodox Jewish area in Jerusalem, killed 6. And I think the Israeli government's calculation was, enough is enough. We have to go after those that are actually responsible at the top of this. They've known that these leaders have been in Qatar. The Israelis have decided that they're operating on this on their own. Right? They don't care at this stage of the game what the international community thinks. They are surrounded by enemies. They have been for a long time, and it's an existential threat for them. So they've decided that Hamas has to go.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
He is a voice of reason out there that has been gunned down for daring to be an American, to tell the truth, to believe in free speech, and to believe in this country.
Charlie loves his family dearly. He loves his country dearly.
Please pray for the Kirk family. This is a really devastating thing that happened.
We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
He believed strongly that we could solve a lot of our differences with just a good old-fashioned conversation.
He was shot for speaking the truth. He was shot for speaking his mind. He was shot for defending the Constitution.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
I mean,
yes.
My prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family.
Pray that his parents would feel that presence of the Lord that only the Lord can fill.
We cannot let all the great things that Charlie Kirk did be wasted because of some act of violence.
He didn't hate people. He didn't even hate liberals. He just hated intolerance. And it is a painful irony that he may have died at the hands of some intolerant person.
He was fighting not just for his own young children, but for all of our children.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk is a casualty of the political war going on in this country. He was gunned down in cold blood. Gunned down in cold blood. And you have to have steely resolve about this.
I wish we could all be as strong as Steve Bannon on this day. It's a sad and somber day in America. And here at Real America's Voice, I'm Dr. Gina. We continue the breaking news coverage of the assassination, the political assassination of Turning Point USA founder and Rav's own Charlie Kirk. I want to bring in David Brody in Washington, D.C., and T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, my friends. We started off this morning with a prayer, reminding each other how much we love each other. It's an important day to do that, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, David and Dr. Gina, if I may, like both of you, I've been thinking a whole lot over the last, say, 12 hours. And I'm resolved today to honor Charlie by continuing the work he's doing. by being a beacon, hopefully, of light, by allowing God's light to shine through me. Lord, please shine through me. And more important, by focusing on what makes this country great and trying to speak truth and encourage our fellow Americans to be better, to do better, and to live better.
Yeah.
Well said. So here's the thing. Everybody was talking about Charlie and loving America and the Constitution, all that, and that's all true, but he never buried the lead, and that was Jesus.
Yeah.
And, you know, he led with Jesus and he ended with Jesus. And that's what made him unique. And from the book of John, and we're going to get to the Bible verse in a second, but the book of John says this: if the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own.
Yeah.
And he didn't belong to the world. He didn't belong to secularism. He didn't belong to world values. He belonged and he cared about biblical values and lived his life every single day like that. And to me, that's the most important part of this, because, look, you know, here's the thing. There's a Broadway show called Hamilton, and this song gets me every single time, and it really, to me, seems very appropriate with Charlie today. The last song is called Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Your Story? You know, Alexander Hamilton died at the age of 49. Many founding fathers lived until their 70s and 80s, but Hamilton, as we know, died young. And they asked that question: who lives and dies, and who tells your story? What is Charlie Kirk's legacy? It's a wonderful one, but it's up to us now, all of us, to live it out and to preach it out and to lead with Jesus.
Yeah.
And I have more to say, but we'll leave it there for now.
The truth is not going to be easy in this one. I have a feeling the truth is not going to be easy as we continue to look at how this happened, why this happened. Today's Bible verse, though, that's where we go. John 11:25 through 26. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And that could not be more true. For more on the tragic killing of Charlie, let's bring in Rev correspondent and the host of Breaking Point, David Zier. David, your initial reaction to the news?
I don't think I slept more than 45 minutes last night.
Yeah,
couldn't get the images out of my head from yesterday. Just awful. I spoke with Charlie briefly less than a month ago at the RAV studios in Washington, D.C. Hard to believe. He should have been with us another 70 years at a minimum. And the sky was the limit for him. Who knows what he could have accomplished. In addition to the most incredible things, you know, half of America, by the time they're 30 or 40 years old, doesn't have their act together today. And less than a third of the kids are even unfit for military service due to mental and physical limitations. And Charlie accomplished so much at such a young age, taking on the machine with no college, super self-educated, and never promoted violence.
Yeah, you know, David, to me, I don't know, what's interesting here is that the way he lived his life was just exemplary. And as I think about it, I'm just kind of struck at kind of like, you know, where he had the right confluence of everything. Like, for example, he talked about Jesus, right? Okay, but then he talked about the Constitution and America, and he weaved it all together. And then we see this new Gen Z spiritual revival happening, the revival generation, Gen Z. It's like he was at the apex of all of it, David.
Yeah, and like Charlie said, even at Yale, there was like a 15 to 18% spike in conservatism among students. He made them feel okay because the good people are tired of being the bad people or called the bad people. You know, after COVID, kids losing their scholarships, can't play in sports, men and women's sports, the parents suffering during COVID with this incredible inflation. He gave these young people hope and allowed them to stand up high and tall and shout from the rooftops their message that we are a good people and we shouldn't be blamed for everything, and we need more God in our lives, that's for sure.
David, it's often said that what matters on a tombstone isn't the birth date or the passing date, but it's that dash in between. And I think it would be hard to argue that Charlie made the best of that dash. He truly created an entire new lane when it comes to young people's activism, and I think he'll be remembered for that. He made the most of his dash.
He did, and you know, if I was to write an epitaph for him, it would be, you know, stay enlightened and fight for what's right, and that's what he did.
David, we certainly don't want to overlook. This was going to be our 9/11 tribute show today. You are in New York. You are very intimately close to that situation. It gives a whole new meaning, doesn't it? What happened in this country yesterday that many are equating to the assassination of a JFK or an MLK. Just give us your impression as you stand there, where you've stood many times giving tribute to 9/11. What's going through your mind?
Well, there's terror threats in the city again, East River crossing bridges and tunnels, heavy security going on. But this is about resilience and moving forward and a unification. And I think it can parallel Charlie's death, because that was an act of terror yesterday. And it's what brought New York together here. You know, these... It's you know, it's hard to talk about here, but I look at it as maybe it's a new beginning for everybody. You know, next man up, right? And you know, he built something that's amazing. And these people here at 9/11, and the fire departments, and the Port Authority police officers, and the NYPD, and the 410,000 first responders that came from the pile, 70,000 plus, by the way, who were sick, at least 25,000 with cancer, 7,000 have died so far, including the 2,700 that died that day here in Manhattan. But they're resilient, they're fighters, they go on, and the FDNY keep putting their lives on the line every day in New York City, along with the NYPD and the Port Authority police officers.
Yeah. David, I know the emotions are raw there today on 9/11, still 24 years later. Speaking of emotions with Charlie, this has affected tens of millions of Americans in ways that I don't even think they expected. Like, for example, for us, it's emotional because we knew him and he was a coworker, and you know, we knew what he was about. And some people might say the emotion is because of his age, so young, and that's just so sad. And all that's true, but there's something else. There's something else here that is, you know, just. I mean, everybody I've talked to is just they're just touched by this. They're emotionally frayed by this. People that didn't know Charlie.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you have any insight as to why that is. The only insight I have right at this point is that he truly was preaching. Like, he was a conduit for so many tens of millions of Americans who didn't have the bully pulpit that he had, and he was standing for truth, and he was standing in the gap. And I feel like he was channeling their voice, and they kind of died a little bit along with him yesterday when he was doing that, and it kind of scared them about, and they shouldn't be scared, but they're scared today, but they need to be bold as they move forward.
Remember, just 13, 15 years ago, you couldn't set up a table on a college campus without it having been ripped down. You know, I spoke to Charlie when I was 16, 17. I started a Young Americans for Freedom chapter, and I spoke to Charlie about it. And I would go on college campuses and debate the left, but they weren't animals back then. You know, today what's going on the campuses. So he gave these kids not only a voice, but, you know, a lane to drive in. You know, to say, again, that they're not the bad people. We're the good people, and we're tired of being told we're bad for believing in God, or for having a nuclear family, or for, trying to uphold, the law and stuff like that here. It's been rough. It's been rough. it was a tough day yesterday. But I just wanted to add, my daughter's at USC Columbia. She's a senior there. There was a false warning from an active shooter in the library a week and a half ago, and she went all night. They didn't lift the warning. These kids are stressed. They have PTSD. They can't go to class without worrying if there's a shooter on campus. And, with all the mental health problems in the United States, these kids are traumatized. And then when I texted my daughter yesterday, she was crushed. And, she wasn't active in TPUSA, even though I encouraged her, but she wants a career in the FBI, and she's a 4.0 student. But the mental trauma and the stress on these kids, it's almost not worth going to college just because of that aspect. And you want them home with you, and you want to make waffles for them and eggs every morning. You don't want them 1,200 miles away. So it's very moving. And these kids are very stressed today, and I worry about the mental health of our children, especially after this.
Yeah, same. Amen. Same. David Zier, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. God bless you. We all love you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, everyone.
We have more reaction on the tragic killing of Rav's own Charlie Kirk. More American Sunrise in 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. Something shocking is happening with gold that the mainstream media won't report. Paper contracts for gold rarely result in physical delivery. But today, billionaires and major banks are demanding actual gold bars at 10 times the normal rate. Why the panic for physical gold? These institutional giants understand our $37 trillion debt means we're on a path to currency collapse. The good news, you can make the same move. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group lets you move your IRA or 401k into gold. To learn more, click below to get a free info kit on gold. Throughout history, gold has endured where currencies fail. Right now, the biggest players in the finance industry are proving this time won't be different. Click below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
9/11 today, the sun's shining in New York, and it was shining that day too on September 11th. And with all the tragedy, that and Charlie, the sun does come up the next day. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. All right, we're gonna get you to some of the 9/11 ceremonial aspects of this morning as it relates to bell ringing and observances. We'll have all that in a moment. First, T-Base standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom. It's sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
TPUSA founder Charlie Kirk's assassination on Wednesday is prompting increased security in New York City amid memorial events for the 24th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. While NYPD officials aren't being specific about how security is being beefed up, measures likely include a larger police presence as well as road closures. As for Kirk, he was killed during an appearance at Utah Valley College in Utah. After initially detaining a person of interest in the shooting, police released that suspect and are still looking for the shooter. Meantime, Utah Governor Spencer Cox calling the attack a political assassination. President Trump making this statement from behind the Resolute desk Wednesday night.
He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith. And we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever.
President Trump has also ordered all American flags across the country to be lowered to half-staff until 6 o'clock Sunday evening, not just for today in honor of Patriots' Day, but also now in honor of Charlie Kirk's passing. TPUSA, the organization Kirk founded and was traveling the country in support of, is out with this message on its website saying, in part, "May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior who suffered and died for Charlie." Meantime, some of the reaction to Charlie Kirk's murder is evoking furious reaction from anyone with an ounce of compassion. Employees at TMZ were heard cheering as news of Kirk's death spread through the newsroom there.
Go to have somebody look at the Fox.
Trump just posted it.
Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Even Democrats in the U.S. House threw decorum to the wayside as House Speaker Mike Johnson called for a moment of prayer for Kirk as he was fighting for his life at that moment. Instead, though, after being silent for just a moment, some congressional Democrats began booing and yelling.
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on this day and on this network, as we mourn the loss of our colleague Charlie Kirk, we are also going to remember him with dignity and with honor, as we also honor his family and his legacy prayerfully. All right, it's now time to check our coast-to-coast forecast from our friends over at Weather Nation. Meteorologist Adrian Hernandez joining us this morning. Adrian, good morning.
Good morning, Terrence. And, amid some somber news, at the very least, there is some resilience out in New York City that, at the very least, the temperature should be nice and rainfall should be on the lower side today. So people out there paying their respects out in the 9/11 memoriam shouldn't have too much of an issue rainfall-wise.
All right, Adrian, we appreciate the reporting this morning. We'll check back with you in a little bit. Thanks so much. We, of course, will have much more coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk throughout the show. Also, we will have a look at what's happening in the 9/11 memorials in New York and around the country. But now, let's take a quick break. We're back in a moment.
How many
many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It easily blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, soap, mildew, mold, and more. Forget harsh chemicals. With just plain water, Horsepower can clean bathroom tiles and tubs back to their original shine and luster. It's a game changer in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud. Take it outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. How strong is Horsepower? We took this distressed 100-year-old antique and restored it to like new with Horsepower. Amazing! Get your Ruby Horsepower scrubber today with bonus scouring sponge for just $39.99. Save on buying batteries. It's powered with the latest rechargeable technology. But wait, you'll also get this stainless steel brush to make range hoods and gas stoves look brand new again. Yours free. And we're not done. You'll get this Smart Flex cone brush that fits perfectly into corners, tiny crevices on toilets and tiles, or hard to reach shower door rails. Yours free. And to top it off, we'll include this microfiber cloth to clean delicate surfaces and polish cars sparkling clean. It's also free. Great news! Horsepower is now in stock and ready to ship, but due to high demand, there is a strict limit of 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-953-8622. That's 1-800-953-8622 or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-953-8622 now.
Well, 9/11, my goodness. Charlie yesterday, 9/11 today. Heavy hearts this week for sure. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. We've got more reaction coming in about the assassination of Rav's own Charlie Kirk. President Trump, of course, as you probably know by now, he posted this on Truth Social, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he's no longer with us. Melania, my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. All right, for more, let's bring in the host of Bowling. Of course, you can see that weekdays here on RAV at 4 p.m. That'd be Eric Bowling. Eric, I say good to see you, but, you know, I mean, gosh, I mean, I don't even know where to begin. I'll say this, you know, I've interviewed Charlie. We've all interviewed Charlie quite a few times. Here's what he told me back in 2019, Eric. This is a quote. "The hatred we receive as Christians is biblical," is what he told me. "It's prophesied, and you shouldn't try to make excuses for it. No matter what, we're going to be persecuted." So, you know, here he was on college campuses, and he took a bullet for freedom. He took... you know, he was doing what he loved, which is having civil discussion, even though people were being uncivil towards him. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning. Yeah, you guys are so right. Good morning, guys. What a day. Yeah, he that's probably why he's not with us anymore. He was too effective. He was reaching young people. He was reaching millions and millions of young people. He just had a sense of what people wanted. And because of that success, he became a target. I don't understand some of the reaction while it was happening by the left-wing media, some atrocious things coming out of MSNBC, Matt Dowd. He got fired immediately for it, thankfully. And the others, the TMZ video is insane. I mean, clapping when in the background when they hear right. Charlie's passed. We'll get to that, but today's a day of mourning. You know, tragedy happens and it's horrendous. The next day is typically the hardest. You wake up and that poor family, Charlie's wife Erica and the 2 beautiful girls, wake up and realize it really did happen. It wasn't just a horrible dream. It's a tough day. So we keep them all in our thoughts and prayers, obviously. But his legacy's got to go on, otherwise they win. It's not a question. I mean, you know, Dr. Gina was on, and we were live when that announcement was made yesterday afternoon. And of course, the initial reaction is shock, sadness. I got angry pretty quickly, though. I got right to that anger stage pretty quickly because we're not talking about, a Democrat candidate for president almost assassinated a couple of times, or one of the biggest names in the progressive movement, tapping into young progressive votes, young people in college and high school even, being assassinated. We're talking about conservatives, and it's over and over again. If there's any question of which one is the party of violence, I think that question went out the window right now. But Charlie's death, let's not make him die in vain, and let's carry the torch. Someone will pick up the torch at TPUSA, and let's do it, because he was onto something big.
Yeah. Next man up, as Steve Bannon said so appropriately. It's hard to get there, though. Eric, that was my first thought this morning when my feet hit the floor, because I saw the beautiful sunrise this morning, and I realized that for Erica and her children, they're going to see this sunrise too, and it's going to feel very different than any other sunrise. But after the show yesterday, when you and I were on, as we found out for sure, conclusively, I think, confirming all of our worst fears that indeed he had been assassinated, you said this is very personal to me. Can you talk to our audience, because a lot of our audience is mourning this in their own very personal ways as well. They've lost loved ones like you have, that have felt very personal, and they've had to continue the fight. Can you advise our audience that is mourning this morning on how to put that one foot in front of the other?
I don't know that there's any advice. I mean, everyone grieves in different ways, and it's a process. It's a long, painful process. The good news is Charlie was so loved by everybody. That's probably why he became the dangerous to the progressives, or whomever did this, whoever group did this or person did this. My wife points out, it almost feels like it was more than just one angry person. The effectiveness of the assassination, the fact that, the escape and all that. So I don't know. The good news is that he was so loved that someone will pick up where he left off, and will continue. I'm sure TPUSA will be just as strong, if not stronger, in the aftermath. And Charlie, has become the symbol, become kind of martyred, the symbol for perseverance. I'm literally launching a new show talking about perseverance, persevering through the pain, through the fires, through the challenges. The fire doesn't burn us, it forges us. And that's what we need to do right here and right now, is to coalesce around Charlie's vision and continue it in the name of Charlie. I just feel for that family, Erica and those two little girls. Oof, tough times.
Yeah. Absolutely. Eric, I want to broaden the scope a little bit. And you mentioned this earlier, and I have to admit, I waffled about reporting on the disgusting displays from the left following the passing of Charlie. But I thought it was important to share with our viewers the sort of atmosphere and environment that we're in politically, and how ugly some people are in this environment. How do we get past this? And I say this in the context of us remembering September 11th and the attacks, and how America came together following those attacks. How do we get back to this American pride?
Yesterday was the opposite of what today memorializes. Yes, today memorializes the day where all Americans were attacked by outsiders, by radical Islamic terrorists, and they killed thousands of innocent Americans of all stripes, right? Yesterday was a targeted hit on the conservative movement. Literally, when this happened, the last question I threw around the panel yesterday at 4:00 was, how do we ever coexist again when one side hates the other side so much that it's better to have the other side killed than to have them express their God-given freedom of speech? How do you coexist? You don't. Terrence, I don't know. I think we've gone on a path of bifurcation, left, right. It's gotten wider and wider, and it may be at its widest ever. And with the assassination of Charlie, I don't know that there's a united, certainly not in the near future. Maybe there's a person walking today who's going to figure out how to bring the two sides back together. I'm not very, certainly not in my lifetime, I'm not very optimistic of that. Feels like we're both on separate trajectories, almost like we're two separate species, so to speak. Because they celebrate the death of a young man, a young father. It's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, it's interesting
despicable,
that you say
absolutely.
that. Yeah, because, and I'm going to invoke this term, but I want to unpack it. I do believe it's spiritual warfare. And once again, we say that so often and people go, okay, wait, spiritual warfare, what are you talking about, spiritual war? Look, here's the thing. Spiritual warfare, okay, there's a fight going on above us that we have no clue about, okay? But that's happening. But beyond that, here on earth, someone's values are going to reign supreme. And this is a literal battle over values. And when I say warfare, in this case, Charlie was using his brain and his heart and truth as his battle weapon, if you will. It was his brain, and the left does not like that, because the left, after about a half a paragraph, they're done. And they don't want to have the argument because they can't win the argument, Eric.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's spiritual warfare. Some would say, I agree with you, but I've heard, a loaded term. Isn't that an oxymoron? No. I mean, Charlie was a very spiritual man, and there will be those folks that kind of pick up that lane of Charlie Kirk, and the others he was so good at tapping into young people, and he just nailed it, because it was always, the conservatives were always the people who went through the university system, let's call it that way, get indoctrinated by the liberal education system in America. And then once they start working and paying taxes and understanding what the world's all about, they go from liberal to conservative. That's what it is. And Charlie realized that let's get them before that. Let's get them before, we have to wait till they're in their late 20s or early 30s before they realize that conservative values are more livable working values than progressive. So someone will pick up that lane as well. Charlie was so talented. He deserves all the accolades we can possibly give him. We should probably give him the whole day and just talk about him all day. We certainly should, or have. Yeah. I probably will at 4. And maybe the movement should. Maybe MAGA should just continue to play Charlie's words, because they were right. They were he was on the right track, and that's why he was assassinated, mowed down.
And it wasn't just one generation of youth that he inspired. I was really, it was, my whole family came over last night because I just didn't want to be alone, and they didn't either. And it was just astonishing to me to see a whole 11-year spread of my children who were all so close to Charlie and all felt like he was their best friend and their mentor. My 30-year-old daughter and my 19-year-old son, who will be on the show with us here in just a little bit, both felt that connection. And my daughter considers herself a millennial, and my son is Gen Z. And so that's really 2 entire generations that Charlie led and inspired. I don't know how you replicate that, but I feel like he did. And I feel like in his death, it is going to be next man, next woman up. And Eric, I just wanted you to speak to that, because you've witnessed the whole thing too.
Yeah, I think you're right. In fact, Gina, I met your lovely family many times at CPAC. I was a TPUSA had such a huge presence at CPAC. I used to speak at TPUSA. I was a board member. I was the advisory board member of TPUSA for years. Yeah. You're right. You don't replicate it, though. You continue it. It's not going anywhere. So the good news is there'll be talented people, your family, Bo, and they'll pick up the torch and run it forward. But you're right. He touched young people as young as your children when they were much younger, all the way up through, when we were there and talking on stages and whatnot.
Yeah. Eric, what's the oldest?
Let's not try and replace Charlie with the new TPUSA. Let's just make sure his vision is well funded and fueled going forward. Sorry.
Yeah, Eric, I just wanted to.
Will continue.
Oh,
Go ahead, Dr. Gina.
Well, I just wanted to ask you what your youngest. I remember Charlie when he was 14 years old. Do you remember him before that?
I don't remember that. You told us that story. I think my first memories of Charlie, when he started to bubble up early in the first Trump presidency. I remember seeing him. I used to do a show in D.C. and have to be in D.C. quite a bit, and at the Trump Hotel, and he was always there. He was always present, and he was very well loved throughout.
Absolutely. Eric, we appreciate you joining us this morning with your perspective. Sending hugs your way, my brother, and we will continue. Like, this movement will not stop despite Charlie's passing. We're going to continue to honor him by our actions and by continuing to keep his memory alive. Appreciate you being here, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you too.
Eric.
Of course. While we continue to remember Charlie Kirk, we're also remembering the September 11th terror attacks on America. On this day, 24 years ago, nearly 3,000 people were killed when al-Qaeda terrorists hijacked 4 airplanes. 2 of them crashed into the Twin Towers there in New York. The Pentagon and a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania were the other crash sites. America, of course, will never forget that day. For uninterrupted coverage of today's ceremonies in memory of the lives that were lost during those attacks, head on over to Rumble and X. We, of course, will have full coverage there. But for now, let's bring in American Sunrise Early Edition host Jake Novak, who's in New York for today's ceremonies. Jake, good morning. I'm curious if the atmosphere there in New York is a little different today. Obviously, we're affected by Charlie Kirk, but to a man on the street, is there a difference? Are they also aware kind of this cultural shift that's happened, this national loss?
You know, I think that there's a special kinship that people feel now as the country is mourning, and so many people are mourning about Charlie Kirk's assassination. These people who come here and have been in a state of mourning, but not in just a downtrodden state of mourning, also in remembrance, now are really, I think, welcoming that with open arms. In other words, this is a place where you can talk about these things. These people are sadly, but proudly, the experts on this kind of thing. And we see people walking around. There's a lot of talk about, are people safe in America anymore? And we're all sort of smiling to ourselves that at least here at this moment, with so many police officers and fire department people, we're in the safest spot in the country, probably, right at this moment. That's where I stand, as much as it is a mournful time. So, Terrence, I have to say that this is something that they're used to. In many ways, they've been dealing with the pain that a lot of us are dealing with for the first time today, for those of you who didn't experience 9/11 like I did, and so many people here. And all I can say, it's a kinship. There's a kindred spirit here, and a place that you can go for that.
Jake, what is your take on, does the average person on the street, I mean, I was wondering this, like I was texting with a friend this morning that I buy chickens from, and she didn't say anything about Charlie, and I thought, I wonder if this is like a conservative thing. Is this just inundating us because we are all so grounded in our faith and our politics, or is this something that really is affecting the people you're talking to today there at the memorial?
Well, at the memorial today, Dr. Gina, I would say absolutely there's an awareness of this and a feeling about this, much more than probably even just a few blocks away from here in New York. Not because New York is a liberal city or a Democrat city, just because it's not as, there's a type of person here that isn't connected to our domestic politics in any way,
right.
One way or the other, right or left. So you make a good point. I don't know if this is, and we shouldn't necessarily indict everyone who may not know about this situation or know about Charlie Kirk, because they may just not be as plugged into things. I think, however, if you are plugged into politics, if you're plugged into the discussion in this country, you're certainly aware of this. And I think David Zier said it as well earlier. I'm happy to see that most of the people, even the people on the left, seem to be acting appropriately. We have some egregious examples of people who haven't, and those people should be taken to task. But Dr. G, I have to say, I think most of the people out there who are responding to this are responding to it in a somewhat, at least somewhat, and sometimes even very respectful way.
Jake, we're, of course, preparing for the first commemorations. Names will be read throughout the day. There will be moments of silence and that kind of thing. And, of course, we'll take our viewers there live. But as you're so close, as you're kind of there in the environment, one of the things that struck me in looking at some of the video is that today isn't about partisanship. Today is about unity. Today is about America. We've seen the vice president there, J.D. Vance. We saw Rudy Giuliani in his wheelchair there. We saw Eric Adams come by and greet Rudy Giuliani. Today is about unity, and it's really where our country should be headed. And I think today is what we should all aspire to in terms of that sort of unity and that sort of national pride. That's the term that I keep coming back to, national pride.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. It's not just political unity either. It's also very geographic. I mean, we were standing here with firefighters from Connecticut. I saw a police veteran from San Francisco. People who were, some of them actually came after 9/11 to help in the recovery process, but others were just here because they were here to give thanks and to give honor to their fellow firefighters and police officers who fought and died here today. I mean, I would say the word fought, too, because they fought for the lives of the civilians who were caught in the middle of this. So I think that that's a great term. It's a geographic unity as well. There are people from all over the world here today, some of whom may not have even been alive on 9/11, but they're showing their honor here. They're showing their respects.
It's good to hear. It's good to hear. It feels better somehow knowing that people are celebrating America today. I don't think Charlie would want it any other way. Jake Novak, thank you for being with us.
Thanks, Jake.
We have more of our continuing coverage of the 9/11 terror attacks and, of course, of the political assassination of Charlie Kirk right after the break.
America still mourns, and together we still remember. Stay with us. There's more American Sunrise after this.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. We appreciate you being here with us on this difficult day. As we approach a sacred moment on this day, we're also reminded why September 11th is now known as Patriot Day. Let's listen in, ladies and gentlemen.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, see 'twas that star-spangled
Gordon M. Ameth, Jr.
Edemiro Abad.
Marie Rose Abad.
Andrew Anthony Abate.
Vincent Paul Abate.
Lawrence Christopher Abel.
Alana Abraham.
William F. Abrahamson.
Richard Anthony Aceto.
Heinrich Bernard Ackerman.
Paul Aquaviva.
Christian Adams.
Donald Leroy Adams.
Patrick Adams.
Shannon Lewis Adams.
Stephen George Adams.
Ignatius Udo Adanga.
Christy A. Adamo.
Terrence Edward Adderley Jr.
Sophia B. Addo.
Lee Adler.
Daniel Thomas Aflito.
Emmanuel Akwasi Afwakwa.
Alok Agarwal.
Mukul Kumar Agarwala.
Joseph Agnello.
David Scott Agnes.
Joel Alberto de Fonseca Aguiar Jr.
Brian G. Ahern.
Jeremiah Joseph Ahern.
Joanne Marie Aladiotis.
Sabir Ahmed.
Terrence Andre Aiken.
Godwin O. Ajala.
Trudy M. Alagero.
Andrew Almino.
Margaret Ann Alario.
Gary M. Albero.
John Leslie Albert.
Peter Greg Alderman.
And my father, the aforementioned John Leslie Albert, he was a great man to those who knew him, missed by everyone, but we feel his presence with us to this day. One other note I wanted to make about the 20 names I read, these were people who the median age was 37 years old, the youngest was 22, fresh out of college. These were people who had their whole lives in front of them, a lot to live for. They simply went to work one day and never came home. And we must always remember them.
And our brother, TJ Hargrave, we miss him.
Jacqueline DeLay.
If you'd like to continue watching this, we invite you to go over to our Rumble stream as well as our X stream. We have live stream and we'll have continuous uncut and uninterrupted streams on those two platforms. So please, we invite you to join us there for more of this. In the meantime, we want to talk a bit about faith and how it can sustain us in our darkest hours, similar to what we're dealing with here on Real America's Voice, as we remember the passing of our colleague Charlie Kirk. Also, as the country mourns the 9/11 attacks on this country some 24 years ago. Let's bring in Jonathan Shuttlesworth. He, of course, is the founder of Revival Today. Jonathan, we appreciate you being here with us. I think we all need a word from the Lord and some spiritual healing, if you will, on this day. One of the things that comes to mind when I deal with these sorts of tragedies, I see these sorts of things as an opportunity to draw nearer to God. Can you help us with that? Can you help us work through that?
I can help. There's no way to put a nice bow on anything that happens or say two religious lines that makes everybody feel better. The hope is that you will see Charlie Kirk again if Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. That's why the Bible says we mourn, but we don't mourn like those that have no hope. Charlie Kirk's alive and with the Lord. To be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And shortly, he'll be reunited with his wife and two children, and hopefully with us four and the viewers.
Jonathan, I'm really happy that you brought up Charlie's wife, Erica. I can't imagine what she is going through right now. Even before this event yesterday, she had posted on X a Bible verse. It was from Psalm 46:1 that says, "God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble." It hurts my heart to think about what she is going through, what's going through her mind. As someone who loses their life partner, how do you lean on God in that moment?
Well, the verse that she tweeted, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in time of trouble. You know, it's not, God didn't give us philosophies to live by. He's alive, and you can speak to him in prayer. And he promised that in very difficult, soul-crushing times, he would be close to you when you reach out to him. And just like God can heal sickness, God can take crushing grief and give you his peace that passes all understanding. And, I'm praying that for her. What you said is how I feel. I thought of her and her two daughters and how brutal that has to be. But God promised he'd be there for people in that time.
You know, last night my kids came over and we sat out on our dock, and the water was at a still that I've really never seen before. And there was red lightning. And we sat and we prayed for a long time. And I feel like God really sent just us a personal sign. Does he always work like that? Because for those searching right now, there have been moments of despair where there haven't been signs for me. You know, I'm like, God, please let me hear your voice. God, please let me see a sign. And maybe I don't see anything. Can you talk to people who are mourning right now, who feel like this is way bigger even than Charlie, even than his family, even than us as a family, who feel like this, when you combine it with what happened to the woman on the train, when you combine it, even going back to the death of Andrew Breitbart, that felt like such a loss, it sometimes just feels like such a force of evil that we don't exactly know how to process it. Speak to that.
I don't know how. I don't think anyone can get used to processing it. But one of the things you can get from the Bible that helps is the early church were having their people beaten and put in prison and killed often. And so when you're reading what they write, it's not from calloused people who hadn't lost anyone. They were saying that they had learned in prayer to have comfort in knowing they'd be reunited with people they lost again, and in the protection of God. And so the number one thing people can do right now that'll bring peace is knowing that your own heart is right with God. The Bible says these things are written that we might know that we have life eternal. One of the things that stirs up a lot of uneasiness is people start thinking about eternity, and they have questions about their own eternity. Knowing that you're right with God, that's the thing that's going to be different with Mrs. Kirk and their two daughters. As rough as this is, they have the hope of heaven. And I would encourage every viewer to make sure that they know Jesus Christ is their Lord and Savior, and that they've settled their own eternity for them and their family.
And that's the message that people should carry with them today. Jonathan, as always, it's good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Love you guys.
Love you back, brother. You can see Jonathan every Sunday on Revival Today, which airs right here on RAV. We're back with the second hour of American Sunrise right after this break.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to this second hour of American Sunrise. I'm Terrence Bates. in our Denver newsroom. Let's bring in Dr. Jean and Emily Finn, both of them in our West Palm newsroom on this very difficult day here at RAV. We, of course, are continuing to mourn the tragic loss of our colleague, Charlie Kirk. We're also just minutes away from the 9:03 observance, which is the moment that United Flight 175 struck the South Tower. We'll take you there live as the reading of names continues. It's a tribute, of course, to every life that was lost that day. And for uninterrupted coverage of today's ceremonies in New York City commemorating the attacks of 9/11, head on over to Rumble and X. We'll have that coverage there. In the meantime, Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn is in Washington, D.C. right now. Let's check in with him.
Good morning, Terrence. I'm just outside the White House in what they call the stakeout area. Behind me, Secret Service getting ready to roll out. Now, I'll be in the motorcade heading towards the Pentagon here in a few minutes. We'll have continued coverage on the ground here in Washington, D.C. as we remember the events on 9/11 and the lives that are lost. So stay tuned. Terrence, back to you.
And now, folks, let's take you back to downtown Manhattan, to the voices, the echoes, and the names that continue to tell the story of what happened on that fateful day some 24 years ago.
Around the memorial with the stillness of what is a very sad day. Who can I turn to say I love you? But I am not moving. There are many voices in my room, but there is no answer. Forever, you are always in our heart. We love you. Love Mom and Dad.
And for my uncle, Hilario Soriano Samaya Jr., another year has passed and gone by, but it still has not been the same without you. Our whole family misses your smile and the joy you would fill the room with when you entered. Since you've been gone, so much has changed, but our love for you is not. You're officially a great uncle with 2 great nieces, 1 great nephew, and another on the way. And to paraphrase Dr. Hurlick from One Piece, when a person passes, it's not they die at their last breath. They die when they are forgotten. So let us never forget our loved ones who have passed 24 years ago, the first responders, and those who served our country following the events of this tragic event. May God bless our nation and the whole world. Ave Christus Rex.
Gary Eugene Bird.
Joshua David Birnbaum.
George John Bishop.
Chris Romeo Bissart.
Jeffrey Donald Bittner.
Albert Belwa Blackman Jr.
Christopher Joseph Blackwell.
Carrie Rosetta Blackburn.
Susan Leigh Blair.
Harry Blending Jr.
Janice Lee Blaney.
Craig Michael Blass.
Rita Blau.
Richard Middleton Blood Jr.
Michael Andrew Bacardi.
John Paul Bocci.
Michael L. Bocchino.
Susan M. Bocchino.
Dara Francis Bodley.
Bruce Douglas Bohem.
Mary Catherine Murphy Bofa.
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan.
Darren Christopher Bohan.
Lawrence Francis Bassal.
Vincent M. Boland Jr.
Turi Hamzi Bolucci.
Alan Bodenarco.
Andre Bohar Jr.
Colin Arthur Bonnet.
Frank J. Bonanno,
Yvonne Lucia Bonamo,
Sean Booker Sr.,
Kelly Ann Booms,
Canfield D. Boone,
Mary Jane Booth,
Sherry Ann Boduck,
Christine Bordename,
Jerry J. Bogg,
Martin Michael Borchevsky,
Richard Edward Bosco,
and my father, Robert David Puglisi. He left behind me and my two brothers, Michael and Dennis, and my mother, Maureen. He has two grandsons now in California named Vincent and Alexander, and it's not fair that he didn't get to meet them, and we miss him.
and my brother Rudolph and Riccio. Rudy, I don't know what to say about you. I'm sorry that things didn't go well, and I'm also sorry that you died before I had a chance to tell you I love you. God bless you, and thank you.
Klaus Bote,
Carol Marie Bouchard,
J. Howard Bolton,
Francisco Eligio Bourdier,
Thomas Howard Bowden Jr.,
Donna M. Bowen,
Kimberly S. Bowers,
Veronique Nicole Bowers,
Larry Bowman,
Sean Edward Bauman Jr.,
Kevin L. Bowser,
Gary R. Box,
Gennady Boyarsky,
Pamela Boyce,
Alan B. Poyle,
Michael Boyle,
Alfred J. Braca,
Sandra Conady Brace,
Kevin Hugh Bracken,
Sandy Waugh Bradshaw,
David Brian Brady,
Alexander Brzezinski,
Nicholas W. Brandemarty,
Daniel Raymond Brandhorst,
David Reed Gamboa Brandhorst,
Michelle Renee Bratton,
Patrice Brout,
Lydia Estelle Bravo,
Ronald Michael Breitweiser,
Edward A. Brennan III,
Frank H. Brennan,
Michael E. Brennan,
Peter Brennan,
Thomas Moore Brennan,
Daniel J. Brethel,
Gary Lee Bright,
Jonathan Eric Briley,
Mark A. Brisman,
Paul Gary Bristow,
Marion R. Britton,
and my father-in-law, Eustace Rudy Backus. We love and miss you very much. It is not often that your name does not come up in conversation at family gatherings. We know that you're still with us because your grandchildren who haven't met you talk about you like you're in the other room. We love you.
and my father, Frank Joseph Doyle, who lived every day to the fullest. To honor his memory, we created a nonprofit. Team Frank Africa has now built 16 schools in South Africa and feeds and educates thousands of children every day. We love and miss you so much.
Mark.
We're going to transition now to the Pentagon, where President Trump is. Let's listen in there.
Asia S. Cotton. Lieutenant Commander Eric A. Cranford, United States Navy. Ada M. Davis. James D. Debonair. Captain Gerald F. DiTanto, United States Navy. Rodney Dickens. Lieutenant Colonel Jerry D. Dickerson, United States Army. Eddie A. Dillard. Petty Officer, First Class, Johnny Doctor, Jr., United States Navy. Captain Robert E. Dolan, Jr., United States Navy. Commander William H. Donovan, United States Navy. Lieutenant Commander Charles A. Dross III, United States Navy, retired. Commander Patrick Dunn, United States Navy. Petty Officer, First Class, Edward T. Earhart, United States Navy. Barbara G. Edwards. Lieutenant Commander Robert R. Elseth, United States Navy Reserve. Charles S. Falkenberg and his wife, Leslie A. Whittington, and their 2 children, Dana Falkenberg and Zoe Falkenberg. Petty Officer, 3rd Class, Jamie L. Fallon, United States Navy.
J. Joseph Ferguson. Amelia V. Fields. Gerald P. Fisher. Darlene E. Flagg. And her husband, Rear Admiral Wilson F. Flagg, United States Navy Reserve, retired. Petty Officer, 2nd Class, Matthew M. Flacco, United States Navy. Sandra N. Foster. First Lieutenant Richard P. Gabriel, United States Marine Corps, retired. Captain Lawrence D. Getsford, United States Navy. Cortez Gee. Brenda C. Gibson. Colonel Ronald F. Galinsky, United States Navy, United States Army, retired.
President Trump there at the commemoration, the 9/11 commemoration at the Pentagon. The FBI is now holding a press conference relative to Charlie Kirk's murder. We want to listen in on that to see if there's any new information that can be gleaned there as well.
Our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny, they faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we're confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a Commissioner of Public Safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen the state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles in charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. Call FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Commissioner James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask about the shooter? There's clearly information about him or her. You say you're confident at this stage in terms of tracking down who they are. Can you talk to us about their movements, their demeanor? Do you think it's a man? And also, can I ask, what were the security arrangements in place? Was that roof being monitored? It's a question many people will have, particularly after Copper.
So what I'll release about the suspect is the suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing any details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college. We will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you found the gun in a wooded area. Do you believe that the suspect could be hiding in the woods? And is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so.
Special Agent Bowles, with the BBC. From the images you have, can you see clearly the suspect's face? You say he's college age. Do you believe he was from this university? And how far do you think he may have gone in this time?
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best.
But you have a clear image of his face?
We have images of the suspect.
So, did you trace the gun's owner?
That you've been able to recover, do you believe you know this person is the person that you're looking for?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now.
Any fingerprints or DNA?
We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation.
Have you been able to trace back the owner of the gun?
Excuse me?
You said you found the weapon. Have you been able to trace back the owner of that weapon or who purchased it?
We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release.
Agent Bowles, there's been a lot of turnover at the FBI. Do you think that's impacting the investigation?
Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone, from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far.
After we tried the one yesterday, useful though, where we announced
all I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So
Those
thank
are all
you.
the questions for right now. Thank you, everybody.
That is the FBI briefing in Orem, Utah. Just to recap, bottom line is they still don't have the suspect in custody. They're looking for him. Other details, and it's trickling out, and you get the sense, and we know that they have more than they're actually saying at that press conference, but they have footage of him. They're not going to release it this time. If for some reason they have problems down the road here in a little bit, they may release it to the media. It was a high-powered rifle that they have recovered from the scene. Palm prints, I believe they said footwear imprints. I'll have to double-check the wording on that, but some sort of footwear imprint, I believe. They're not saying anything about a motive. They've had more than 130 tips, and I guess one of the more significant information to come out of that is they believe he is college-aged. That's all we have right now. Ben Berkwam with us. Ben, where are you right now, just so I understand? Are you still in Chicago? Good morning.
Yeah, I am actually about 11 miles from Charlie Kirk's hometown of Wheeling, so it's proximity. So,
tell us some of your reaction here. You know, to me, I'll be honest with you. It's so even hard to talk about this from a news perspective and like the latest from the FBI. I mean, I just can't even do it. So Ben, just take it away. What do you want to say? Just go.
You know, if for those of you that have lost loved ones in your life, the hardest part for me is always sleeping, because you always wake up with that false hope that it was just a nightmare. And that was the same feeling I had this morning. I woke up and I was just like, every day you have to relive it. And every day it gets a little further away. And so that's part of that grieving process and the stages of grief. And I would just encourage everybody out there, just wherever you're at in that process, you know, whether you knew him really well. Actually, before I say anything else, I didn't get to say this yesterday. One of my favorite people on Charlie's team is Andrew. Dr. Gina mentioned him yesterday. Such a great, great guy. And you can tell a lot about people by the people that they have around them. And Charlie has some amazing, amazing people around him. And I didn't say it yesterday, but I want to lift up Andrew. My friend Dylan, there's a young man named Dylan that I met at Fresno State when I used to go out, and protest against the liberals that were destroying California in Fresno when I had graduated college, but I'd go back to my alma mater to help educate the youth there. And I met this young man named Dylan, and he came up to me one day and he said, "Thank you for being out here. You're the only one out here." And he ended up joining Turning Point, and he's a part of their staff now. And I think about guys like that who Turning Point and Charlie just gave them purpose. Not just gave them purpose, they had purpose, but gave them courage. It's it's talked a lot about yesterday that John Solomon said it so well, that Charlie had a very simple strategy that worked so well, was to come alongside young conservatives and say, "We got your back. You don't have to do this alone." And for so many, I came out of I'm one of a few like Charlie who just said, "Well, we'll do it. We'll stand up, even if we stand alone." But there are so many who just need that little bit of lift, and that's what Charlie was and is. That's what Turning Point is. And yesterday I kept saying, it's so funny. I kept saying a pivot point. We're at a pivot point. We're at a pivot point. And I woke up this morning and I said, no, we're at a turning point. And the fact that the very organization that Charlie started, you never know the impact of your life. Obviously, no one knew that what was going to happen yesterday other than the demon who pulled the trigger, or the demon who made the demon pull the trigger. But you think back about the impact of somebody's life, and the biggest thing for me all day yesterday was just the seeds that Charlie planted and the seeds that Turning Point planted, and even the turning point I saw in Charlie's life. There was, he had that whole, the organization is incredible. What they were able to accomplish and what Charlie was able to accomplish in such a short amount of time at such a young age is truly incredible. And but really, what I saw over the last couple years was what Christ was doing in Charlie's life. And I think a lot to do with Erica and his wife, his children, as a father, as a husband, there's once you experience that, once you have your own children, once you find a wife that you love, that you die for, once you have children that you would die for, it does something in you that you realize that it's everything is more important. I mean, they are so much more important than everything. And you saw that in Charlie, and what Christ had done just in the last couple years in Charlie's life. You could see it, the witness that he became. It's, even in the last few months of his life, it's something that's going to continue, and his legacy, it's incalculable what his legacy means to our country, to the young people. But I would just encourage you, no matter where you're at in that process, in those stages of grief, just be okay with that. Every day, wake up and understand God has a plan for your life. God has a plan in the tragedies, in whatever you're going through. God has a plan, and in everything that I've experienced, the hardest parts of my life are the most significant parts of my life that made me the man that I am today. And so I would just absolutely encourage you just to be okay with that, and just not to have the answers. You don't have the answers. We don't have the answers, but God has the answers. And every time you're feeling like, man, I just don't know, just pray. Just pray and say, Lord, show me, guide me, lead me, give me your words, give me your peace, and I promise you he'll do that.
We'll get the answers on the other side of heaven, and it'll grow our faith in the process here on earth. And Ben, just to quote the Bible, in the book of James, it says, you do not even know what will happen tomorrow. What is your life? You are a mist that appears for a little while and then vanishes. But you know what? That mist created so much positive in this country because of what Charlie did, and now it's all up to all of us to carry on that legacy that he has firmly cemented at the age of 31. Ben, we got to run. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
God bless you guys. Love you guys.
All right. Now let's go over to Dr. G.
Well, we love you too, Ben. Thank you so much, David. Charlie, as someone said yesterday, I was on social media, couldn't stop, literally all night long. Charlie's more alive than he's ever been. He is whole. He's united with his Lord, which was the goal of his lifetime. He didn't have to endure the pain that we all have to. But one of the examples of that life that is going to take on a whole new life, in fact, because of the great work of Charlie Kirk, is not only his children, his son and his daughter. I don't want to get away from that. His beautiful wife, Erica, that will live on to continue the legacy. But someone who's joining us now, literally a part of the Rav family, my own son, and a major Gen Z political influence among his peers, and he joins us now. Bo Loudon, this has been a tough 24 hours for all of us. You were so inspired by Charlie, you and all of your siblings. I have 5 children, all of them inspired. It was amazing last night. You turned 30. You just turned 19. Tell us about how Charlie inspired not just your politics, Bo, but your faith walk was deepened because of him. Talk about that.
Aside from you guys as my incredible parents that have always been so active and really seen Charlie grow up and get into this fight right alongside you guys. He was one of the main reasons I ever stepped into the political scene and had the courage to. And I love that I can be a part of this generation and be somewhat of a voice for Gen Z, but he was the voice for conservative Gen Z.
And millennials.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. Like, I hadn't really thought about it. People are saying he was the voice of a generation. No, he was the voice of 2 entire generations.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the fact that this isn't, this when I first heard about it, I heard, from a buddy, did you hear about the assassination attempt on Charlie Kirk? Not knowing that he got shot or whatever, I could assume that bullets fired or near him or whatever it was. And I said, wow, that's crazy. But I wasn't in shock. I wasn't surprised, and the fact that has to be the case for me and others is disgraceful. It's a point of our nation where we are used to terrorists coming after us. But he's more than ever martyred by this. an entire generation of people is ready to pick up their flags.
Next man up. Yeah.
Yep. And we're gonna fight harder than we've ever fought before. And he was very clear. He wanted to be remembered for his faith. He said that on a podcast. He wanted to be remembered for his faith and his dedication to the Lord. And even in some of the final moments, he was citing Bible verses, talking about God. I mean, that was his whole mission. And we all step into this scene with a little bit of knowledge in the back of our head. What could happen? What might happen? Unfortunately, we step into this fight knowing the dangers behind it. But we're all ready for that day if it happens to us. Unfortunately, to some of us it does. It's a tragedy that we have to wake up and mourn this man, but he will not be forgotten, and his faith will be remembered as he asked it to.
Everybody mourns differently. Eric Bolling, who has dealt with so much of his own personal loss and the loss of his son, said that. Bo, I'm sorry. Bo, we're going to have to come back to, we have to take you live now to the Pentagon for the next moment of silence. Here we go.
Of that fateful day, and strengthened for the tasks ahead. While our memory of the violence of September 11th is 24 years old, for many of us the pain still lingers as we consider the heroic sacrifices made by many that day, and by many more in the years of war that resulted. For those who grieve, we pray in the sentiment of Abraham Lincoln that you, O Lord, would assuage the anguish of their bereavement and leave only the cherished memory of the loved and lost, and the solemn pride for those who have laid so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom. For those of our day who have taken up the cause to secure our homeland, to wield the sword in righteousness to protect our neighbors, grant prudence to execute justice with honor, always mindful we are under your divine gaze. Grant the blessing of wisdom and insight for our leaders, that they may be guided to do your will. Grant humility throughout our land, acknowledging your goodness to us. And finally, we offer supplications for those who currently are deployed, underway, or on duty for our nation. Surround them with the protection of the angels and a joyful reunion with faithful loved ones. In your most holy name, amen. Please join me for a moment of silence for that minute of impact 24 years ago today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General Dan Kang, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Good morning, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, Secretary Hegseth, members of the President's Cabinet, and leaders from across government, the military, distinguished visitors, veterans, first responders, fellow Americans, and most importantly, the families of our fallen from that day. Thank you for being here to gather in remembrance, to grieve our nation's loss, and draw strength from the heroism Americans demonstrated that day. September 11th reminds us that even in the darkest of times, American strength endures, and if attacked, we will immediately fight back. 24 years ago, on a beautiful morning here in Washington, American Airlines Flight 77 took off at 8:20 a.m. from Dulles International Airport, with 59 passengers and crew bound for Los Angeles. Here at the Pentagon, soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardmen, and civilians began what they thought would be an ordinary day of service. They kissed their loved ones goodbye, dropped kids off at daycare, and commuted in here for another day of duty, having no idea what they were about to face. 200 miles north of here, Al-Qaeda terrorists took control of two aircraft, American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175. At 8:46 a.m., the first plane was flown deliberately into the North Tower. And minutes later, the second airplane was flown into the second tower. We all knew at that very moment that our world had changed, that America was at war. And then at 9:37 a.m., just moments ago, 24 years ago, American Airlines Flight 77 ripped through the west wall here at the Pentagon, where our flag outside the building now hangs. And this ground that we stand upon became hollowed. 2,977 were lost in the attacks that morning. The conventional wisdom is that our nation went to war weeks later in Afghanistan. The truth is, we went to war immediately, and America started to fight back before the attack was even over. In New York City, firefighters, police officers, paramedics, first responders, and everyday citizens charged into towers, climbing hundreds and hundreds of flights of stairs to rescue their fellow Americans. And right here in this courtyard at the Pentagon, as flames filled the corridors and smoke followed, service members and civilians went into that flame to save their fellow teammates. They covered their faces with t-shirts rolled in water to shield their skin and pushed through the fire and rubble. They carried the wounded out and they went back in again and again and again and again until others had to stop them from going back. And even as this building burned, the Pentagon never shut down. Survivors organized and thousands went to work to defend our nation. And there were 40 first responders on United Airlines Flight 93. 40 heroes who, unlike us who wear the cloth of our nation, never took an oath to protect and defend our nation. They just got on an airplane. And knowing full well what was happening, they found the courage and commitment to run forward in that airplane, sacrificing themselves over the fields of Pennsylvania to save Americans that they would never meet and never know. and I, for one, think of them every day and the gift of courage that they gave my squadron mates and I on that day. So as we come here together, let us reflect and let us never forget. Let us never forget the families who've shown us what true courage looks like as they continue to persevere through the years after. And let us all be inspired by the determination of those brave heroes who showed us that day what America is all about. And let anybody who ever considers attacking the United States remember those examples as well, and the great American warrior spirit that was shown that day. Thank you very much. And now it's my distinct honor to introduce our nation's Secretary of War. May we never forget our fallen. May we never forget our deployed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
"24 years ago, Islamist terrorists massacred nearly 3,000 innocent American lives in New York City, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and right here at the Pentagon. The building you see behind me, the War Department, was targeted in an act of savage evil. And today on these hallowed grounds, we gather to honor those victims and heroes with the resolve to never forget. We gather to pay tribute to the first responders who charged into the flames and up the stairs, to those trapped on planes fighting their final fight, and to the families whose lives were forever altered by that fateful day. Like everyone in this audience, I remember exactly where I was when that first tower was struck. A college junior with a fresh set of Army fatigues in my dorm room closet, having just joined Army ROTC. Like too many Americans, I was naive to the threats brewing abroad and infiltrating our shores. But from that day forward, I felt an unshakable call to action, a duty to defend our sacred homeland with everything I had. Like all of you, 9/11 was the ultimate validator to serve. But I was not alone. An entire generation of warriors stepped forward, willing to pay the ultimate price to exact retribution and secure our country. Forged in the crucibles of Afghanistan and Iraq, we stood watch in distant lands on dangerous missions, often, in retrospect, nebulous missions, all to secure our people and so we could live in peace. War is an enduring aspect of the human condition, a tool that, when wielded wisely, ruthlessly punishes enemies intent on terrorizing or subjugating our nation. War must not become a mere tool for global social work, eager to risk American blood and treasure for utopian fever dreams. We should hit hard, wreak vengeance, and return home. For 2 decades, our warriors fought with valor every day, far from home, even though sometimes their leaders gave them nation-building missions and half-baked exits. Thankfully today, we have an American military that President Trump has now rebuilt twice. Yet despite the weight of history, the Department of War will always honor the service of our warriors and all they left behind, never straying from the warrior ethos they and those on 9/11 embodied and deserve. We best honor their memory and the memory of 9/11 by learning the correct lessons of that day and the decades of courage that followed. Full hearts, clear eyes. To every member of our War Department, past and present, you are the best, the real elite, the real 1% of this nation. Standing here today, we honor those 184 rings of the bell, souls lost at the Pentagon and on Flight 77. Even as first responders were grossly outnumbered by the wounded, many ran toward the chaos, cared for the injured, and comforted the dying. It was bedlam. But in that moment, American heroism was laid bare. That purpose, that spirit lives on in uniform today. Despite such tragedies, our republic endured. It endured that day. It endured on Flight 93, charging that cockpit, and at the Pentagon. It endured over those Islamists. It endured over 2 decades of war, and it endured stronger, wiser, and tougher, forged by the blood and courage of patriots. Our job now is to ensure that future generations inherit a strong and vigilant America. 9/11 is vivid for me and all of you, but it will soon live only in the history books for our youngest. We must teach our children that the price of freedom we love is eternal vigilance. Instill in them the importance of upholding America's Constitution, holding tight to our freedom and our faith, and relentlessly pursuing our enemies. Prepare them to defend this nation by the ballot, the wallet, and when necessary, the cloth of our country, because the world remains a viper's nest. It requires us. As I speak, hostile elements plot to curb our power and slaughter our people in our homeland, in our hemisphere, and halfway around the globe. Not everyone needs to wear a uniform, but some of us do. That is our profession and our promise to this nation. In closing, a reading from Scripture, Romans chapter 5, verses 3 through 4. We rejoice in our sufferings, knowing that suffering produces endurance, endurance produces character, and character produces hope. On this day, 24 years ago, we suffered. In the years since, we have endured. Our service and sacrifice have forged our character, and today we stand in hope for the future of our great nation. The young soldiers who take the oath give me hope. The young cops who wear the badge give me hope. The young firefighters who answer the call give me hope. The young agents who patrol our border give me hope. The life, example, and even death of Christ follower and American patriot Charlie Kirk give me hope. Sheer courage, no matter the arena. Charlie, we love you. We know that you have heard the Lord's words. Well done, good and faithful servant. Full heart, clear eyes. Like those on 9/11, he will never be forgotten. So I thank God for all of you and all of our fighters from that day to today and beyond. May God bless our warriors as they ruthlessly seek our enemies on behalf of the fellow citizens they love. We owe you and all of those who witnessed 9/11 nothing less. It is now my great honor to introduce to you our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Before we begin, let me express the horror and grief so many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk have felt. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Erica, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big. Thank you, my fellow Americans. 84 years ago this morning, the banks of the Potomac were filled with the clamor of construction workers who broke ground on the building now known as the Pentagon on September 11th, 1941. At the time, it was the biggest building ever built. From that moment forward, this structure stood as a monument to American strength, power, and cherished American freedom. Exactly 6 decades later, on September 11th, 2001, those same walls, built with the sweat and muscle, blood of our parents and grandparents, were scarred by flame and shaken by terror as our country came face to face with pure evil. On that fateful day, savage monsters attacked the very symbols of our civilization. Yet here in Virginia and in New York and in the skies over Pennsylvania, Americans did not hesitate. They stood on their feet and they showed the world that we will never yield, we will never bend, we will never give up, and our great American flag will never, ever fail. That terrible morning 24 years ago, time itself stood still. The laughter of school children fell silent. The rush of our traffic came to an absolute halt. And for 2,977 innocent souls and their families, the entire world came crashing down so suddenly. In the quarter of a century since those acts of mass murder, 9/11 family members have felt the weight of missed birthdays and empty bedrooms, journals left unfinished, and dreams left unfulfilled. To every member that still feels a void every day of your lives, the First Lady and I unite with you in sorrow. And today, as one nation, we renew our sacred vow that we will never forget September 11th, 2001. Amid the horror of that morning, some used cell phones and office lines to whisper their final words to those who mattered most. They whispered indeed. At 8:59 a.m. aboard United Flight 175, Brian Sweeney called his wife Julie. He told her, "Do good. Go have good times. I totally love you. I'll see you again. I'll meet you up there." 4 minutes later, his plane hit the south tower of the World Trade Center. At 9:12 a.m. aboard American Airlines Flight 77, Renee May called her mom. Just the day before, Renee had learned that she was 7 weeks pregnant, but she never got the chance to share the news. She simply said, "I love you, Mom." 25 minutes later, Renee's plane struck.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We appreciate you being here with us. Now, let's go to War Room.
Strike it was. At 9:53 a.m. aboard United Flight 93, Elizabeth Waineo.
The attacks will be brought to justice. In 2001, the world echoed, "Never forget." In my opinion, the victims will have died in vain if those responsible are not held accountable. As always, may God bless our first responders, post-September 11th victims, our military here and abroad. May God bless us freedom of speech, and may God bless America.
And my brother, Kevin L. Bowser from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We will never forget him and all of our loved ones we lost that day. This is history that brings us all together. History is the heart and soul of our lives. We must protect it and never forget it. God bless America.
Jeffrey Brian Gardner.
Thomas A. Gardner.
William Arthur Gardner.
Frank Garfey.
Rocco Nino Gargano.
James M. Gartenberg.
Matthew David Garvey.
Bruce Gary.
Boyd Allen Gatton.
Donald Richard Gavigan, Jr.
Peter Allen Yeh.
Terrence D. Gazzini.
Gary Paul Guidel.
Paul Hamilton Geyer.
Julie M. Geis.
Peter Gerard Jelinas.
Stephen Paul Geller.
Howard G. Gelling, Jr.
Peter Victor Gango, Jr.
At 9:59 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, of course, the first tower came down 24 years ago today. It is Thursday, 11 September, the year of our Lord 2025. There's obviously a lot going on today. At the Pentagon, President Trump just had a very moving remarks about 9/11, about the Pentagon hit, but also added Charlie Kirk. We're live from Utah today. Andrew Colvette is going to join us. We can go ahead and get Andrew. Andrew's here with us. We'll get him set up. Let's play President Trump at the Pentagon where we get. Let's go live to President Trump.
Just hang on. He wheeled the lieutenant out of the wreckage on the back of a maintenance cart before getting in the ambulance and taking him to Walter Reed Hospital. That man, Steve, saved. Lieutenant Kevin Schaefer went on to join the elite team of CIA operatives who located Osama bin Laden. Steve, you're an American hero. We appreciate it. We appreciate what you've gone through. Please stand. Please stand. Where are you? Oh, good-looking man. You're a good-looking guy. You remember that day. You remember that day. Good. Thank you very much, Steve. That was something. That was something. In the years that followed, America's warriors avenged our fallen and sent an unmistakable message to every enemy around the world. If you attack the United States of America, we will hunt you down and we will find you. Go all over this sometimes magnificent earth. We will crush you without mercy and we will triumph without question. That's why we named the former Department of Defense the Department of War. It will be different. We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And then we decided to change the name. Well, now we have it back to where we all want it. Everybody wanted it. Everybody is so happy to have it back. You will fail and America will win, win, win. The enemy will always fail. 24 years have passed since that Tuesday morning in September, and an entire generation of Americans have come of age in a totally different world. While they cannot remember the agony of that day, they are carrying on the legacy of those who lost. Around 8:30 a.m. on the morning of the attacks, Army Lieutenant Colonel Kip Taylor sent an email to his friends and family describing the joys of fatherhood and his excitement for the upcoming birth of his unborn son. He wrote, "After you have kids, there are days that you just get going and you say, 'Hi, honey, I'm home.' What we do until that moment pales in comparison, but just that little statement, 'Hi, honey,' so American, so beautiful." But that's really the point of it all, isn't it? An hour after he sent that email, Flight 77 flew into Colonel Taylor's Pentagon office and claimed the life of a very proud father and true patriot. 6 weeks later, on October 25th, 2001, Colonel Taylor's son, Luke, was born. Luke then tragically lost his mom to cancer when he was just 2 years old, leaving him to be raised by his father's brother. As a young boy, Luke asked his uncle about the folded flag on the bookshelf, and when he learned about his dad's decades of devotion to the Army and the horrors of September 11th, that's when he learned. Luke carried that memory with him and joined the ROTC as a college freshman. He graduated just last year, and I'm pleased to say he is with us today as a second lieutenant and doing very well. He's rising quickly in the infantry, preparing for Army Ranger School. The spitting image of his dad, they say. Luke says that every time he puts on a uniform, he feels connected to his father and to our country. But it was a father he never knew. Luke, your parents are together in heaven, and they could not be prouder of the man that they have produced. They produced you. Those two great people produced you. Luke, please stand. Thank you. You look good, Luke. You look good. They're looking down on you. They're very proud. This morning we recall the light of America's best and bravest and the love that they showed in their final moments. In their memory, we make a solemn pledge and a noble promise. We will honor always our great heroes, and you are our heroes. There's a group of people that don't want to talk about our heroes, but we will always talk about our heroes, and that's the way our country is, and that's the way the people feel. We will defend the nation they served, the values they upheld, and the freedom for which they died. We will support our troops, we will protect our families, and we will preserve the American way of life for every future generation. We will build taller, grow stronger, fight harder, and soar higher. And together we will go forward as one people with one heart, one fate, one flag, and one glorious destiny under Almighty God. May God bless the memories of those who died and the heroes who fought and the soldiers who still stand watch. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the singing of God Bless America, and remain standing for the benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty and merciful God, gratefully we acknowledge your presence with us this morning and implore your presence day by day. Grant peace for those who grieve, wisdom for those who lead, and courage for those standing the watch for our nation. We implore your blessing, not asking you to conform to our will, but that you would align us with yours. Now may the Lord bless us and keep us. May the Lord make his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon us and give us peace. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's ceremony. Please remain seated until the departure of the official party. Thank you for joining us this morning. The Pentagon Memorial and the Pentagon Memorial Chapel are open until 12 p.m.
President Trump is exiting the Pentagon for the very solemn commemoration. Pete Hegseth. We're going to, in a moment, call for the beginning of that, where President Trump said very moving remarks about Charlie Kirk. I'm here in Utah with Andrew Colvett, Charlie Kirk's partner, in particular on the content side. First off, can you get us up to date? How's everything doing? How's everybody holding together?
I think as good as could be expected, as well as could be expected. Yesterday was a day that, none of us ever wanted to live through or experience, and it was a horror and a nightmare. At the same time, I didn't, I got when the team told me that you guys wanted me on the show this morning, I candidly didn't want to do it, but I knew Charlie would want me to be here, and I could hear his voice in my head being like, toughen up, better figure it out. You can handle this. And so, yeah, we're gonna, just like before, we're gonna do things that push us and we're uncomfortable with, but that he would want us to do. So, we're going to take his spirit on and keep fighting and keep pushing. And, but it's still raw,
It's a organization that's changed the direction of the country in American politics. But it's a very young organization with young people. Charlie was young, and the thing about Charlie, he was a happy warrior, right? Mm-hmm. No matter how intense, it was always... How is the organization doing? You have so many young people there, right? Charlie started this thing when he was, 19 years old. How's the overall team doing?
I think everybody's still in shock. I think, we held a prayer vigil at the HQ last night. It was beautiful. There was outpourings of support from across the country. Vigils popped up in random places, and that was amazing to see. And
vigils all over the world.
Yeah,
and huge, spontaneous, self-organizing,
and
as Charlie would love, right?
Yeah.
That was his whole thing.
Yeah, and listen, a lot of the senior leadership came straight here immediately. There's a few senior leadership that are still in Phoenix, and listen, we're one of Charlie's, absolute cries of his heart, and something I heard him say repeatedly was that we're building an institution that's going to live beyond me. And he said that over and over and over again. Obviously, he is irreplaceable and one of one, but I know that's what he'd want. And already the outpouring of support from donors and supporters and friends that want to keep the mission going, and they want Charlie's legacy, part of that legacy, to be that it doesn't end with him, And I think that's something that we are very committed to. And there's just a lot to still just process.
He picked you guys for a reason. I mean, you've got you and Tyler and the senior team. He was building an institution that would live. Because
Stacey.
Hey, Charlie, I told Charlie all the time he was a future president of the United States. At some point in time, he was going to go into elective politics, right? Therefore, the institution would survive him as he went on and did other. Either ran for governor of Arizona or ran for the U.S. Senate, or was picked as a vice presidential candidate, right? So he was building an institution the entire time, knowing that his future wasn't always going to be Turning Point. Turning Point would stand on its own at some point in time.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Obviously, we anticipated Charlie being with Turning Point a lot longer and sort of always being there, whether it was emeritus, or not. But, I know what you're saying is true. My wife, just this morning before I left to come here, said the same thing. It's like God has put you guys in this position for such a time as this and for a purpose and a reason, and he knew what he was doing, and I believe that. And, I think right now we still have some mourning and grieving, obviously, to do. And, but yeah, I mean, Charlie, if we wanted to disgrace the legacy of Charlie Kirk, it would be not carrying on his mission. And that is not an option.
No, he was a fighter. I mean, his life ended right there when he's doing what he loved to do, right? Debate. Can we play? I want to play President Trump's remarks about Charlie at the beginning of the Pentagon commemoration for 9/11. Can we go and play that? And I want to get feedback from Andrew.
Before we begin, let me express the horror and grief so many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk have felt. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big.
So Charlie posthumously awarded by the president the Medal of Freedom. That's a pretty powerful statement by the President of the United States.
Yeah. I'm reminded of so many conversations where I would ask Charlie, what did the president say? And so many times his answer was like, people just don't understand. Like, we're actually friends. Like, we're good friends. And he loved him. And I know Trump loved Charlie. And it wasn't transactional. And Steve, you know this. Charlie was loyal to a fault. And I'd see the people online, criticizing if Trump did something they disagreed with, and Charlie wasn't loud enough, against it. And people just didn't understand. Charlie was loyal. He was fundamentally good and decent. And anybody who knew him intimately knew that he was overly loyal, overly generous, overly decent and patient. And so many people that, maybe didn't treat him the way they should have. Charlie would never return like for like, and he really saw his role as keeping the coalition together that Trump built in 2024, and that Turning Point played a huge role, and Charlie played a huge role, and you played a huge role, Steve, and keeping that coalition together, because he didn't see this as a 4-year win. He saw it as a generational win, as a 60-year win that he wanted to build upon for the sake of his kids and this country. And, I think I can hear it in the president's voice this morning, that he lost a friend, as we all did. And I think it's a great honor. I know Charlie is honored, and his wife is honored, Erica, and it's well deserved.
We're going to juggle coverage between the traditional 9/11 coverage and, of course, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie, the man, particularly people that may have not had a chance to go to the Turning Point events or see Charlie, what always impressed me the most was not simply the hard work or the pressure he's under, because he was dealing at the highest level and building this organization. Yeah. I call him the happy warrior. He was never down, totally up, no matter what the circumstances was. He'd always say, we'll figure it out, right? These very complex events, and then, of course, the ground game, which you guys delivered Arizona and Pennsylvania, right, besides helping in Georgia and Michigan and Wisconsin, 2 states that put Trump over the top. Talk to us about Charlie the man, particularly as this positive energy that was always out there, because obviously the left-wing media is accusing Charlie of hate speech and being divisive. He was anything really but divisive.
No, I mean, for people who really know, I mean, the clips that go viral, it's just the internet doing the internet, what the internet does, where it gets, lively. And Charlie understood that dynamic. I mean, but as he got older, these campus debates especially turned into Big Brother teaching. Yeah, and 90% of the interactions, if you go back and look, 90% of the interactions, he was so soft and gentle and patient with these people. And the people that really understood what he was doing.
He was trying to teach.
Yes, yes, exactly. He became much more of a Big Brother figure or a role model figure. And, Charlie, some of my favorite moments with Charlie was just flying on planes late at night, across the country, darting all over the place during the campaign or whatever. And, the weight of the world really was on his shoulders. And here we are joking at, 35,000 feet and having just a blast. And Charlie was funny. He was really funny. And he never, that's not part of what people think about Charlie. He was hilarious. And he had this uncanny ability, Steve, to think about others like more. And I told my wife this last night. I said, he thought about me and like my travel or my family or how he could make my life better or if he could help me out in some way or get me a hotel more than I thought about me. And he would be like, hey, is your wife, is she set up? Do you need us to do something for her? Like, let me know. And he would just constantly do that. And I would be thinking, this guy has his schedule so tightly packed like a Tetris, board. And yet somehow he made space in his brain to worry about me. And I knew that he was doing that for literally hundreds of people almost every day. And I don't know how he did it, but it's truly remarkable.
Let's talk about that schedule.
The content and the building organization, and particularly something he focused on, ballot chasing, a ground game, given the experiences we had. The last weekend of his life, he spent with Mina Kim, and the folks in Korea, that tremendous conference. You guys have done tremendous work there with Grace Chung and Tyler by Zoom. Yeah. Okay. Let's bring in Tyler Boyer. We'll get to this in a second. Tyler Boyer joins us now. Charlie's head of kind of the political operation. Tyler, your memories of Charlie, particularly the upbeat nature and the positive energy he put in everything.
Yes, Steve, thank you for having us. And I just echo everything that Andrew said. Is we have been in just a constant state of mourning here. But as we're going through all this, what you said is that him being a happy warrior was the front face for what Charlie Kirk is and what continues on. And, we're out fighting a battle every single day. And this is part of that battle. That I know everybody's waking up to this morning, and they've like a lot like me, probably didn't get a whole lot of sleep, but you're going through and you're looking at the legacy of Charlie Kirk and who he is and the man that he led the organization with, and you start to break down what the next steps are here, and there's a lot of emotions that I think a lot of people are feeling right now. And, there's a sense of patriotism, I think, that comes in moments like these. And that's a good thing. That's a great thing. I'm telling people right now, the anger, those feelings that you're feeling, must turn into activism. That's what Charlie would want. And, being a person like me or Andrew, who has had like a front row seat to the Charlie Kirk show, in a bigger sense, not the, say little s, not big S from the capitalization of the show, but being around Charlie and seeing how he operates and building things every single day. I don't think people realize every single day the plan of waking up is, what are we building next? What are we doing next? What is the next step? What does the country need to essentially survive? And that's why it's just, it's been such a pleasure, such an honor of a lifetime to be able to be part of that. Because without many of those things, we wouldn't be where we are today in the movement. And I know you feel that way, but it wasn't a mistake by any means that we are where we are with young people, with the party, with everything. So
why don't you? We're going to cut in about 60 seconds to the second tower falling, as we traditionally do. And I want to come back and talk about. He was building an institution. You were putting up an amazing amount of content every day. Tyler is one of the key architects of Trump's victory in 24 with the ground game and ballot chasing, which, as a learning organization, you learned yourself the importance of that in the Kerry Lake race. And, I remember Charlie saying, and Tyler, that'll never happen again, right? And it manifested itself in the victory in 2020. Okay, let's go to New York. We're going to go to New York right now for the second tower.
Ricknoth Jaggernoth.
Jake Dennis Yagoda.
Yudvir S. Jane.
Maria Yakubiak.
Robert Adrian Jalbert.
Ernest James.
Griselda E. James.
Mark Stephen Jardine.
Amy Nicole
Para,
Jarrett.
that anyone of age can remember 24 years ago, of course, the attack on the United States by radical Islam that was brought to the United States on that day. Another horrible day yesterday, and today the emotions are very raw. And look, Charlie Kirk was assassinated in cold blood. Charlie Kirk was executed. We're going to get to the bottom of that, right? And, that'll be dealt with when it's got to be dealt with. But the work of Charlie Kirk, particularly the three things, building the institution, which was so powerful, really telling everybody, I can change with this institution the arc of where young people's perception of politics and engagement in politics and volunteering in politics, and therefore the arc of the nation, which he did. This is what 2024 was. You two guys are the two key guys. You on the content side, more or less, and Tyler on the political side. And what always impressed me about you guys and Charlie, he created a learning institution. I remember coming on the show all night, in the wee hours of the morning, Kerry Lake, this county's coming in, this district's coming in. And I remember Tyler and Charlie, you guys, afterwards, okay, we've learned a lesson here, and it's never going to happen again. And we will build an organization to the fact that Tyler, and look, if it was not been for Turning Point, your guys' focus on getting the kids out, but particularly ballot chasing, low propensity, low information voters, President Trump would not be in the White House right now.
There's I totally agree. We were laughing yesterday that Charlie would have been upset that we weren't streaming last night. And
100%.
Yeah, Charlie would have wanted us to do it, and that's partly why I'm here this morning. I couldn't help but think, and I hope this isn't too bold of me to say, but watching the Second Tower commemoration, I feel like America just lost a third tower of a man yesterday, and we're gonna miss him. But we built an institution. He built an institution designed to stand the test of time, and to be able to ride out these waves and the different iterations of our political environment and the different generations to come behind. And so, I can just tell you, there is the outpouring of love and support blowing me away, some of these texts I'm getting. And so, yeah, those three prongs. I mean, he did build a learning institution. We were taking education into the universities that the universities weren't doing. And there was such a hunger and a thirst on these campuses from these kids to see that combat of ideas and the back and forth, and to hear people say something unapologetic about what they believed, and they stood by it and they could defend it. And that piece, Steve, I mean, there's a pollster, Mitchell Brown, who's one of the Trump pollsters, Signal. He did a poll after the election, and basically, if you extrapolate it out, it was 16 or 17 million young people were more likely to vote for Trump across the country because of the content that Charlie Kirk made on these college campuses.
President Trump awarded posthumously Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the highest civilian honor that one could get. He's also announced he was going to give one to Rudy Giuliani, the mayor, as we see in the New York shots, is in the front row there as America's mayor. Tyler, I remember, when I say learning institutions, Charlie led an institution. You guys didn't kid yourselves. I remember coming on the show. You guys were in the studio. I would come on, and literally in the Kerry Lake thing, we were going, remember, is this precinct, And you guys, after that, really changed everything by coming up with this ballot chasing initiative. And this ballot chasing initiative is hard work. And it's not the type of work you think young people are going to be that excited about. But you guys, Tyler, tell us about that, because the reason we're here today with a House and a Senate and the presidency is because the work of vision of Charlie Kirk and the work of the team around him, sir.
Yeah, and you're exactly right, Steve. And you know this, is we've buckled in and got, again, an introspection into the world of politics, the RNC, what the Republican establishment wasn't doing on behalf of the American people, and made a decision. Charlie made a decision to do that work, and it's not easy work. It's big work, and we knew we had the people to do the work, and so we felt. Charlie had always felt this way. It's felt like there was a mantle that needed to be carried by him, with his influence, especially with young men in this last election, to get that work done. And that's all of the conversations we had moving forward. And so you look at, the most recent conversation I had with Charlie was, this last week, of being dramatically concerned about the direction of where the Republican Party is going, about, conservatives, lifting up conservatives, making sure that we have enough young people that feel like they have the backing to run for. He's constantly focused on who in the bench were we building, just like we were focused on every single day, getting things done by 9 a.m., having a full agenda of things that were going to move the needle. The big question is who's going to be the next man up to fill the need and fill the void? And then how are we going to help those people make sure that they get elected? And those are the two very simple things when we talk about ballot chasing that Charlie and his legacy will carry on. We will carry it on as so many people within our sphere, within our ecosystem, are hopefully yesterday waking up and realizing they have to get more involved. They have to do more They have to help chase ballots. They have to help get out the vote. They have to run for office. They have to step up, because life is fragile, it's short, and this country is hanging by a thread at times. And we are very lucky this last election, we were able to bring all of that together and work with the team from the content side to the Turning Point USA side, building the funnel for the bench, and then working on the political side to actually put bodies on the ground that we need. And again, we're looking ahead to 2026 and 2028. You know, and I said this to some of our team yesterday, is there's nothing that we can do more to honor Charlie than to see this thing through. It cannot lose steam. It cannot lose any kind of gas whatsoever. We have a war to fight. We have a battle to fight.
Charlie Kirk would want to finish what we started, right? That was about. I'll start with Andrew, then I want to bring you in, Tyler. When I looked at Charlie, I said, this guy's tapped into something, and what it was a deep spirituality and a focus on young men. He realized that young men were lost. Tell me about this.
Oh, I mean, you know, we saw it in the social media metrics. We saw it in the crowds. We saw it in just, you know, he couldn't walk down a street. And I kept telling this because, you know, after the fall of 2025 and into the spring, we had to kind of recalibrate because he was so famous. Like he 24, fall of 24, spring of 25. And it was like, you know, he was always pretty well known. You know, even when I first started working with him, like, you know, 8 years ago, you know, he'd get fist bumps in the airport and stuff like that from random people. But then, like, I mean, it went so nuclear, and it would always be these young guys. Charlie, can I get a selfie? Can I get a? I mean, and they would mob him. It didn't matter if he was walking on the street of Manhattan or in Seoul, South Korea, or London, England, or, you know, Montana, or anywhere in between. It was incredible. I have a story for you that you would probably enjoy, Steve. He was hanging out with some Fox personalities, on-air Fox personalities, and they were at this bar, and they were kind of, you know, talking. They wanted to talk about some things, and I won't say the names because that would be Charlie wouldn't want.
These are people that you would know.
These are people that
the public would know, right?
Of course,
right.
Like very well known people within conservative movement,
right? And
they're at this bar because that's the only place nearby. Just imagine.
I think I'm going to love this story.
Yeah. And you got to understand, you know, Charlie, you know, had a good relationship with Fox, especially at the end. But there was times where it wasn't, you know, where he wasn't.
Hang on, like for 3 years when he was banned because of your guys' work on stolen election and all that. But
what does it matter now? I mean, it was, you know, it was after Tucker. There was, but anyways, they ended up embracing, and it was good. It was good. Anyways, I want to be gracious in this time. It was good. Anyway, so part of that getting good time, they're talking at this bar, and it's in a small town. I mean, you can imagine Fox is on every television in this town. And there was a series of about 50 to 75 people, I'm told, over the course of about an hour. And they all came up for selfies with Charlie. And on about 20 of those occasions, they asked these very famous Fox hosts if they could take the selfie with Charlie.
They could take the picture.
Yeah. Right?
Hey, can you work the camera for me?
Yeah.
I want to get
and so, yeah, I mean, like that was what Charlie's life had become. And he told me, he's like, I've come to grips with it. I've accepted this as my new reality, and but the amount of love just that he organically got.
Look at. We'll play later today in the afternoon show. The great Mina Kim, Grace and Mo go over to Korea, and Charlie. I mean, there's thousands of people at this thing, and Charlie's like such a known personality, right? It's incredible. It's global. It's not just the United States.
It's so global.
Tyler, talk to me about the focus on men. Why did you choose? Why did Charlie Kirk particularly focus on young men and made the point continually that they're adrift? There's something's happened different now in our country that's never happened before, that young men are kind of adrift, and we, Turning Point, in the senior leadership, need to focus on that.
Well, Steve, remember, I met Charlie when he was basically a teenager, Andrew not too long after that. And, you know, Andrew and I are the exact same age, and we have a very similar family situation, married and kids and everything else. And I think one of the pleasures of getting that front row seat with Charlie is being able to see Charlie grow into a husband and a father. And for us being a little bit older than him, I'm sorry, it was always extremely gratifying to watch him become the man he wanted to be, that he saw for himself, that he advocated for from day one, even as a young guy, that he wanted to be that honorable vision of a father and a husband for Erica that he is. And not many people know this story, but Erica, I met Erica hosting the very first Trump rally ever. We'd organized it 2015, in July of 2015, and it was in Phoenix, and it was what started the whole Trump rally phenomenon. It was the first big one in Phoenix. But many people don't realize behind Trump speaking was my family, and Erica was right behind the president. And I wanted to hire her. Charlie had different plans for that. He met Erica and was like, oh my gosh, I have to marry this girl. And he did. And her world is collapsing, because of this circumstance. But he wanted to be a father and a husband and a father first. And so when you talk about young men and that influence over young men, every single decision that has been made for many years, I would say pretty close to the beginning of Turning Point, has been centered around this being a good husband and a good father figure, and how we can influence young men. And when you have that as your mission first, as your voice first, you attract young men. And it wasn't popular to be that, 10 years ago when 11 years ago when I met Charlie. And now it is popular. We see it everywhere in everything that we do. Young men admire Charlie Kirk for the husband and dad that he is. And I think that that's the most important thing that I want people to know. That he was such a great example, that all of us that knew him the best, and that we got to watch him operate, because there was never a decision that was made that didn't go through that lens. And that's so important for people to know. And it's such an example. And that's why young men are coming around, because they're figuring out that that's the way. There's nothing better than having kids. There's nothing better than being a husband. There's nothing better than putting your family first. So I'm so sorry. I'm like a mess here. So.
No, it's great. How did Charlie Kirk do that? How did he make himself into the man that he wanted to be?
Well, I gotta say, Erica gets a lot of credit for that. When Erica came around, I mean, Charlie knew what his North Star was, but then when Erica came around, it was like, just focused him like a laser. And if anybody who knows Erica knows she's like legitimately one of the most amazing people you're ever going to meet.
And this is why Charlie continued to focus on marriage, and particularly getting married young.
Yeah.
And starting a family and family formation.
Well, but he was in very Charlie fashion to tell a story, like Tyler, he's like, he basically told Erica, I have some bad news and some good news. The bad news is, I'm not going to hire you at Turning Point. The good news is, like, I want to date you. and they went on dates, and obviously ended up getting married. And that was very Charlie, because he was, one thing I can tell you is from 18 to 31, Charlie packed more life into those short days than most humans will pack into 100. And he lived his life so full. And he, I was just reflecting on what Tyler was just saying about young men, and your question, I got off topic, I apologize, but your question about young men, and you had this NBC poll that came out just a couple days ago, and Charlie was so excited about it because he said, yes. Listen, we got a lot of work to do with the women. He's like, but we've done some great work with young men. Like, they know it. They want to have get married
Talk
and have
about that
babies.
because the number one thing of young men is they want to have children.
Yeah, and Charlie. I mean, we preached it. And by the way, this is existing in a world full of other voices, even some on the right that say, oh, don't get married. It's not worth it. The marriage laws are X, Y, Z. And Charlie's POV was like, let's make them sacred again. Let's restore this institution because it's God's design. And he said that over and over again. God's design is beautiful. God's design is amazing. Let's lean into God's design. And I can just tell you, with the outpouring of all the letters and the notes, and I've been showing you here that my team is sending me from all the vigils, these pictures of these notes,
Just
and there's
handwritten notes
with tears stains on them, and they keep saying, like, you led me back to faith in God. You led me back. You restored my faith. And Charlie wanted to be remembered for his faith, and so I'm just so proud of that. And Steve, with your permission, I wanted to read something that's going to be going up on our Turning Point socials very soon. And our team put their heads together and wrote this, and says, and you're going to see this on the website soon, but I figured I'd give it to you here first, Steve. Every one of us at Turning Point is crushed and devastated by the hateful murder of our founder and guiding light, Charlie Kirk. All of us have lost a leader, a mentor, and a friend. Above all, our hearts are with Erica and their 2 children. Charlie was the ideal husband and the perfect father. Above all else, we ask you to pray for the Kirks after the incomprehensible loss that they have suffered. More than anyone, Charlie believed in the power of argument and good faith debate to find the truth and guide people towards, if not agreement, at least mutual understanding. Charlie was no stranger to threats. He received hundreds throughout his life. And really, it was almost daily. But he always prioritized reaching as many young Americans as possible over his own personal safety. Now, Charlie has become America's greatest martyr to the freedom of speech he so adored. In his 31 years, Charlie lived more than any of us will live in 100. He had an overwhelming passion for life and a deep belief in his power as an individual to make a difference. With the spirit of a pioneer, Charlie launched Turning Point out of his parents' garage as an 18-year-old with no money, no name recognition, and only a dream. His energy and drive were awe-inspiring, without equal, and deeply infectious. Charlie refused to squander a single day of his life, and that's so true. He was a natural builder and problem solver who loved to challenge and saw every setback as a chance to learn, grow, pray, and try again. He was fundamentally decent, always eager to make new friends and allies, and to support and defend the ones he already had made. His values were timeless American ones: honesty, forthrightness, duty, loyalty, and fair play. And I'm almost done.
No, it's fantastic. Keep going.
Charlie loved America, its people, its constitution, its freedom, and the limitless good of all of them have done for the entire world. But above all, Charlie lived every day with an overflowing love of the Christ he knew he would one day get to see. When asked, Charlie said that above all, he wished to be remembered for his faith. Far more than any political victory, Charlie wanted to see a spiritual revival among America's youth. He wanted a nation of happy, thriving families who loved God and each other. And at his final public speech, just days before his murder, Charlie witnessed to Jesus Christ to an audience of non-believers. Even in his very last moments, Charlie was professing the gospel. He ran his race well, all the way to the end. Now he goes to his heavenly reward. Although Charlie is gone, his legacy will endure. He shall not grow old. Age shall not weary him. For all time, he will remain the brave young man who inspired tens of millions of Americans to better themselves and take action to better America. All of us will miss Charlie. None of us will ever forget him.
Fantastic. Tyler, comments, observations. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's one of the most beautiful things that the team has put together is that, and it's important for people to know that work, his focus on, again, what we were talking about, young men, rebuilding the home is the fundamental to having a faith-centered life. And his belief that culture, downstream from culture, is how you get your politics. And so we talk about that. We train all of our staff to that every single day. And that is what the culmination of what the full Charlie Kirk perspective was. And the beautiful part about this last election in 2024 was people saw it was undeniable that everyone on the left could see it. Forget the right, that, we sometimes think we see these things, but the left saw it, and they were so scared of that because the left could never embrace any of these values. They're not interested in any of these values. And that's why these conservative principles that, we have worked with so many young people at all different ages, everything from high school, college. College is our bread and butter, which is the heartbeat of Turning Point USA, where we started. And, Charlie Kirk pulling out a folding table on campus, a card table on campus, and handing out flyers that he printed himself out of a small office in Illinois in the shadows of the Obama re-elect campaign. People don't understand. This was all born from the shadows of the Obama re-elect campaign heading into 2012, where you had a Chicago boy in the shadows of the Obama re-elect campaign that was out of the Chicago metro area, working as a true small versus large battle. I mean, one kid, all of this, millions of voices, tens of millions of voices now have come out of it over the last decade plus. And it's really been such an honor to see how that work has culminated and the fruit that it's bore, and it will continue to bear. And that's the mission that we have to be on at this point, which is we have to carry the baton of what Charlie's vision was, because it's not replicable, but millions of people can stand in the pocket, can be a version of American that Charlie hoped to influence, because that was not the path that we were on in 2011, 2012, and Charlie stepped in as a teenager to give America a voice again, to give conservatives a voice again. And just like Andrew had said, he's always, there was always that question of, I can't really envision, an old man Charlie Kirk. And for many of us, it was envisioning him as president of the United States for that reason. And he is now going to live on forever in all of forever and eternity as that young man who did that work, who engaged in that work, who changed so many lives, who dramatically changed the trajectory of where America was heading. And I don't think anyone can ever, fully comprehend what that will do, what that will bear over the course of the next decades. But we'll see it, and we know, and again, we'll be able to have those conversations and remember him for that.
You've never had someone of that age. And remember, Charlie did not have a college degree. Charlie did this as a teenager. Yep. And you have to go back to the revolutionary generation, Hamilton, Jefferson, people like that, in that youth, right, to see somebody at that age do it. I know you guys got so much to do, and I appreciate taking the hour, but I want to finish with one just observations from both of you, and I'll start with you, Andrew. People don't realize the bravery and courage is the most important of all virtues, as we know, because upon courage, all other virtues rest. People do not understand the pressure, the tension, and the threats against Charlie Kirk, that he just goes, I'm not going to stop this work I mean, he was assassinated in the very moment of what he did, what really changed the arc of this country. Personal engagement in an upbeat mode, but digging in on debate and free speech and the sharing of ideas and changing minds. But talk to me about constantly, you guys, he was under threats, and he would not back off. He did not, and that's what we have to understand here. We cannot back off. We can't flinch. Your thoughts?
I mean, I hate to be the guy, but I begged him to do less. I was, worried about his energy level. I was worried about his health, and I begged him to, maybe we don't need to do a fall tour this way. Maybe we could put glass up. I mean, we've talked about all this stuff, and he just, how Charlie was. He was just like, no, I'm not going to do that. I want to be close to everybody, and. And our security team is legitimately top notch. For anybody wondering, they worked so long and extensively with local PD and advancing all of these stops. I mean, we have like an army of these guys. Yeah, and he didn't want to do that, but he, in some ways, he died with his boots on and with the microphone in his hand, doing what he loved most to do. And I want people to understand, Charlie loved this. Format, this moment with these students. He learned so much. He would always say that, I learned so much. He loved it. And he died doing what he loved, and I know that because I saw it firsthand. I was the voice in his ear going maybe we shouldn't try. No, he's like, I love this. You don't understand.
He's not throwing the ball caps and engaging all it.
He loved it.
Tyler, your closing thoughts and observations, sir.
What Andrew just said is exactly right. This was the work the man loved. There is nothing that was going to stop Charlie Kirk from doing the work that he loved to do, doing the work that was very directly what was needed to be done to put this country on the right track. That debt of gratitude that we all have, that have been around Charlie, that have worked with Charlie in the trenches, that have been in the battles. I mean, we've seen. I've been with Charlie. We've seen it. We've told these stories before where we've been attacked by Antifa in places. We've been spit on and hit, and stuff has been thrown at us. We've seen it all from early days to where we are today. And he's just become more loved. And as we know, as he's become more loved, is that there's the crazy people and the radicals that are very uncomfortable with how that popularity has ascended. And again, the best thing that we can do is teach others to fearlessly do the work, the brave work that has to be done in order for this country to survive, for the constitutional republic to be defended. There was no pathway for a Trump revival without Charlie Kirk. There was no pathway for a Trump revival without all of the energy that you see in these images of particularly young men, but young people in general, coming around, turning around. That pride that Charlie had, that we had shifted in many of these states well more than double digits to the right. Young people, I mean, in some of these places, we're talking 30, 40 points that we shifted. This is generational change that will never stop or be forgotten. And so that's the best way we can honor Charlie, is to honor and respect his work, how he went about his work, and then do our best to do bits and pieces of it to replicate it. And I know that that's what all of our people are thinking about today as we wake up and we think about Charlie and his legacy. And I know, Steve, I just want to say this. I know how much he loved and adored you as a guy that was in the foxhole with him constantly. And we talked about that loyalty that was felt both ways with you. And I know, I just want to say on behalf of the entire Turning Point family and for myself, is I can't thank you enough for being that great friend to Charlie through the thick and thin, because that's what enabled Charlie to become Charlie and to do the work that he did.
Yeah, I echo that, and I know I know because I saw what he said about you behind closed doors, Steve, how much he loved you. And no, I mean that. He did. He really did. He cared about you a lot and respected you a lot. And never said him say a sideways word, you know. And I just wanted to say one thing, and I don't think it's worth giving them the time of day, frankly. But you see, I just wanted to echo something I saw Matt Walsh actually write online, because there's people celebrating this, and I think it's really disgusting, and they don't really deserve the time of day. But Matt had a great take, and that he's like, you know, when I die, I hope my enemies are happy, because that meant that, like, I was effective and they knew it. Yeah. And so Charlie was fighting against ideological enemies, against this country, against God, against goodness, against righteousness. And I will say this, what is sown in righteousness will bear righteous fruit. And Charlie, and you're hearing it from 2 guys and 3 guys really that knew him intimately and well, and saw him day in and day out, saw him in the tough moments where the chips were down. He was fundamentally good, and he was decent, and he was kind, and he loved God, and he was anchored, and he honored his friends. And what he did behind closed doors is the same thing he did with his friends, whether it be, you know, Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly or Steve Bannon or some, you know, kid that he randomly met at some chapter. It was who he was, and he was the exact same person. He lived his values out. And that's why I say what is sown in righteousness will bear righteous fruit. You cannot snuff out what is sown in righteousness. And I truly believe that. And anybody that can hear the sound of my voice, like, take faith, because like God is our refuge. God was Charlie's strength. Charlie is with God right now. He is with Jesus. And I believe that with all my heart. I've gotten like these pastors and prophetic voices calling me saying that the craziest things happened right when Charlie's life was taken from us. And I believe it, that God is going to bring about his vision and his goodness and his plan from this terrible tragedy. And I believe it with all my heart. And last thing, Steve. Sure. Thank you. Charlie was not a revolutionary. It's funny because I helped him with this book, The Right-Wing Revolution. And that was actually a counter-revolutionary book. It was like, hey, we love peace and we love our country, we love America. We don't want to see blood in the streets. Yeah. We don't want to see violence. And I just want to say that I love the righteous anger that I'm seeing from our friends. Don't get me wrong. I love it and I share it. And I want whoever did this to be brought to justice swiftly and firmly. But Charlie wants a country for his kids to thrive in and grow in. And I would just say it's okay to be radicalized. It's not okay for that to go in the wrong direction. Remember what Charlie would want. He loved our founders. He loved this country. Please direct what you're feeling towards saving America, not ripping it apart.
Well, let's do that, because Charlie, it's on your shoulders and the team at Turning Point to finish what he started. So, what's your social media?
Twitter is X. It's Andrew K. Say. I'm mostly there as an attack dog for Charlie, but I did leave a note as best I could yesterday, moments after what happened, and we're gonna probably be doing the show after you today with Jack Posobiec. He's going to be guest hosting. I'll probably chime in a bit, and I know Jack's got a whole plan, and Turning Point USA.
We're going to toss to you guys like we always toss. Tyler, closing thoughts, and where do people track you guys? Because now it's upon the team at Turning Point, like I said, to finish what Charlie started.
Yeah, Steve, the best way, just like Andrew said, the best way to get involved is the spirit of Charlie Kirk, which is not the misdirected animosity and anger way. It's the way that Charlie built. I mean, the beautiful part about what Charlie did that's different from everyone else, and I just had this conversation with others, is we've had legends pass who have done so much good for this world, guys like Rush Limbaugh and so many others that we've seen in the past. The difference is that Charlie built something and led the way of this is what you do in order to help save the country in the way that Charlie would save it. All the programs that we do through Turning Point USA, high school, college, and our faith, TPUSA Faith, getting involved with that, or beyond that into politics and elections, is winning elections, winning the argument, winning the debate within the public space. That's what Charlie did. That's his entire legacy. That's his entire life, is get involved, become part of something in your community. Don't stand by and become so cynical that you don't think these things can change. The cynics all sat along the sidelines and said that Trump could never win again. And we knew better than that. We knew that if we could get everybody involved, Charlie knew that if we could get everybody involved doing these things, that they could win. So getting involved at Turning Point Action, we would welcome everybody with open arms. We have swing states to win. We have places to establish so that Charlie's kids and our kids can all live in the America that the constitutional republic that we once knew and we know can be, that we know that the left is, the radical left is working against. And so getting involved at tpaction.com, just click the links to get involved. We would love nothing more than for millions of Americans to march to the beat of Charlie's drum for the rest of their lives. That's the way. So thank you, Steve.
Amen. We will toss to you guys at noon. Tyler Boyer, TP Turning Point Action, and of course Andrew Colvett, the kind of the attack dog a little bit, the
executive producer,
the executive producer of the show, and
spokesman for Turning Point. That's good. That was my fun job.
Two of the
my fun job.
Two of the toughest hombres I've ever met, and Charlie left this in good hands. Let's take a short commercial break. We could take a floating break and let you guys regroup, and we'll see you back here. We'll see you at noon with Jack Posobiec. Okay, fine. That's good. No, I tell you what I want to do. Let's play. I want to play some of the great clips we got of Charlie Kirk. I got that great spiritual clip. Just tell me when that's ready. And you're in the war room, and today, today's our traditional thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Great job. We have that. Or I tell you what, if you got booted up, if you have Andrew's commemoration, we're gonna get Jack Posobiec up in a minute. We got Jack Posobiec up in a minute. We've got we're gonna have Dave Bratt. Okay. Okay, we're ready to go. Ready to roll. Let's go ahead. We got Charlie Kirk. Last weekend of his life, what did Charlie Kirk do? Charlie Kirk went to Korea to spread the gospel of conservatism and also our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the great Mina Kim. Let's go ahead and see it.
열심히 일하고 있는 찰리를 위해서 한번 기도해주면 좋겠습니다. We're going to do a Korean way of prayer for you. It's called a praying out loud pray. We would want to do that to you and bless you today. 기도하시겠습니다. 주여! Father, thank you for sending your warrior to Korea. I lift up Charlie, the leader you have raised up in America to wake up next generation. May he remember Korea in every step he takes, and may you protect him, Lord. And be with him so that he may fully carry out the mission you have entrusted to him. And Lord, I thank you for making this gathering possible. And I give all the glory to you, Lord. I pray all this name in the name of Jesus. 예수님의 이름으로 기도했습니다. 아멘.
And I can just tell you, with the outpouring of all the letters and the notes, and I've been showing you here that my team is sending me from all the vigils these pictures of these notes, and there's handwritten notes with tears stains on them, and they keep saying, like, you led me back to faith in God. You led me back. You restored my faith. And Charlie wanted to be remembered for his faith, and so I'm just so proud of that. And Steve, with your permission, I wanted to read something that's going to be going up on our Turning Point socials very soon. And our team put their heads together and wrote this, and says, and you're going to see this on the website soon, but I figured I'd give it to you here first, Steve. Every one of us at Turning Point is crushed and devastated by the hateful murder of our founder and guiding light, Charlie Kirk. All of us have lost a leader, a mentor, and a friend. Above all, our hearts are with Erica and their 2 children. Charlie was the ideal husband and the perfect father. Above all else, we ask you to pray for the Kirks after the incomprehensible loss that they have suffered. More than anyone, Charlie believed in the power of argument and good faith debate to find the truth and guide people towards, if not agreement, at least mutual understanding. Charlie was no stranger to threats. He received hundreds throughout his life. Really, it was almost daily. But he always prioritized reaching as many young Americans as possible over his own personal safety. Now, Charlie has become America's greatest martyr to the freedom of speech he so adored. In his 31 years, Charlie lived more than any of us will live in 100. He had an overwhelming passion for life and a deep belief in his power as an individual to make a difference. With the spirit of a pioneer, Charlie launched Turning Point out of his parents' garage as an 18-year-old with no money, no name recognition, and only a dream. His energy and drive were awe-inspiring, without equal, and deeply infectious. Charlie refused to squander a single day of his life, and that's so true. He was a natural builder and problem solver who loved to challenge and saw every setback as a chance to learn, grow, pray, and try again. He was fundamentally decent, always eager to make new friends and allies, and to support and defend the ones he already had made. His values were timeless American ones: honesty, forthrightness, duty, loyalty, and fair play. And I'm almost done. Charlie loved America, its people, its Constitution, its freedom, and the limitless good of all of them have done for the entire world. But above all, Charlie lived every day with an overflowing love of the Christ he knew he would one day get to see. When asked, Charlie said that above all, he wished to be remembered for his faith. Far more than any political victory, Charlie wanted to see a spiritual revival among America's youth. He wanted a nation of happy, thriving families who loved God and each other. And at his final public speech, just days before his murder, Charlie witnessed to Jesus Christ to an audience of non-believers. Even in his very last moments, Charlie was professing the gospel. He ran his race well, all the way to the end. Now he goes to his heavenly reward. Although Charlie is gone, his legacy will endure. He shall not grow old. Age shall not weary him. For all time, he will remain the brave young man who inspired tens of millions of Americans to better themselves and take action to better America. All of us will miss Charlie. None of us will ever forget him.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has a car shield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify Car Shield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have Car Shield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like Car Shield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call Car Shield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call Car Shield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
Storm always comes. Sometimes it's flooding, sometimes it's fire, sometimes it's the silence when the grid fails and no one's coming to help. You can't predict the disaster, but you can decide how it ends. That's why 4Patriots is doing something that they have never done before. When you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, you're gonna get a free expansion pack that will double your power and your peace of mind. Look, no gas, no fumes, no noise. Just solar power you can count on when everything else fails. So go over to 4patriots.com because being prepared is powerful.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison. About a year in prison. 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
The spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low-crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school. While also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization. And this is where I think is a great rallying cry. Doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're black or white. Everybody, if you are Christian and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, these two threats are combining forces to come after us. And it's time that the church stands and rises up against it.
Stands and rises up. Dave Bratt, you're my resident philosopher, theologian, Charlie Kirk, his place in American history, and the warning that he left us with, sir.
Yeah, without exaggeration, I think yesterday is going to be up there with JFK, Martin Luther King Jr., et cetera. Charlie, what you just heard him say, right? He said, and I just want this all to be about Charlie Kirk. I'll just say, our Liberty students got together and praised God for the work of Charlie Kirk and Turning Point. And every university on his campus, you know, you kids keep moving, you're doing great. Just keep it moving. But Charlie, you know, everything we've heard today, he said, for me, what's your number one? Everyone's asking him, what's your number one, Charlie? He says, my number one is courage for my faith. Courage for my faith. That's his enduring message to all of us. And then secondly, people ask, what's your calling? Charlie, what's your calling, right, in the Christian faith? You believe God, you know, calls you to certain purposes. He said, my calling, other people have different callings, but my call is to fight evil and to proclaim the truth. And boy, you just heard it, man. When he picks his people, Andrew and Tyler, I get to see these guys once in a while with you, Steve. And when you see the people he picks, right, the humility and the strong faith and the encouragement they give to the family. I just want to read it again. My call, this is Charlie Kirk, and I hope you will all join Charlie in his calling, is to fight evil and to proclaim the truth. And then where does he do that? He goes onto the American university campus. And so the next key for Charlie is education. And we have not been doing a good job across the country. But hang
on. Yep. He goes to the very place that used to be the foundation for truth that has in modern America, right throughout the Judeo-Christian West, but particularly in modern America, have become a nest of propaganda of anti the tenets of the Judeo-Christian West, of the most virulent hatred of Christendom, right? That's what Charlie Kirk, he walked towards the fire. And this is why the guy said, with all the threats against him, he wasn't going to back off because that's what he did, right? That's who he was. His proclamation of the truth was to young people. His genius was understanding that young men particularly yearn for that. Sir.
Yeah, no, that's right. And what's his chief message? You just heard. There is a truth. The truth is to be found in God, in Jesus Christ, in Christendom. He just said that 30 seconds ago. That's his truth. And so the truth of the last 50 years in higher education has been called openness, right? We're open to anything, a moral relativism. And on 9/11, right, it all ties in together. No, we are not open to everything. And you don't want to say you're closed-minded, but we are closed off. And we need to close off to the list he just said, to this idea of men as women, our kids in shared bathrooms, the faith. And then the key to this all, right, if you really want to get at it, this openness, the Christians have been weak. And the Christian church has been weak. These young men, including Charlie, are better than most of the pastors out there in the churches. And so the churches, I hope they take up Charlie's mission here as well. But what he's teaching us is to follow the truth of a certain tradition, and that not everything is open. And the key to this is what is going on in our K-12 education system. We're not allowed to mention God. He had another clip on morality I want to share. The teachers make it very clear there's morality, right? They're giving you all sorts of lectures on their morality. The only morality that's not allowed is the majority morality of the Christian West. That's the only one you cannot teach. Right. And just so folks know, when Charlie's educating, boy, is he good. And Aristotle and the Christian founders, etc. And human rights language, rights to life, which was just cut short for Charlie. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness all come out of only the Judeo-Christian West. In about the 1200s, out of the Catholic Church, rights language uniquely and solely come out of that. Now, the minority is pushing their rights. Our kids have to go into bathrooms, and men or women. A minority handful of 0.1% of people are dominating the majority because the majority has become so weak. The founders never intended that. We want to protect minority rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But they don't get to dictate the will of the country. And so I think Charlie and the churches and the schools, everyone, we need to demand that the Christian message be taught in K-12 and in higher education, in the curriculum, and it's an embarrassment for it not to happen, right? Other traditions have not produced human rights language. Islam, God is so totally sovereign, and your obedience so dictated. They have not developed a human rights tradition. I can go across the others with billions of folks, right? And most of the people in the world are religious. There's huge wisdom we can glean and we can debate. But the greatness of the United States of America comes solely out of that Judeo-Christian tradition. The kids are not taught this. The left wants to deny that. And they took Charlie's life yesterday. It was a gut punch. I've never felt like that. I've seen tough stuff. I hang around with Stephen K. Bannon. President Trump's been shot twice, but my gut was sick yesterday. And my wife is so upset, and all of our friends at Liberty University, and the kids are out celebrating and praising God for that gift. But now the next step is to fight the fight, right? His killer needs to be found. This leftist assault on the universities, we're paying for this, right? I didn't get to that little point. We are being made to pay for K-12 education that won't teach about God. Where'd my liberty go, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You're encroaching upon my liberty. I'm having to fund your atheism at universities, etc.
Yeah. Hang over 1 second. I want to play the clip from Liberty we're producing as we go along, and I want to follow that if we have time, about Charlie talking about doing this at the universities. If not, I'll do it after the break. Let's play the Liberty clip first.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Incredible, very powerful. That's yesterday, spontaneous, and you saw this throughout the country and the world. Spontaneous, and how many young men had done something, accomplished something, that spontaneous throughout the world. These demonstrations of sorrow, but also reinforcing the fact that Charlie Kirk's work would go on. I tell you, Dave, hang on. We have another clip of Charlie talking about the college campuses and doing what he does, which, as Andrew Colvett said it best, he died with his boots on yesterday. Let's go ahead and play this.
I go around universities and have challenging conversations, and because that's what is so important to our country, is to find our disagreements respectfully, because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
I've never seen someone do this.
Well, it's a growing trend because people like me are facing violence, assaults. The left. Yes, the campus Antifa. I've been stormed out of restaurants. I've been assaulted publicly, multiple death threats.
Okay, so what's your goal in all this?
There's more people that agree with me than some people would actually believe, and they come out of the woodwork when I do stuff like this. We record all of it so that we put it on the internet so people can see these ideas collide. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens, because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity.
Okay, Charlie Kirk telling us what he did. Dave Bratt, tell me about Charlie Kirk. I've got about a minute here before we go to break. Particularly the fact that Charlie Kirk focused on young men. He knew that young men had a very deep spiritual yearning in this country. Your thoughts, sir?
He didn't. You just heard it right there. And his education to the young men is to give them a sense of strength. We share in the Judeo-Christian West, the Christian religion, and he shared that. He shared Jesus Christ more than most pastors do. It's just stunning. And he asks and gives all the right answers. The left does not have a morality. In case folks don't know, there's no such thing as ethics, right? There's all sorts of systems about that. There's Christian ethics, Kantian ethics, Aristotle. Charlie knew them all. But there's only one that's huge that produces human rights, and we're not allowed to teach it in the United States of America when all the founders, all the original 13 colonies, you had to be a Christian to serve in government. And Charlie taught all that. All the founders of all the universities from Harvard, Yale, Princeton were all Christian. All the presidents, all the board of trustees. Harvard's motto was truth for Christ and church. Now they're not even for truth. They're not even veritas. And Charlie knew it all. And we need to turn it upside down, right? Whoever's paying for this stuff, quit paying and start subsidizing Turning Point.
Dave, hang on for a second. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return. Dave Bratt's with us, and hopefully Jack Posobiec.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600. Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of Elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of Elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the special agent in charge of the Salt Lake field office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that.
Okay. The stunning Wall Street Journal has just come out, Jack Posobiec, and Jack Posobiec joins us now. Jack Posobiec will be anchoring the noon show as we tossed the Charlie Kirk show. Also, Tyler and Andrew, our guest for the first hour, will be there also. Headline of the Wall Street Journal: ammunition in Kirk shooting engraved with transgender anti-fascist ideology. Investigators found ammunition engraved with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology inside the rifle that authorities believe was used in the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk, according to internal law enforcement bulletin and a person familiar with the investigation. Jack Posobiec, your thoughts about where we are in this investigation to find the assassin of Charlie Kirk?
Well, Steve, I think like you and so many others in America today, last night we didn't get a lot of sleep, and so I've been up all night on the phone with people who are close to Charlie, people who are out there in Salt Lake. I'm trying to hold it down here, at least in front of for the media side for the time being until I can get there. I plan to be there soon, at least out west. Look, one of the very first things that I said in the aftermath of this, after the multiple false starts with capturing this suspect, I said, it wouldn't surprise me if this was somebody who could blend in with a college population and possibly was someone who was younger, college age. This would be in line with Luigi Maggioni, which we've been talking about. This would be in line with Thomas Matthew Crooks. This would be in line with a string of trans shooters, the shooter Westman up at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. So it fits a trend and a profile that we have seen and tracked for quite some time now over just the past year plus of these Gen Z types with a pro-trans, anti-Christian, anti-conservative mindset and ideology, and also fits with the age profile. In fact, that area, Provo, Utah, and Salt Lake City area is known to have a socialist rifle club that I've done reporting on in the past. And so obviously there's a lot of connections there that we'd want to look into and a lot of questions about how exactly someone, and what we're told is that this was an old style, some of the reports that are coming out, an old style carbine, an old style hunting rifle that is not collapsible. So the question is, how is somebody able to get out of the crowd while carrying something like that? At first I thought perhaps they had a collapsible rifle, would be able to fit into a backpack or something like that. So a lot of questions as to how this person was able to exfiltrate from the situation. And of course, clearly well planned in advance.
Access to the roofs. I mean, these universities, you have to have key cards to get in buildings. You have to have key cards, then additional key cards to get on top of roof. People just don't have access to so many questions. I know that the investigators are working on it. But, we have to face reality here. Charlie Kirk was executed yesterday in front of the world, doing what he does best. And this was a good and decent man. Besides being one of the greatest leaders this country's ever produced. Like I said, you have to go back to the revolutionary generation to see a young man that changed the arc of the country. And I'm not talking about people in the Civil War and World War II that fought and died in combat and are among the greatest heroes we ever had, but somebody that actually on a political basis at his age did something so profound. And so who assassinated him, why they did it, and how they did it are of an incredible import in this moment in the nation's political history, Jack Posobiec. And I just want people to know we're going to wrap the show up here in a while. And this is why I asked Tyler and Andrew, who, by the way, were magnificent. It was exactly the way I wanted this show to go, to have real insights from people that were near him. And I'm so honored to be tossing to Jack Posobiec when our show's over this morning. The threats that you have, the threats that Charlie has, I have threats too, but it's not at the level you guys. It's very different. You have threats because Antifa. You guys are out there at the tip of the spear, in the moment, in these crowds, particularly college-age crowds and younger crowds. And people do not understand the courage it takes for a Charlie Kirk to do that every day, the courage it takes for Jack Posobiec to do it, the courage it takes for these other people that engage what are evil people. They're just evil people. They're not good people. And they put threats on our people and they try to disrupt. And yet you guys go out time and time and time again, really in harm's way, sir.
Well, Steve, I mean, that's true. But at the same time, it's, when people, to the world, Charlie Kirk, he's a hero. He's the conservative firebrand. But, to many of us, he's our brother, he's our friend, and he's somebody whose leadership we have all looked to so many times in the foxhole, fight after fight. And, they talk about groups of men getting things done. And I just wanted to, Steve, you and I mentioned this yesterday on the show, and I pulled up the numbers here for this. In 1776, the age of the founding fathers, because people are saying Charlie Kirk, he's 31, he's so young, and of course he was. And he was taken from us way too soon. But listen to this, the age of the Founding Fathers in 1776. Thomas Jefferson, 33. James Madison, 25. Alexander Hamilton, 21. James Monroe, 18. And then Edward Rutledge, 26. Thomas Lynch, 26. And then you've got Adams was 40, Washington 44, and of course Benjamin Franklin, the old man, was 70. Steve, I don't know if you know anyone who would fit the bill for that.
With the young charges. No, the revolutionary generation was extraordinarily young. And Charlie Kirk has done something that has not been done really since the revolutionary generation, of a young person coming in and building an institution but having an impact and a plan. And you're absolutely correct. And people, a lot of people are going to be coming on, Charlie Kirk this, particularly some other networks. In those years in the wilderness, in 21 and 22, when President Trump, we were regrouping. If you hadn't had Turning Point, you hadn't had Charlie Kirk, and you hadn't had the team that he had, we wouldn't be where we were today. And as importantly, and what so impressed me, was the lessons learned of the stealing of Kari Lake's election for governor. They took those lessons, Jack, as you know, and they rethought their model. And they said, we got to do this in a different way. And my God, did they do it in a different way. And that is one of the central reasons Trump won in 2024, sir. But just people have to remember, these are people that are constantly under threats, constantly under abuse, and they did not will. The easiest thing in the world to do is for Charlie Kirk to go to Silicon Valley and become a billionaire. Charlie Kirk had the personality, the brains, the ability to network, that kind of energy that draws people in. You can build teams on, which is so important out there. He didn't do that. And he risked. He could have had a safe life, been a billionaire, had all the material things, because he had a yearning and a need to save his country. And Jack, you working with him every day, he knew the way to do that was through young men. That's the thing I keep telling people. He knew it was going to be the path to turn this country around was through the young men. And it's just what you guys have accomplished is nothing short of miraculous.
Look, when you look at what Charlie's done and the fights that I've had the honor of being with him, and it's been the honor of my life to stand next to him and fight these fights, and to see Charlie in all of them. And every morning, Steve, we don't usually talk about this, but me, you, and Charlie have a text thread, a group text thread that's been going on for years, at this point.
Long time.
And one of the very first things that Charlie will do every single morning when he wakes up, because we're East Coast time, he's West Coast time, he'll send us a Bible verse. And it's, it might be a Proverbs, might be one of the Psalms, whatever he's reading, might be something from Corinthians. He loves Corinthians. Yeah. And he just does that. He finds it and then he sends it. And the thing with Charlie, too, is that that when he would go to the Bible, which he would start every morning with, is he's not just going to some list and sending a verse off. No, he's studying it. He's understanding the verse, what it means, what the context is, what the context of the time was, the history, how it connects to Old Testament, how it connects to the greater history. And that's something that, Charlie wasn't doing that it wasn't a gimmick. It wasn't just showmanship. This was something that Charlie actually lived every single day. And that's why Charlie's not just an American martyr. He is a Christian martyr. Charlie's a Christian martyr who stood up for his faith and never backed down from an opportunity to give his testimony for the gospel, to give his testimony to Christ. And that is how we know that Charlie Kirk is, in fact, a Christian martyr as well, because he wove that into every single thing that he did in public and in private.
Jack, I'm going to let you go get ready for the show. We're going to toss to you at noon. Tyler and Andrew will be with you. You've got a show planned, the Charlie Kirk Show today.
We'll have a number
Jack
of,
Vasoba.
I'll just say there's some big names that have been reaching out to come on today. Some big names.
Fantastic. So we look forward to that. And Jack Vasoba got very little sleep last night. So Jack, thank you. And we will continue our morning. I call it the morning vespers. It was our editorial call done by text message, or every now and again I'd have to call Pasobic, but no, I'll miss that. Charlie's verses and Charlie's take on the news every day early, kind of pre-dawn out in the West Coast and very early in the East Coast. Jack Pasobic. Jack, give your social media. I want to make sure everybody, particularly the large audience we have watching the show today, make sure how they track you.
Yeah, we're not posting a lot today. We're not posting a lot today. But if you can go follow the Post Millennial, go follow humanevents.com. I'll post things as it seems appropriate. I'm told that Charlie Kirk's social media is going to be going dark for a period here as things all get sorted out. But anything that goes up is absolutely going to be in memorial and in tribute to our fallen friend.
Jack Pasobic, honored to have you on here, and I'll toss you in a few minutes. Thank you, sir.
God bless.
Here on Real America's Voice, I want to thank Rob and Parker Sig for making. We got out here in the middle of the night, the wee hours of the morning. We were able to set up and do remote, and we're going to try to actually move around today and maybe do it from another location if we can. Don't know if that's possible logistically, but we'll try. And want to thank the Real America's Voice team. That was the channel on the network of War Room and the Charlie Kirk Show. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll return in just a moment.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
For National Preparedness Month, 4 Patriots is doubling your solar generator power. I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. When you get the powerful Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we're going to give you the expansion pack that doubles his power absolutely free. It's part of a bonus package worth over $2,800. All yours, all free. But you have to act now. This historic deal ends September 30th. Go to 4patriots.com now before it's gone forever.
I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. And for those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
There is no mountain that stands tall as your faithfulness, and there's nothing else I'll ever need. All of my days, your mercy follows.
If the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much.
4, 3, 2, 1. The great Charlie Kirk right there, Real America's Voice, fantastic tribute. There'll be many more of them. But the most important thing, I think, for Charlie right now is to finish what he started. This guy was a warrior and was assassinated. Remember that. Assassinated. Executed. The Wall Street Journal story, and I couldn't really get to it during the show, and we'll get to it this afternoon, I promise. It's explosive. If Grace and Mo can push that story out now, everybody's got to read it, because this clearly came from people on the investigation. Very, very, very explosive. Dave Bratt, your summary thoughts. We're going to pitch in a second to the Charlie Kirk Show here on Real America's Voice. Jack Posobiec sitting in with Tyler Boyer and Andrew Colvett today. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, in summary, I think the guys that work with him said it best. He's just a good man. He's a good man. 3 things came out of the show today from Charlie. God, freedom, and the United States of America. Boy, he wants a revival of all 3. God, freedom, and the United States of America. Our rights have been trounced. President Trump, in his tribute the other day, said, in his prayer breakfast, said, the United States is strong when religion's strong, and religion's getting weak, and the United States is becoming weak. And that's been the show all day today. And so the CIA, the FBI, they've been doing color revolutions on everyone in the world, on the United States of America. I want consequences now for this death, and I don't want it to just be some patsy or whatever. I want to go deep. So I wish the CIA and our intelligence agencies and the FBI would do a deep dive on everything, all this. So there's too many common denominators coming up, and none of it is helping the American middle class, right? So we got great people to lead it. Tulsi's awesome, but the rest of them, I got some questions. So we want some consequences fast on all of it.
Yeah. There'll be much more throughout the day that we'll push, and we'll be back here at 5 o'clock. Dave Bratt, social media, before we let you go, and we'll see you back here. We'll see you back here this afternoon.
Yep, great. Yeah, just Bratt Economics, Getter, and X.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank
Dave
you.
Bratt. Raheem Kassam's going to join us this afternoon. We're going to have others that knew Charlie well, and also people that can give us insights into this investigation. In fact, what I want to do, the TRT of I want to play that Real America's Voice clip at the end of this. So if it's about a minute and a half, we'll cut to that a minute and a half. Just tell me the TRT. Minute 26. See, this is how we do the War Room. You put it together and coordinate, and my crack producer. So at a minute 26, I'm going to toss to that amazing reel put together by the Real America's Voice team, and I want to thank them for that. Jack Posobiec will take the show over at. We're not doing a live handoff, right? We're just going to toss to the show. Jack's not up, right? Jack's gone. I'm just asking questions, though. We'll play the thing, and then they'll take it to 6. So this afternoon, right at noon, as we do every day, we're going to toss to the Charlie Kirk Show. Remember, we set it up to have a block of 2 hours of the War Room, 2 hours of Charlie. He did another hour on radio, but then go right to Jack Posobiec. So we used to call it the Power 5. right? 5 hours of populist nationalism, and Jack's right. Every morning, we'd had a text stream of which we go over some of the things we're going to cover and kind of give insights of what we thought the day was going to be. And Charlie would consistently put up start with a Bible verse, something he was reading or something he was studying. He's a man that understood the holy Word of God, both the Old Testament and the New Testament, very thoroughly and lived it. And I think it's so appropriate that the last weekend of his life in Korea, spreading the word, Mina Kim's tremendous conference. Think about that. With everything else he's got going on, to fly to Korea and to do that, to spread the word, because he knew that our Korean brethren, our brothers and sisters in Korea, are in tremendous pressure from the Chinese Communist Party. And Charlie Kirk had a great sense of the moment and a great sense of geopolitics. So we're going to leave you today. We're going to play this memorial, and we're going to toss to Jack Posobiec, to Tyler Boyer, to Andrew Colvett. They're going to take the Charlie Kirk show from here. So let's go ahead and play the tribute to Charlie Kirk. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time from Utah, live from Utah.
I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. For those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
There is no mountain that stands tall as your faithfulness, and there's nothing else I'll ever need. All of my days, your mercy follow me.
If the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. For those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
There is no mountain that stands tall as your faithfulness, and there's nothing else I'll ever need. All of my days, your mercy follow me.
If the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jack Posobiec here, live in Washington, D.C. And today, I'm sitting in a chair that I never wanted to sit in. I'm sitting in a chair that I never hoped to be in, that I don't want to be in, but I'm going to be here. Because I know that's where Charlie would want me to be today. And I'm not just here as, I don't know, MAGA Posobiec or fellow conservative firebrand to the world. You know, Charlie Kirk was conservative firebrand, hero, cultural icon. But to me, he was my friend. And it's been the honor of my life to be standing shoulder to shoulder with him in this great fight. And so it's with a very heavy heart that I sit in this chair on this show that he built, on the platform that he poured his soul into, because Charlie is no longer with us. He was taken from us in an act of left-wing political violence, of terrorism, assassinated. Yet even in his final moments, Charlie was doing what he always did, standing tall, speaking boldly, proclaiming the truth without fear. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Charlie Kirk isn't just an American martyr. Charlie Kirk is a Christian martyr. And I've got right here one of those hats. And Charlie signed right there. I'm never going to let it go. And I'm always going to keep it right here with me. Because Charlie's always going to be here with me, with you, with all of us. And he's watching us all right now. And what is Charlie saying? It's your turn. It's your turn. Lock in, patriots. Charlie's faith in Christ Jesus was not just a private belief, it was the foundation of his entire life. The courage that he had to go into the battle that he went into every day on every campus was the courage straight from heaven. It was the Lord's. He spoke with the conviction because he believed the truth of Scripture, and he was unshakable. And he gave of himself tirelessly. He loved his family, his friends, and this country that he knew God had blessed in a very special way. So today, we're not just going to remember the man who founded Turning Point USA, or hosted this show, or owned the libs. We're remembering the son, the husband, the father, the friend, the mentor, and the warrior who never wavered. Charlie Kirk died with his boots on and a microphone in his hand, proclaiming the truth on campus, his eyes fixed on eternity. He'll be forever 31. So as we begin this memorial podcast, let us not only mourn his loss, Erica's loss, their children's loss, let's also commit ourselves to carrying forward his mission. Because the mission of Charlie Kirk, the mission of Turning Point USA goes on, and it will never stop. Charlie wouldn't want us to retreat. No, the word was not in his vocabulary. He would want us to fight with truth, with faith, with love for this nation, and for each other. They couldn't debate him, so they shot him. That's what happened. And everybody needs to understand that. What was his crime? Talking. He just wanted to talk. And that was too much for you. We're going to be here today. We're going to be remembering Charlie, and we are going to do everything we can to make sure that his sacrifice, that his fight will never end, will never stop, and will never quit. We'll never quit because he never did. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec here, the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Folks, we're back here. Jack Posobiec, the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show. We've got our hats right here. And if you were ever anyone who happened to have a hat that was thrown out by Charlie Kirk or signed by Charlie Kirk, I'm actually going to say something right now that, kind of outside of Memorial, but I'm just going to say it because I think it needs to be said. If you have one of those hats that's signed by Charlie Kirk, do us all a favor. Don't put it on eBay. Don't be that person. Just that's not what Charlie was about. Charlie was never about that. He was never about trying to turn this into something that was personal, because it wasn't about him. It was about the country. It was about students. It was about young men, young women connecting, and it was about winning. It was never about playing these games. It just wasn't about. And as a guy who knew Charlie, it was not about that. Guys, did I see Andrew there? Okay, so working on, I want to get one of the guests on, but I'd love to play now some of I think we have some visuals, these vigils that have been popping up overnight and completely organic, completely not planned at all across the country. The South, the North, the East, the West, they're everywhere. They're praying rosaries in Scottsdale, where Charlie and Erica lived. They're spontaneously doing this. You know, Charlie Kirk spent his entire career trying to inspire a turning point in America. He spent his entire career trying to inspire a turning point in America. And he's done it. He has completed that mission. America now has a turning point. And that was Charlie's gift to all of us. Charlie's gift of his time, his energy, his courage, and ultimately his life. Got my good friend and Charlie's good friend, Andrew Colvett. You guys know him, producer Andrew. We'll get him on here. Andrew, how you holding up, man?
Hey, Jack. Just want to say thank you, first of all, for hosting today. I know it's not easy for you either, and I mean, I'm holding up as well as you can imagine. You know, I was hosting this show yesterday for Charlie so that he could go to the campus stop in Utah, and you know, you just don't. You're never prepared for something like this, obviously, and you know, but I know he would want me, and he would want you and all of us to keep going. I know he'd want me to do this, and so we do the best we can, and
well, you know, the thing with Charlie too is I remember when you and I were chatting, or you know, some of the gang was chatting last night, there wasn't even a question of would we have a show today. There wasn't even a question of, you know, would Turning Point keep moving forward. There wasn't a question of that because that's who Charlie was. And I remember we were saying, should I, you know, come up and do shows? Should I fly out there? What do you think? And I could hear Charlie's voice in my head. And he would always say to me, he said, because whenever I would go to him with a question and say, Charlie, I've got a choice I have to make. Do I need to, you know, gut check? What do you think? Do this or do that? He'd say, do everything. Do everything.
Yeah, do it all.
He'd say, keep going, do it all, do everything, be everywhere. That was Charlie.
I think he was secretly mad we weren't streaming last night, you know.
I 100%, we all had the same thought at the same time, that we all know that when something big is going on, when something big is happening, Charlie Kirk would be like, let's get in there, let's go, live stream it, get it up, make sure we get the Rumble live, make sure it's all going. We got everybody in, freedomatcharliekirk.com, freedomatcharliekirk.com. Make sure you're all signed up, subscribe to the podcast. And that was Charlie, right? Because he just wanted to gather people together. And I actually think that's sort of Charlie's mission, or maybe it was his great skill in life, that he was a gatherer of people, or, of course, to use the biblical phrase, a fisher of men. Charlie Kirk truly was a fisher of men, and I actually hadn't even thought about it that way until just this minute, but that's exactly what he was, is that he had that ability to go into a crowd of strangers, and he could get everyone together, and he could turn them into followers, and he could activate them, you know, politically, and he could motivate people. And that is not something that you can learn. That is a talent that was given to him from God. And now he's on another assignment for God. And we don't know, and we can't really understand that, but that's what it is. That's what it is.
You know, my one pushback, Jack, is that I watched Charlie Kirk be terrible at a bunch of things. And he learned how to be good. He learned how to be good at them by sheer force of will. He refused to not be good at things that he needed to be good at. And he learned a lot of that stuff. Yes, he was blessed by God with this engine, this motor that you couldn't hold back. He was blessed by God with just a spirit that you couldn't keep down. He was a happy warrior. He genuinely was a happy warrior. And he loved this country. He loved his family, and he loved God. And all of those things were true. And that drove him to be the absolute best he could be. It drove him to study the ancient texts. It drove him to study political philosophy and read the important books and the great books. And it drove him to, like, I mean, I have a story. We were coming back from Aspen with Dr. James Orr from Cambridge, who's become a good friend. And we spent the whole plane ride and then talking about what James knew, picking his brain. And then Charlie looked at him and he said, "Hey, what are you doing tomorrow? Can you spend the entire day with me on a Sunday? And I'm just going to ask you questions." And so Cambridge professor sitting there teaching, coaching Charlie for an entire Sunday. That was his idea of a good time. And that was Charlie. He wanted so badly just to keep growing and be infinitely curious and getting better so he could articulate his ideas better to the next generation, so that he could go out to these campus events and be more equipped and ready no matter what the question was. And he ultimately put that same sort of energy into his family and into his marriage. And he wanted to be the best husband he could be, and he wanted to be the best father he could be. And he knew that the demands on his time were extraordinary, that they were superhuman. And so he threw himself into, biohacking and how he could get the most out of his body and how he could sleep the deepest and how he could keep his energy the highest. And then he would
We should actually talk about the biohacking, because I actually don't think that people know that about Charlie. And he would probably appreciate if we shared it, because he was actually as much of an evangelist as he was for Jesus, he was also an evangelist for biohacking. In fact, if you talk to him long enough, he would say that they're connected, because that's exactly how he saw it. I mean, Charlie was a cold plunge every single morning kind of guy. Andrew, you know better than anyone. Was there coffee in those coffee cups from Starbucks?
No. There was not. Nope. There was a very specific mint tea with 2 honeys, and not that fake honey. It had to be the real honey, and that syrup stuff. And he had a regimen of supplements he would take, and he was very big on sleep. He felt he could get the most out of his body if he got proper sleep, and so he was religious about how much sleep he got, because he noticed that kept him high, kept his retention high. And he did that also, and this is kind of the final point, that he did that because he knew that the demands on him were so extraordinary that if he was going to go home and be with his family and his kids, he had to have energy left. And so he did everything he could to make sure that he had maximum energy left for his kids. And he's not Jewish, but he would do a Shabbat where he would unplug. It was like a digital Shabbat. At Friday at sundown, he was off, and he wouldn't come back on until usually late at night on a Saturday. I know, because
anytime there was a Saturday, whenever something would come up, it's like Andrew has to figure it out. So it always falls to Andrew. If it's if it was big enough, you gotta call Erica or get some other people involved. And I remember taking some of those calls from you on a Saturday. Jack, I can't get to Charlie. Andrew, before we go, there's something that just broke right before we came into the segment here, and I think we'd be remiss to miss it, regarding this situation that, of course, everyone's looking into. I do want to cover this, though, because it is breaking news. The FBI has released images of who they believe is a person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. They put out a tip line, 1-800-CALL-FBI. There are also digital media tips. It is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting. And so you can see this individual seems to be college age, thin, I'd say rail thin, average height, glasses, again, a hat, clearly someone who, some kind of patriotic lettering or logo. So clearly someone who was attempting to blend in with the crowd who was there. They have not told us whether or not this is the shooter, but here's what I'm going to say. Even if you didn't see that person, okay, if you were at that event yesterday, and Andrew, I certainly hope, if the team's available or has footage that they haven't yet turned over to the FBI, scroll through your phone, scroll through your videos, go frame by frame. Just see if you can find this person, these glasses, this hat, this logo anywhere in the crowd, because that is, and if they could throw that back up again real quick, because that is going to be a way to potentially determine if he was talking to anyone, what he was up to, what direction he went in, any of those things. So if you were there, or if you just recognize him from this, please go ahead and share that out with the FBI. We'll cover that as we can. Obviously, there's been a lot of questions as going on as to what happens, and I don't want to turn this into huge speculation about that. I want to make this about Charlie, but at the same time, if there are official updates, we're going to share them as we can. Andrew, do you want to take us out?
Yeah, I mean, I hope they get this guy or guys. If it was coordinated, if it was sophisticated and well-funded, as some of the rumors that I'm hearing are, I hope they get them all. From root to stem, I hope they get them all. And I hope righteous justice is visited upon whoever was behind this. And so please...
There's no question about that. Jack Posobiec will be right back. The Charlie Kirk Memorial Show. Blue America's Voice.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of Elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of Elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
Jack Posobiec, we are back here. We're live in Washington, D.C. This is the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show, a memorial for a fallen friend. I'm very honored that we are now joined by someone who knew Charlie very well. It is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for joining on this today. And although I just have to say for myself, and I'm sure you as well, I would much rather be talking to you about literally any other subject.
Of course, Jack, you're doing a great job with an impossible assignment today. I mean, I should have wondered last night who would be in the chair today, because the nation needs to hear what you're sharing and what we're all sharing. I can tell you it has changed the atmosphere of Capitol Hill. It began immediately after this event. I was in a high-level meeting, and my chief of staff burst in the door and handed me a card and said, "Charlie Kirk has been shot." And I stopped, and I mean, we had, these are like heads of state, and we all just paused, and I told them what was on the card, and it still seems unbelievable to me. I mean, we're all kind of in shock here. Charlie was a singular voice, as you know. I mean, this show is about him. It's a tribute to him. He deserves it. He deserves so much more, because there are few people who had such an effect on the country and on his generation. I did all the, media shows last night. I was on CNN. I said, we talk a lot about the free marketplace of ideas, and I think it is undeniable. I don't think anyone can argue. Charlie Kirk contributed more productive content to the free marketplace of ideas than anyone in his generation, and arguably in several generations. I mean, he just was that kind of figure, and he's irreplaceable. But I'm comforted to know, Jack, that his legacy will continue, because what he did and what he started will go on. And I hope it inspires in the hearts of everybody who followed and loved him and believed in him and prayed for him, that same spirit that Charlie carried, to not give in, to stand for freedom, stand for the truth, and love the people on the other side of the argument. And that's what he represented.
And I was saying this, we were on last night, and when you would go to these events with Charlie, he would actually say, if you disagree with me, come to the front of the line. I don't want you to ride in the back of the bus. Come to the very front of the line. Let's have it out. Let's talk. And he had this ability to kind of get past the argument, the politics of it, and see if there was this was his move, right? His skill. He would try to connect with the person, find out what made them tick, find out who they were at their core, and then start there. And you've never seen anyone do it like that before.
No, he was so talented because he had that gift. It's a gift from God, a gift from the Lord, to be able to go to the heart of the matter and the heart of the person. Because what Charlie was motivated by, you and I both know, I knew him so well, and he was a man of deep faith as I am, and we talked about this a lot, that the objective is not just to win the argument. The objective is to move the heart, right? And what Charlie was about was trying to advance the permanent things. He was a master in the temporal things, right? He could argue any issue better than anybody, better than most people on Capitol Hill could ever hope to. And he could talk about public policy or issues that were pending. He was a master of his science in that regard, political science and all of that. But really, what it was really about was not winning the temporal argument or that particular issue. It was about the permanent things, the eternal things, the Scripture says. The Apostle Paul said, we don't focus on the temporal, we focus on the eternal. And that's what Charlie was about, because he was trying to be an ambassador for the King of Kings. He was trying to be an ambassador for his Savior, Jesus. And he modeled that. And so, what I love about Charlie, and I said this to a big gaggle of reporters here this morning, because they're following me around. They want me to just give comment at every turn about this, and because they know I knew him well and loved him, and it's moved us so much. But this is what I said about Charlie, is I said, the thing about it was, he was the sharpest wit. He could argue and win any debate, but he never held it personally against the person on the other side, no matter how far to the other end of the spectrum they were. In fact, the further they were, the more compassion he had for their heart, because he believed that he was ultimately trying to lead people to the truth that we know, the eternal truth, right? And so what Christ taught us is that it says in Romans 12 that you stand strong, you be courageous and bold, and you stand firm, and you act like men, it says, which Charlie was, a man's man. But let all that you do be done in love. That's what Scripture says. And that's what Charlie was about. And he was motivated by his love for his fellow man. He didn't hate anybody. He was trying to win them over to the argument, because he knew that would be better for them in the long run. And that's what we appreciated about him so much.
And we opened the show with that, and I said, greater love hath no man than this, He give his life for his friends. And I'm sure, Speaker, I'm sure you're on Charlie's list as well, because you could always tell what Charlie was focusing on in the Bible, because he would pull a quote every morning and he would just text it to his whole list of people individually. I said, "How are you doing this, Charlie?" And I would see him doing it sometimes if we were together. And it wasn't just some ephemeral thing where he's pulling it from one of those verses of the day or different things. And those are fine, but no, this was deep study. And he pulled those verses for a specific reason. And in a strange way, when I woke up this morning and I didn't get that text from Charlie, it's almost like that's when it hit me. Yeah. Because he always does that every single day. Except Saturday, but every single day. And today he didn't.
Yeah. It leaves a big void, not just in the text chain, but in our society. There are more than 2,500 chapters, Turning Point chapters on university campuses around the country. I mean, it's just an unequaled movement that he began and grew and stewarded as a great steward, by the way, of the platform that God gave him. He was faithful in the little things, and then God trusted him with more and more. He had one of the biggest voices in the culture, and he knew the responsibility that came with that, and he was very careful with it. And that's why he was so deep in the Scripture and in prayer, because he wanted to make sure that he carried that mantle well, and he did. We know where he is right now. I'm absolutely convinced where he is, and he's hearing that great call, "Well done, good and faithful servant," right? But the people that are behind, we have to remember, you got to carry on.
Mr. Speaker, we're coming up. We're coming up on a quick break here. Are you able to hang out for a couple more minutes on the other side? All right, we'll hold Speaker Johnson for just a little bit more. We're on Charlie Kirk Memorial Show. There's the flag at half-mast out front of the White House for our friend Charlie.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
The next time the lights go out, will your family be ready? I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. In a crisis, your power supply is your lifeline. So for National Preparedness Month, when you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we'll double its power with a free expansion pack. That's double the runtime to keep your fridge cold, your phones charged, and your family safe. But you have to act now. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your free expansion pack and the peace of mind your family deserves.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Folks, we're back. Jack Posobiec. This is the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show. You're looking at the Stars and Stripes half-mast there. I believe that's the north lawn of the White House that you're looking at. And today we are holding a memorial for Charlie, greatest man we knew. And we're on with Speaker Mike Johnson, and we're discussing this. Speaker Johnson, President Trump earlier today at the 9/11 memorial, and of course today is 9/11. It certainly feels like 9/11 again, that he announced that Charlie will be at some upcoming date posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Do you know anything about that or potential other memorials that around D.C. that maybe up at the Capitol that are being discussed?
Yeah, there's a lot being discussed. It's interesting. I talked to the president at length yesterday, probably about an hour before this event took place, and I have not spoken to him since. And so he was busy all last night, and I was, and this morning I'm going to call him here shortly. But I know that the president felt very close to Charlie. He was like family, as you know, in the Trump family, and we all shared that same. So many people, so many members of Congress, Republican members in the House, for certain, all of my closest friends here, they all felt a close connection to Charlie because he made everybody feel that way. And because of that, there's just sort of this big movement now that members are just one after the other are coming up with ideas on how to memorialize him and how to have an appropriate, remembrance. And there are lots of ideas. There's different resolutions. Some of them were begun to be filed in the record, yesterday evening, shortly after all this took place. So we got to sort all that out. I'm going to have a stack of ideas of things of how to do this, and we'll figure it out. But we want to do something certainly that is appropriate for his stature and what he meant to the country, what he meant to the conservative movement, what he meant to our party. But it really does transcend party, because Charlie, in so many ways, represented the best of America, like all of us, right? He obviously was on our team. He was one of the principal conservative voices in the culture. But even larger than that, he represented the best of America. And, Charlie believed in and he tried to advance and share with the next generation the principles of freedom. He believed and he understood that the foundation of all this is our Judeo-Christian heritage, the great tradition that we have that began 250 years ago when we boldly proclaimed the self-evident truth that our rights come from God, not the government, and that God made us in his image, and we owe a responsibility to him. I mean, Charlie understood what made America different and exceptional and the greatest nation in the history of the world, and he was so passionate about making sure the next generation understood that, even the people that didn't agree with him. That was his drive. And so he represents so much. And all that is to say that there's an appropriate level of memorialization of this great life that is, not suited for most. And we got to sort that out and figure it out. And that's what we'll be doing in the next couple of days.
I think that's absolutely right. I think that's absolutely appropriate. And I've also been privy to some of the ideas and memorial ideas and perhaps naming ideas of maybe a park or something that tied with the 250th. People have been kicking around that because Charlie loved the outdoors. That's something that actually people don't, you see him on campus, you see him on camera, but every single minute he could get in the sun, he was a big believer, big Maha guy, and always believed in the power of being outside and believed in our country. This past weekend he went to Korea, which I believe Korea, Japan will end up being his last tour. And that was the first time he'd been to that part of the world. And he just loved America so much and traveled to, I remember he used to tell me he was so proud that he'd visited every state twice. He said, "I got every state twice, Jack. You have all 50 yet?" And that's so he and I were always ribbing each other. And that's the, I think that's what, in many ways I'll miss that the most, just the little debates and the camaraderie that you have with him. Mr. Speaker, I understand you obviously have quite a lot on your plate as well today. Is there any other message that you wanted to give for the folks that are watching before we take off?
Well, I'll just say this. I mean, because you touched on it there, he traveled to all 50 states more than once. He was a singular figure in history because I heard yesterday some people comparing Charlie in a way, his stature, his intelligence, his character, his demeanor, his integrity to that of the founding fathers. I mean, he kind of had that spirit about him, right, as we know. And what's interesting about Charlie as opposed to our forefathers is that he had the ability of technology, of modern transportation means. He could take the voice everywhere, and he did. I mean, he used every platform available. I mean, radio, podcast, everywhere, television. He was ubiquitous. And he used the platform that God gave him to the greatest extent possible. In fact, he was a pioneer in that regard. I mean, people said, well, he aspired to be like Rush Limbaugh. He went further than Rush in many ways because he mastered all these other mediums, right? And he did more than the founders could have ever imagined to advance the principles that they set in place. And it is very appropriate on the eve of our 250th birthday as a nation, the greatest nation in the history of the world, that we had a figure like this for such a short time, and he left such a tremendous legacy for the next chapter of American history that we're all going to forge together. And I hope we do it in the spirit that Charlie left us with, not timidly, but boldly, but in love. And that is his greatest contribution. So, Jack, thanks. You're doing an extraordinary job on an impossible assignment. Appreciate you, brother. We'll see you soon.
Speaker Johnson, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your kind words today for Charlie and his family. Just piggybacking on what he said there, the founding fathers, they certainly used new media at their time as well. The printing press is indelibly and inextricably linked to the founding generation. So the new media of the time, Thomas Paine, Common Sense, that was the new media that was going viral. And I just wanted to read something just very quickly before I bring our next guest on. People were talking about the ages of the revolutionary generation. And one thing that I don't think people realize, so Charlie's 31. When Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, 1776, he was 33 years old. John Hancock was 39 when he signed it. Patrick Henry, 40. John Adams, 40. James Monroe, 18 years old. Alexander Hamilton, 21 years old. James Madison, 25 years old. And Edward Rutledge and Thomas Hayward, 29 years old. And Washington was 44. Ben Franklin, of course, was the old man of the group. He was 70. So when you look at the revolutionary generation, they were the exact same age as Charlie and the age of the people that he's trying to reach, and even the next generation of them. I want to bring on Tyler Boyer here, the COO of Turning Point Action, and just Charlie's right-hand man in so many things. And Tyler, as a student of history as you are, had it ever occurred to you that, that's the exact age Charlie was?
Well, first off, Jack, I just want to say this is thank you for taking on the job of standing up for Charlie's show today. He wouldn't have wanted it any other way than, his partner in crime, in which you've been his right-hand guy and doing so much of media on Real America's Voice and on radio and everything else. So thank you for that. But yeah, I mean, I look at the group, that picture just came up of the 4 or 5 of us, Andrew, who I think was on earlier, yourself, me, Charlie, like we have some young guys. Like when I got involved with Charlie, I'm 8 years older than him and I was in my mid-20s, when I was getting involved with Turning Point and with Charlie and starting to take, that bull by the horns. Charlie was a teenager. So, we feel old, and we're on the precipice here because you, me, I think Benny Johnson and Andrew are all basically the same age, and we're a little bit older than Charlie, about 7 or 8 years older than him, each of us. But we're all under the age of 40 clearly, and have been doing this work for the last 10 to 15 years. Charlie's legacy is that he was the young guy in that group when you make the comparison to that, but he was the leader. And the thing that we've reflected on this entire time for the last 24 hours in particular is Charlie has always been a leader amongst men. I remember meeting him again in my 20s, and he was basically just coming out of his teenage years. And I just thought to myself, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's like an 85-year-old trapped in a 20-year-old's body.
He was an old soul. He always was.
But he was like that. He was like that Lincoln-esque, Ben Franklin-esque. The way that you read it in the textbook as a wise person. That's the kind of. And I know everybody's listening that listens to the show frequently.
He just had that sense. He had that sense that came from somewhere else. Tyler, we're up on a hard break. Just hold that. We'll bring you over because I know exactly what you're talking about, and I that's what I want to do here today. I want to talk about who Charlie the person was, the Charlie that beyond the cameras and screens and TikToks and debates and everything else, the man that Charlie was, our friend. Our fallen friend. Be right back.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Jack Posobiec, we're back here. I'd rather be talking about anything else today, anything else under the sun. But we're here because I know this is what Charlie would have wanted. And I know that for once, Charlie Kirk is in the audience right now. And Charlie Kirk is watching all of us. I said in the beginning of the show, I'll say it here again. I know what Charlie's message would be to everyone asking, what do I do next? What do I do next? It's very simple. Charlie would say, it's your turn now. I want to bring back on Tyler Boyer, one of Charlie's closest associates, and Tyler, we were just kind of talking about that, about how, personally, as many things that Charlie was interested in and involved in, even non-political things. Andrew and I were talking about the biohacking, earlier, that he was just fascinated with that and lived it, and theology. That he was a simple. He had this tenacity and this ability to make the complex simple, and just in so many realms outside of the things that you see or that you know him for. That's just who he was, no matter what he was doing.
Yeah, and that's really the legacy of Turning Point USA. I mean, we talked about this all the time. Most people don't really connect the dots on this, but when we came onto the scene and really Charlie started Turning Point USA, there were no battle tanks. It was all think tanks. And we used to talk about this point, which is, there's all these think tanks out there making things really hard to reach for the average American, a little bit overcomplicated, a little bit over convoluted. and there just weren't enough battle tanks of people going out and fighting the good fight, or just as you said, is making the really smart things, the complex things, simple, so that the average American could understand them, that the average American would want to understand them, that they would want to engage them. This is the whole thing, is like, this is what Charlie died doing, was this very issue. I mean, you listen to Charlie, and you and I both know Charlie better than just about anybody. You know, Andrew, who was on earlier, and there's a number of us in our senior team at Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. But people knew Charlie as a genius. You met Charlie, you talked to him. He was an absolute genius of a man, but he spoke and broke things down so simply and so easily so that everybody could really approach it. And that's what's made politics approachable. That's what's, I think, has got so many young people through Turning Point USA involved. It's what's got so many young men being able to embrace the qualities of what the Christianity that Charlie professed, and that's what he would want everybody to know him by. But his activism as well, being a dad and being a husband, those things are not complex things. But the world is complicated, and the challenges are complicated, but the application of those things is really simple. And I think that's the memorial that we'll have for Charlie forever. And that I hope that my dear friend that I have known for so long, since essentially the beginning of time, I was joking with Benny Johnson earlier today that we had to convince Charlie to start his Instagram. And you wouldn't believe that, knowing Charlie today, of how, Speaker Johnson just said he dominated all these mediums. Rush Limbaugh didn't dominate social media or have a full 501c3 or C4 and employ thousands of people. The man did everything. He did it all, but he made it so simple for everyone to approach and be able to engage with. And I will greatly, greatly miss him for that, because there's no one that is like Charlie. There's no one. It's not likely we'll ever encounter someone that's able to do all those things.
No, and I agree with you that there was something timeless, but also outside of time about Charlie. There was just, he just didn't seem to be of this era. And I'm not even sure what era he belonged in. He just, the way he fit in the world, but also was different from anyone else that you would meet. I mean, it's just, God knew what he was doing when he made Charlie. God gave him assignment, and now God's got him on another assignment, and that's how it is. And he's up there with Rush now. And well, Tyler, let me ask you this though. Charlie, obviously he's been building Turning Point USA, building Turning Point Action all of these years. He built these institutions to last. And yeah. I always got the sense, I never really talked to him about this directly, but I always got the sense that he wanted Turning Point USA to be separate from him, in the sense that it would always go on, because it was always about the students. It was always about the chapters, and the chapters were constantly changing. And what does that look like from your perspective?
Well, and we talked about that all the time. Having the honor of being COO of Turning Point USA for many years, and now Turning Point Action, and having hired and worked with thousands and thousands of people. The greatest legacy that Charlie Kirk has is that he infused his energy, his resilience, his constant need for improvement for the conservative movement. Because when we really start engaging on many of these things, the question was, wow, why doesn't the conservative movement have good enough events? Why aren't we attracting enough people? We got to do it bigger and better. Why is there no one that has a real legitimate field program and operation that supports young people? We got to do it bigger and better. Why is there no 501c4 or a political operation that's out there actually, doing it the way that the left does it with community organizers? And we got to do it bigger and better. and just each and every one of those things. And that's not even touching all the individual unique things on the media front, the podcast front, the TikTok obviously is the second largest voice on TikTok next to Donald Trump this year. And I mean, you're just talking about a monster of a human being, irreplicable, that desire to fight and work. And, I was just talking about this as well. It's just like one of the quotes was, don't care, keep working, don't care, work harder. We talked about hating to lose, how devastating the 2020 election was, and how horrified we were to learn that there wasn't enough work being done on the political side, which caused Turning Point Action to really, kick into gear, really following in the lead up to 2022 and following 2022 for 2024. I mean, that was really the first time anyone's ever done anything like we did, was throwing the kitchen sink at the thing. And Charlie was leading from the front on that. And there's no one else.
And I could tell because, of course, there's that election night live stream, 2022. It's me, you, Charlie, Andrew was in and out, and we were doing remember the batches, another batches in, another batches in, another batches in. And I remember doing the math till late in the wee hours. And I can remember the moment where Charlie just turns to me. I don't even know if it was on air. And he just turns to me sitting there and says, Jack, we need to start doing ballots. Yep. And you could just see it in his eyes. He said, they won this thing with ballots, and we need to start doing that. And I could tell just in that moment, again, very simple, that he took this whole complicated thing and he had figured it all out, and he was doing the math. You could see him doing it furiously, just scribbling away and doing the math in real time, like Rain Man, And he said, it's all ballots. And so we need to chase ballots. And I could tell in that movement, everything that was going to happen in that moment, everything that would happen between then and 2024. And that's exactly what happened. And he knew that he had you to execute it.
I was talking with his sweet wife, who all the prayers, we need to be praying unceasingly for Erica and his two sweet babies. That I just was talking with her about this yesterday. The look on Charlie's face when he would figure something out, he kind of give you the look. And I'd seen that a million times because I've been in these rooms. Oh, sorry about that. I've been in these rooms with Charlie, fighting these battles and these wars, and we'd figure out the problem that existed and then try to come up with the solution, and then applying the right solution, and going and getting the donors to pay for it and work towards it. And then we build it, and then we do the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next thing, and it never stopped. And we'll always remember Charlie for that.
It was just, what are we doing today? What are we doing next? What are we doing next? Who's next? It's our turn next. Right back. Charlie Kirk Memorial.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system.
Don't worry, be warranty.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Picture this, your power just went out. It's 98 degrees, temperature's rising, and you've got no AC. Just a fridge full of food slowly spoiling. And your phone, yeah, it's probably half charged, isn't it? But this time you're ready. See, with the Patriot Power Generator 2500X from 4Patriots, it's solar powered, it's fume free, and it's portable. And this month only, you get a free expansion pack to double your power and your peace of mind. No gas, no noise, just power when you need it most. So go to 4patriots.com and take your power back before the next blackout hits.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Man, Charlie, I remember when we were starting these out, and
it was like that.
You know, it was like this. It was like your average
first 3 rows.
It was like your average political meeting where there was like 12 people in a room, and this is awesome.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most over-the-top Trump event that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots on the ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you can see there, and we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters.
Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. We really do. Thank you.
Jack Posobiec, I'm back here. Starting now hour 2 of the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show here on Real America's Voice. Lock in, Patriots. Lock in. That's how Charlie would want us to be. That's what Charlie would say. He would say, be better. Work harder. What are you doing next? What's the next fight? Take the next hill. Finish the job. Finish the job. Complete the task. Complete the mission. We have the editor of Breitbart, Alex Marlowe, now joining us. Alex, you knew Charlie as well as any of us, obviously. And for you, coming from Breitbart, this is now the second time you've had to go through something like this in this moment. Talk to me a little bit about the legacy of going through the legacy of Andrew, and now we have the legacy of Charlie.
Thanks, Jack. You're doing a wonderful job on this. It's a beautiful tribute so far. I guess I'm unique in this regard, that I was Andrew Breitbart's right-hand man when he passed away at 43. Different circumstances. Certainly wasn't an assassination while he was just trying to debate people on a campus, but a similar situation in a genuinely great man who is here and called to do great things for this country and in this life, and got taken from us. And one thing that was so heartening, that after Andrew passed, people understood the importance of hard work, of determination, of trying to externalize all the messages that Andrew had given us that we'd internalized. And he became the pioneer of citizen journalism. He already was, but not everyone stopped and thought about it until he was taken from us, until that light was extinguished. And that has got to be the exact approach, if not twofold, tenfold, with what Charlie's done. Tyler was touching on something really important that I've been trying to share with people, is that Charlie wasn't just a giant in talk radio and podcasting. He wasn't just a giant in activism, and he may have been the biggest at that, but he was also meeting people where they were. He was on the campuses 100 hours a semester. He was on the platforms that conservatives wouldn't even go on, things like TikTok. He was someone who was reaching people who might not get news from anywhere else. Now, I wish people got news from all over the place, but a lot of the times they were relying on Charlie. He was an international sensation. We at Breitbart today were covering how the international press is reacting to Charlie's assassination. And they have strong opinions. They've thought long and hard about this guy. And he did it all with a smile, with joy. He was always trying to run up that next hill and summit it. That spirit always inspired me as one of his peers and colleagues. And it is just infectious to be around. And my heart breaks for his family, for the whole Turning Point team. But Charlie's message was loud and clear. We need to be those happy warriors. We need to be fearless. We need to be determined. And the fight, sadly, has only just begun.
You know, it's one of those things, too. And obviously, we're still getting more and more information out about the shooter who is still at large. And I know we have these photos that have come up as well. Alex, can you just give us a little bit of that taste? Where do you think we stand with this manhunt?
Well, it's not great. It's not great news. We're getting nothing but bad news. First of all, there were some false hope that we had caught the guy right away, and then the person got away. And I think that already is a disgrace. A person like Charlie should have protection. I think we need to be very cautious going to these universities going forward. And I think that that's a shame because we need free speech now more than ever. And they're going to use this as an opportunity, they, the left, who's responsible for this, they're going to use this as a victory because they're going to see that there will be a chilling of speech because they hate free speech. They want control. They want authoritarianism. Charlie was an affront to that, and that's why he was targeted. And law enforcement needs to get the job done as soon as humanly possible. And I know our guys are in charge at a federal level. I don't know much about the local law enforcement, the state law enforcement, but it doesn't matter. We need to demand answers. We need to demand accountability right away, and we must be better. I'll tell you, I was just reading a lot about Butler recently and how we still don't have answers from Butler. That's a warning to people. I was on campus with Charlie Kirk over a year ago at UC Davis. They're smashing windows. They're trying to break into the building. Antifa's present. It is very dangerous to be a conservative right now. And I'll tell you, Jack, my audience right now, we feel hunted. We feel hunted down right now. And that is not a good thing.
No. And this one has certainly hit close for my family as well, as I'm sure it has yours.
That's right.
Right back here, Jack Posobiec, along with Alex Marlowe, is the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show. Right back.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Washington, D.C., the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show, and we're just showing some of these images that are now coming in from all over the country last night. Spontaneous vigils, prayer services, rosaries, people coming out and putting up pictures of Charlie. I don't even know how you get something like that printed so quickly, and the candles going up everywhere. And it's all organic. This is nothing that was directly from the organization. Even the Turning Point's own headquarters, which are showing there, they held a vigil last night that was completely spontaneous and organic, which is exactly what Charlie would have wanted. People becoming activated, people doing things on their own, stepping up, taking agency. That's what he always wanted. And I remember him saying this. He would say, if I can just get people to step up and start doing things, then we win. If we just get people motivated, we will win. And I said it before, Charlie spent his entire life trying to inspire a national turning point. And he has accomplished that. He has now done so. Alex Marlowe, what do you make of this where it really is just a very positive outpouring? We're seeing it from around the world. We're seeing it from members of, across the aisle, liberals, Democrats, people saying, you know what? I think even the New York Times, Ezra Klein, they said Charlie did politics the way it should be done, with moxie, with smarts, with boldness, but never with anger.
Yeah, a pretty remarkable contrast to the initial reactions from the J.B. Pritzkers of the world and the MSNBCs of the world who were suggesting maybe Charlie brought this on himself. The New York Times was very intentional today when they put in his obituary, they called him a provocateur. That word is on purpose. They believe he provoked his own assassination, and that's disgusting. But you did start seeing some people start getting a hold of themselves and start understanding, as Ezra Klein flagged on his own, not the paper itself, and as well as some of these leaders all around the world are saying this is not the humanity we want. And this is a spiritual fight we're in, Jack, and Charlie knew this. He wasn't just an evangelist for conservatism and for our Constitution. He was an evangelist for Christ. He was an evangelist for Judeo-Christian values. Charlie stood for that, and people around the world who observe him know that he was as fluent in biblical matters as he was in political matters. And this is the spiritual battle that we need. And people who might not agree with his politics need to understand that Charlie did do things the right way. He did things with debate. He did things with nonviolence. He did things with just trying to meet people where they were and convince them, trying to get them to change their minds if he disagreed, and happily accepting them if they didn't. That's what he stood for. That's who he was. And I think smart people always knew that. Maybe today they're finally starting to admit it.
Yeah, and I remember being on campus with him or being at wherever we were. And he would always say, if you disagree, come right to the front. If you disagree, come right up here. Let's have it out. Let's have that conversation. But you can watch hundreds of hours of videotape of Charlie on these campuses. You'll never once see him raise a hand in anger. He's got conviction. Of course, he's got boldness. Absolutely. When you're debating, you're going to. But he doesn't get angry. He doesn't get physical. There's never been a violent bone in his body. I've never seen that in private. I've never known him to be like that. And it really does just sum it all up. They couldn't debate him, so they did this. And
that's exactly right.
Do you think this will be a turning point against? And we've seen a wave of left-wing violence. We've seen a wave of political violence and anti-Christian violence that's going on just this month. Do you think that it will wind down, or are we going to see more?
I run very pessimistic in this regard, and I think some of those initial reactions we saw from people in the left-wing commentariat make me think that maybe it won't be, and I've seen some of the reactions on Blue Sky and TikTok. But if you look around the world, there are so many bright spots. We at Breitbart, we are tracking today conservatives in Spain, in Latin America, in Brazil, in El Salvador, all over the world. They're in Argentina. We're seeing even the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, condemning it. So many people are out there saying this is not the way forward for the human race. And it does give me some hope. There is a layer of hope, but there is a deep spiritual problem that we have in this country. There is a yearning for God in so many American households that is absent right now. And it's the absence of God that provided this in people's lives. It's a demonic impulse that we're witnessing day after day in this country. And people need to confront it. They need to confront it, though, on a micro level. It's communities, it's families. And until we fully address that, then I'm going to be in fear that this will continue to some degree or another.
No, and I've seen it all. I've seen every single piece of it. People are sending me stuff like crazy. Phone, blew up yesterday. I was on air when this happened. And I've seen the comments, the TikToks, and there's no other word for it than demonic. The way people are cheering, celebrating a man whose life was cut down in his absolute prime when he was just getting to the top of the mountain. I think he was just there, and he had other mountains yet to climb, and we all knew that he did. And he wanted us to be along there with him. And these monsters want to celebrate it, and you see it all across Blue Sky. You see it across TikTok. You can find tweet after tweet. Sort of the big names have kind of realized they have to be careful now. But I've said this for a year now at this point, that there will be more Mangionis. And the cult of Luigi, the fandom of Luigi was there because now that they have lost political power, they are now choosing physical, kinetic power. And it was Chairman Mao himself who said political power grows from the barrel of a gun.
Right.
Alex, I know you got to run. And where can people go to follow and everything you guys are putting up?
The Alex Marlowe Show. I'll have a long tribute to Charlie today on my podcast, and I can't thank you enough, Jack, for having me and including me in this, and Real America's Voice, wonderful job over there. And we're going to honor Charlie at Breitbart News all day, every day. We're putting up dozens and dozens and dozens of pieces of content about Charlie. He got his start writing for us. It's something we're deeply proud of, and will always be a part of that in history. Charlie was my friend. I spoke with him virtually every day. I was on his program once a week. He was a good man, and people need to understand that. If you're motivated to get involved right now, know that he wasn't just a conservative warrior. He was a good person, a genuinely good person. He was that guy.
Absolutely was, Alex. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for being a part of this. President Trump has just put out a new statement. He's been talking to reporters. He brought up Charlie. I want to play that now.
You don't replace Joe. No, but not as well as I do. He was a unique man, but do the best we can.
Anything on the investigation or anything on the latest that you've heard from the FBI or Cash Patel?
They've reported to me so far. Pretty much what you're seeing in the news is what it is. They have a virtual manhunt out there, so we'll see what happens. We hope we get him.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Press, let's go.
All right, that's President Trump, a virtual manhunt. I hope we get him. I want to go now to Harrison Field's press team of the White House. Harrison, thank you so much for joining us and being here today.
It's good to be here, Jack. I wish it was better circumstances, but it's good to see you.
Absolutely. Can you tell us just, beyond the politics of this, Charlie had so many friends in the White House. Can you tell me what the mood is like in there, or how it's been in the last 12 hours or so?
Well, I recently departed, so I'm actually back in the private sector, but I've been talking to my friends back at the White House. They're just all devastated. There are no words, right? And first and foremost, our prayers, our thoughts, everything in our bodies is going towards Erica and the kids. We can't fathom it. I am a young father myself, recently married, kind of following that Charlie Kirk motto, get married, have babies. This is what it's all about. You're at a loss for words. There is just no making sense of the unsensible tragedy that took our friend's life. And even if you didn't get to know him, you felt like you did know him. I was talking to friends from all over the country, and they're at a loss. They don't understand how something like this could happen. They got my friends engaged in politics. After years of me trying to convince people to become conservatives, all they needed was one Charlie Kirk video, and here they were voting for the president. That's the type of impact that he had. And his legacy will be a lot of things, but one thing, and I know you guys have been talking about it, his legacy as a man of faith, as a Christian, as a lover of Jesus will be of paramount importance. I mean, this is a man that when he saw my pin, it's right here on my lapel right here. It has a cross over the United States flag. He pointed it out to me. He noticed it. And I joked with him. I said, it's my Christian nationalist pin. And he got a chuckle out of it. Because we cannot be afraid to be Christians in this country. And, just minutes before he passed, we knew that he was professing his faith once again. And I heard Kayleigh McEnany mention this quote, and I think it's beautiful. It's not about left or right. Just remember above and up. And we know that our brother Charlie is in the arms of Jesus Christ and the angels up there. And as a Christian, that gives you some level of comfort when you're just grasping for something to make sense of it all.
No, and martyrs absolutely go straight in. Harrison, we got about a minute here until the break, but it's something that Charlie always led with, and he was so unapologetic about his faith. And I think that's something that to Gen Z really, really was able to connect with them at a time when so many people are asking what's going on. It felt like, through COVID, everything was collapsing. And then here comes Charlie. It's God, it's the Bible, it's Jesus, and he's there serving it to you right on campus.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. We have a loneliness epidemic between our younger population. Charlie was able to influence them in a way to introduce them to God. With God in your life, you can't be lonely. You are so fulsome and wholesome in your life. So he's been able to evangelize in many ways to people. You became a Christian and a conservative just from listening to him. That's the type of impact he has. You look throughout history, there's not many people that have been able to do that. You look at the Graham family, you look at people like, MLK or, other prominent people in our country that have had such a platform. The president of the United States, such a palpable platform, one that doesn't die with them, but really lives on. But the reality is, again, as Christians, we know that he's very much alive in heaven. A place where he prayed and wished and knew he probably would end up one day. By no means did we think it would be at 31 years young. But again, our hearts and our thoughts and prayers are with his family right now.
Absolutely. Harrison Fields, thank you so much for joining us today. And obviously, we hope that Erica and the family are feeling those prayers right now. Jack Posobiec coming back. Charlie Kirk Memorial Show here, Real America's Voice.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're gonna break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence
in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Jack Posobiec now here live on the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show. What you're looking at is live. This is not pre-recorded. This is not pre-taped. This is a live shot, a camera that we have up at the Turning Point USA headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where a makeshift memorial has been set up, where people are just coming in. These aren't people who work for TPUSA. These are, and some of the people who work there have come out, but this is really just people coming by, well-wishers, fans, friends in many cases. Charlie, of course, lived in Phoenix. His family still lives in the Phoenix area in Scottsdale, and people are just coming by, watching this in real time as people are putting this memorial together for Charlie at the work that he did and the campus of Turning Point USA. I've visited many times. I've been there many times, been there with Charlie many times, and it's his life's work. You are looking physically at these buildings at Charlie's life's work. They would not exist without Charlie Kirk. Turning Point USA would not exist without Charlie Kirk. Without Turning Point Action, who knows? Maybe you don't have a President Donald Trump, a Vice President J.D. Vance, and the Vice President had put up an incredible 1,000-word eulogy to Charlie last night, and you could tell, you could just tell from the way it was written that J.D. wrote it himself, that he had been so close with Charlie all the way back to 2017. And so what we are also told right now is that the Vice President Vance will be, of course, he was not at the 9/11 memorial because he is on his way, he's en route to Salt Lake City, where he can be with Erica and the family as they work through the arrangements and the preparations for saying goodbye to Charlie. And that's something that we're all going through. It's something we'll all have to go through for everyone in our life, saying goodbye. And last night, FoxNews.com reached out to me and asked if I would like to write something for Charlie that they would publish on their opinion side. And so I did. And that is up now. You guys can go read it. Charlie Kirk died as he lived, bold, unashamed, and anchored in faith. And you can go check it out. I said, on September 10th, America lost a warrior and a family lost a father. Charlie Kirk was my brother. He was a man who stood tall with his feet firmly planted and a microphone in his hand. And he was taken from us at Utah Valley University while proclaiming truth. He did not flinch. He did not waver. He did not run. He died as he lived, bold, steadfast, and unashamed of the gospel and the truth. When America needed a hero, God sent us Charlie Kirk. And there was something about Charlie that no matter how big Charlie got, and I was with him and I knew him as he went from being well-known to an international celebrity. And it didn't matter because he was always kind. He was always generous to everyone, super generous with his time. And he could make a nobody feel like a somebody because he would listen to every single person, whether it was an event or just on the street, who wanted to talk to him. In the book of Acts, it says that Stephen was stoned.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So.
Man, Charlie, I remember when we were starting these out, and it was like that. You know, it was like this. It was like your average
first 3 rows.
It was like your average political meeting where there was like 12 people in a room, and this is awesome.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most over-the-top Trump event that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots on the ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you can see there, and we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters.
Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. Thank you.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
Jack Posobiec, here we are back. You're looking at a live shot, Turning Point USA headquarters, Phoenix, Arizona, where it's so incredible that this organic, that's live, by the way, it's live footage, organic, live tributes and memorials to a great man, a great fighter, great father, great husband, and a great friend. Are all going on right now because it's times like these that people turn to prayer. And that's what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. I know that's what Charlie would ask you to do. He would ask you to pray, and then he would ask you to get in the fight, get activated, because it's your turn next. And there's someone I know who's been in this fight for a long time and continues to fight and serve this country at the highest levels, but beyond all that, a great friend of Charlie Kirk's. Darren Beatty joins us now from the U.S. State Department. Darren.
Hi, Jack.
I don't even know where to start with any of this, but tell us what your thoughts are. Tell us where you're at today.
Well, as you know, we had a chance to see each other not too long ago, and we're discussing, oh, well, come on and do Charlie's show, do the show here. And so ordinarily, it would be a situation where I'd say, it's so great to be back, but it's really the circumstances that occasion my appearance here are terrible. Just like everyone else in the country, I'm really heartbroken. There's no words to really capture the magnitude of what happened and the magnitude of the loss. There's one sense in which, as the president said, Charlie, among his other attributes, was a man of fearlessness, and that kind of courage is contagious and will live beyond him as one of the many aspects of his legacy. But there's another sense in which I think he's just irreplaceable. He is probably, I would say without question, the best youth political organizer in America's history. And I think people who don't understand sort of the history of how all this developed may not understand the magnitude of what he accomplished. And that's just one of the things. But to create what he created, have these political events with young people engaged, which are more than political events. Like with Trump's rallies, these were rock concerts, and he was a rock star. And that's something that so many people desperately wanted to achieve for so long and couldn't do it. And it took someone of unique character, unique capabilities like Charlie. And so, there are just a handful of people in the world who are not replaceable, and he was one of them.
And when we look across this at the situation, how many times did I or you come on the show with Charlie and we talked about this violence that had started creeping up in our society, probably with the first Trump campaign, then throughout the first Trump administration, which you were serving in, leading up, of course, to Butler, and now this. And in a way, Charlie saw it coming, and he knew going out there the threat that he was under. I talked to him about it. Everyone talked to him about it. And he did it anyway. He did it anyway, and yet we are in this situation, Darren, in our country where we're in very dire straits because there are so many people who refuse to condemn it. There are so many people who celebrate it. And I really hope that better angels of our nature can prevail in this country, but I worry that perhaps someone else wants to be the next Luigi or whoever this person is. I believe the FBI, by the way, I'll just announce because it is just breaking, that the FBI has two pieces of information. The FBI has announced a $100,000 reward for information regarding the shooter. That's number one. Number two, this was something that I had actually heard about last night, but I wasn't able to say it publicly yet, and that J.D. Vance will meet with Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, and their two children in Salt Lake City today. And following that, J.D. is going to be giving Charlie one last ride on Air Force Two, and he will be flying him back to Arizona, to his home state. So that's the updates that we have today. Darren, where do we go at a time like this?
It's simply a tragedy, and I think it'll take a long time for us to recover as a country if we can at all. I think right now, just want to focus on love and positivity, which, Charlie was a warrior. He was also a happy warrior. He was somebody full of love for his fellow citizens, for his country. And I think that's really part of the legacy that we should remember today. But yeah, I think in time, I trust, of course, the president and the appropriate authorities to deal with this in the manner in which it is appropriate.
No, I think that's right. And of course, we've heard President Trump and others. Darren, you've spoken out so forcefully in the past and are now working your capacity regarding the ideas of censorship, the ideas of silencing speech. Isn't political assassination just the final step of censorship? Isn't that entirely the point?
Yes, I mean it's the ultimate silencing, but it doesn't achieve its intended effect because it really just it will make us all louder, more forceful, more committed to the cause that Charlie fought for so bravely and so effectively. And yeah, I think it's appropriate to say, don't want to get into too much of the personal history, but the first time I really had the chance to engage with Charlie was a very long time ago when I was a speechwriter for President Trump, and we're doing an event with him, and it was an event on free speech in college campuses. This was all the way back in 2018. And he'd been around for a while since then. So it's just at such a young age to achieve so much and be so committed to all of these critical fights for our nation's history is really just a remarkable thing. And, sure it's been pointed out, but there's something appropriate, but also very poignant and adds to the tragedies that he's wearing a shirt called Freedom when his life was taken away. And, he was for freedom to the very end.
That's exactly right. Charlie Kirk was a martyr of many causes, interlinked causes, but first and foremost, freedom of speech, the bedrock upon which the American experiment was built.
Right.
The idea that we have this freedom and we will use this freedom. And Charlie would want us to continue using this freedom. And that's why we're doing the show. And that's why when I reached out to them last night and I said, if you guys need any help, let me know. And they said they want to keep doing the show because that's what Charlie would have wanted. Because Charlie, and by the way, Charlie would, I know for a fact that Charlie would be saying, Jack, don't talk about me the whole time. Talk about what's going on. Talk about the news. Get into things. What's happening. And you know, Charlie used to. He would take Saturdays off, and he would use Saturdays to sort of stand still and be there with his family. And so I only think it's appropriate that we take one day and stand still for Charlie. Final minute to you, Darren Beattie.
Amen to that. And I can only reiterate, this was an irreplaceable individual, a great family man. Our hearts go out to his family. Obviously a profound loss for the family, but also a profound loss for us, for the movement, for the country. And the only consolation we can take is that the courage and the fight and the legacy will live on. So I very much commend you for doing this today, Jack, because I know it's not easy.
What can I say, Darren? We know Charlie would do it for us. So,
amen.
It's rough, but when you stand with the man, you stand with him. God bless Darren Beattie. Godspeed to you as well. Jack Posobiec, we're here, Charlie Kirk Memorial.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Storm always comes. Sometimes it's flooding, sometimes it's fire, sometimes it's the silence when the grid fails and no one's coming to help. You can't predict the disaster, but you can decide how it ends. That's why 4Patriots is doing something that they have never done before. When you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, you're gonna get a free expansion pack that will double your power and your peace of mind. Look, no gas, no fumes, no noise. Just solar power you can count on when everything else fails. So go over to 4patriots.com because being prepared is powerful.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec here. Charlie Kirk on assignment. On assignment from the King right now. And we are hosting a memorial to him. The live shot you're looking at, and if you're listening, these are images of people now gathering. It looks like dozens of people. It's actually growing quite large now. Outside of Turning Point USA headquarters there in Phoenix, Arizona, where people are bringing balloons, candles, pictures of Charlie. Actually, it looks like people are gathering in prayer. They're holding their heads, bowing their heads. This is just incredible moving. It's completely organic. These are happening all over the country today, and it's just it means so much to know how beloved Charlie was to this country. What a hero that he was and is. Such an icon. And, you know, having been along for the ride, to see how he went from where he started to where he is now, or to have achieved this level of success and become this beloved figure, it's impossible. But it just, I never saw him that way. Because to me, he's just my buddy. To me, he's my friend. And I'm always just kind of wondering what's the next fight, Charlie? Where are we going next? What's the next hill we're going to take? Where are we going to plant the next flag? And so today we're taking a day to step back from all of that. And we're talking to some of Charlie's closest friends and associates all about the man Charlie was, the way that he lived, and the reason that he stood head and shoulders above all of us. Mike Benz joins us now. Mike, I mean, it's horrific that we have to be here in such circumstances. But in a way, for me, and I think for a lot of us, we weren't surprised, because we saw the trajectory of the way our country was going. And it was only a matter of time before another act of senseless, hate-filled violence came after one of us. And of course, they went after Charlie.
Yeah.
And Mike, do you think that this is going to turn the temperature up? Or is it going to turn it down? What's your sense?
I don't know. I think it has to be. You can't forget this. That was the most graphic, horrifying video I or anyone I could ever imagine could see in their life. It was in broad daylight. Thousands of people watching, mid-sentence. Shot in the jugular vein. And this was our child prodigy. We would not be here without Charlie. I would not be here without Charlie on so many levels. Charlie was our bridge to the young. Charlie made it okay to believe in this for people whose minds were growing and developing. When I was in college, I was afraid to be friends with anybody who considered themselves conservative. I hid away from the label because there was no institution. There was college Republicans, which sucked and nobody wanted to be a part of. And what he did with Turning Point is he built really the first mega institution, and probably the most important one, the pipeline of people, of networks, of community, of solidarity. And I can't do something like that. I used to joke with people about when people would say, "Oh, Benz, you work so hard," and I would say, "Well, there's someone who works harder than me, actually. How would you like to be Charlie Kirk? He has to do all of this, and then he has to manage teams of thousands of people. He has to bridge divides from all of the different splintered factions of MAGA so that they have one unified vision. He has to be the peacemaker, the diplomat, the communicator, the long-term strategic planner. Every room he walked in, he looked like he would be president one day. You see him next to presidents, he looks like he's going to be president. And all of this responsibility was on the shoulders of a kid. He was 17 years old, 16 years old when he started all this. Started Turning Point at 18 years old? And all of that weight and responsibility. And he never lost. I never saw him lose a debate. I never saw him lose his composure. He had a unique and probably the perfect skill set for something that is very, very rare in somebody under 60, let alone somebody in this movement, which is in many ways motivated by passion and to some extent the kind of chaos of newness and reform. But Charlie was the steady hand. He never lost his cool, even in that moment. It's completely surreal.
Mike, I couldn't agree more, and I'm as shaken up about this as anybody. And I don't even think I slept last night, honestly. And been up with my wife, and she barely slept. And we're just praying, talking, and I know, though, that because I can hear Charlie's voice in my ear, he would say, keep fighting. Keep up the fight. Keep going. Finish the mission. Complete the task. Work harder. He'd actually, he'd be saying, what do you think? You guys think you get a day off? No, we don't take days off. No, we don't. I want to show very quickly, since we are covering the breaking news, we do have a new image that's been released by the FBI. And so that's the original image right there. And then let's show the new image that's been released, this clearer image that is zoomed in, the tighter, clearer image. If we don't have it, we don't have it. But those are the images that were released earlier. We're trying to get a sense of this right now. Okay, here's the new image that's been released. Mike, as you look at the situation, what do you make of the fact that the shooter is still at large?
Puzzled. I know that this is the most wanted person on earth. I have faith in Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi to make sure this killer is brought to justice. And I want the slowest, most painful, most gruesome, most public execution of this man possible. I want a video.
We certainly have to look. I'm emotionally. I know exactly where you're coming from, and obviously, cross our T's, dot our I's. But look, I get it. Something has to give. A line was crossed yesterday that we can't go back from. We can't go back from the. We can never turn back into the America that we were before we lost Charlie Kirk. But we can still move forward to become something good, because that's what Charlie stood for. But make no mistake, we were robbed yesterday. Erica Kirk was robbed yesterday. Charlie's children were robbed yesterday. And there is now a debt. There is a debt that must be paid. And it will be. But as for Charlie's kids, I'm going to make sure that they knew who their father was. Because I'm going to make sure to tell them myself. I'm going to tell them who Charlie was.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
As you know, we are heading on campus here momentarily at the University of South Florida, throwing it down with the students. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are excited to continue this cultural movement that we have started at Turning Point USA. More high school chapters, more college chapters, and disagreement is not just welcome, it is invited. We want to have those tough conversations. That's what it's all about.
Every day, the American people demand certain accomplishments and victories.
Disagreement is what keeps a movement alive, keeps a movement fun.
Here in this country, we are a country of flourishing. We're a country of risk-taking. We're a country of building. We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Today's edition, Human Events Daily. We are live in Washington, D.C. Today is September 11th, 2025, Anno Domini. And even though this is Human Events Daily, this is actually functioning as the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show, which we've been holding the fort down for Charlie while he's on assignment with God. And we have this incredible live shot I want to pull up right here for you right now outside of TPUSA headquarters, where one of these makeshift, organic, spontaneous vigils has been erected for Charlie right outside the headquarters there, where well-wishers, people are coming to pray, people are gathering. And that's who Charlie was. He was a gatherer of people, or as the gospel says, fisher of men. What does our Lord say? He says, "Come with me and I will make you a fisher of men." And that's exactly what he did with Charlie. The Lord made Charlie a fisher of men. And now he has another task for him. We can't understand it, and we won't understand it. You don't get answers this side of perdition, because that's not how it works. But what I do know is that God sent Charlie Kirk to America when America needed a Charlie Kirk. And it's been the finest honor of my life to stand shoulder to shoulder with a man like that and to fight for this country, to fight for our Lord, to stand in the breach. And if Charlie was willing to do that, then we need to be willing to do that for him and to continue his work and continue his mission, to carry the torch, to honor the legacy. Turning Point USA was never about Charlie Kirk. Turning Point Action was never about Charlie Kirk. He was the brains behind it, the energy, the drive, but it was never about himself. It was about you. It was about the people. It was about students. It was about ideas. It was about values, eternal values, timeless values, classic values, the American values, the American way. And he worked his whole life, he dedicated his entire life, and he gave his life. Gave his life to achieving that turning point in America. That's what he was always fighting for. And he has done it. He has absolutely done it. I'm told we have another one of Charlie's and my close friends now joining us, Raheem Kassam from the National Pulse. Raheem, we've got about 2 minutes left in the break, till the break, but I'll hold you over. You just come back to the United States. I can't imagine that you thought you'd be arriving with news like this.
Yeah, Jack, and what I want to say as well, firstly, for the audience is, for people like Jack, for people like Tyler, for people like Andrew, who are not just colleagues of Charlie's, but really, really close friends, I would just want to express, my deepest condolences to you guys. There's no way to, I've lost a lot of friends in recent years. There's no way to comfort and console, especially with an incident as horrific as this. But landing back in the United States and having Wi-Fi on the plane and sort of seeing it all take place and feeling helpless to do anything. And, I knew Charlie and just disbelief, right? I was texting with a friend of mine, a reporter friend of mine, while it was all happening, while, in that fog of war moments immediately after. And I just said, can you believe it? And he said, no. And then he replied, yes, because that's where we are. And people like you and I, we talk about this all the time, right? We talk about our safety. We talk about going to these events. People don't realize just how much it comes up, how often it comes up. Now I hope people won't forget, just how much, somebody like Charlie puts themselves out there for the country, for his family, for his faith every single day. Just how much stress and risk and concern and worry and everything that there is. And it's very, very hard to talk about it.
No, that's exactly right. And I think it's been a rough night for America. It's been a rough night for all of us who knew Charlie, who were close to Charlie. Raheem, tell us, you always have such a good way of putting things. I've got right here on my desk one of the ubiquitous Turning Point USA MAGA hats that Charlie signed. And it's here, and it's a testament to the legacy of this man, that he would go on these campuses and draw out thousands of people, students. And Raheem, it wasn't always like that on college campus. It certainly wasn't when Charlie started, or when either of us got started. Tell us about this incredible effect that he achieved.
Yeah, when I first met Charlie, I think it was over at the old Trump Hotel in DC, and you try and get a measure of a person as quickly as possible. And I thought to myself, is this just your sort of run-of-the-mill Politico trying to carve a niche out for themselves in Washington DC, perhaps run for a seat somewhere, and then sell out their principles? And Charlie couldn't have been the more polar opposite of that, right? You could sort of tell that immediately. Everything he did was with drive and with passion and with love and with charm and with help and with respect and with faith and with heart and with principle and with courage. And I pride myself on having words, knowing the best words. But I can't, there aren't any enough to describe, when you were feeling, when I would feel lazy or down and I was doing Charlie's show, in the breaks, he'd just be like, yeah. So anyway, so we're going to do this. Let's talk about that. And let's talk about how we get there. There was none of this waste of time, waste of life, kvetching at things and wringing your hands over stuff. He was just such a remarkable doer. You know what? the irony of ironies, he understood the finitude of the time we all have, and he put every second to use in a way that, frankly, embarrasses me and probably embarrasses us all. To say he'll be missed is just a heinous understatement. Jack, it really truly is. I don't go in for hyperbole, you know that. I'm a very realistic person, but it really truly is one of the worst things that anybody could ever told me would happen has happened.
It is, and it is absolutely the worst. And yet, I suppose I see there's two tracks right now that I see happening. I see the vast majority of people are choosing to embrace the love and the light that Charlie Kirk stood for. He was always the one who was always looking to find a positive edge, a way to put a positive spin on no matter what happened. He was endlessly optimistic, and yet, and you have seen this outpouring across the aisle and really across the world. International leaders singing his praises, calling out political violence, and yet, in the initial wake of this, we also saw horrific comments about Charlie being made from major cable networks, major figures, and although that has been tamped down on very quickly, we still see this across much of certain parts of social media, Blue Sky, TikTok, where people are cheering, people are celebrating. What are we to make of this?
Right, I mean, you wrote the book on this narrative and the way these people behave, and there's no other way to describe. These are cockroaches of life. These are the scum of the earth, and people have been texting me the last 24 hours, just, be careful when you're out there, when you're doing things. And I just, I'm not going to worry about these cockroaches, quite frankly. I'm going to keep doing what Charlie would have wanted us to do, which is keep working for the right cause. And I'm flying out tomorrow to Indiana with Senator Jim Banks and Alex Brusewitz, and we're doing an event out there. And this, you're not going to stop us. You're not going to put fear into us. You're not going to cow us. We're not afraid. I've lived with this for 20 years now. It's you put your hat into this ring. These are the stakes. You asked about college campuses, and I didn't get to it because I was very publicly grieving. But nobody had a bigger impact. Nobody had a bigger impact on America's youth. This is what this was about, right? This was about jealousy. This was about envy. Charlie Kirk was targeted and assassinated because he wanted to keep deranged men out of his daughter's bathroom. He was targeted because he believed in Jesus Christ. He was targeted because he believed in freedom and free speech and free expression. He was targeted because he believed in the Constitution. He was targeted because he believed in the right to life. He was targeted because he believed in doing the right thing. And we will never stop doing the right thing. You can come for all of us, but this movement is bigger than any single one of us. And Charlie would be the first one to say so. Now we all, there should be monuments going up to Charlie Kirk all across the country over the next few months. That's what I will say. But I think right now we all have to be monuments to Charlie Kirk.
I actually got a message from he hasn't said it publicly yet, but so I won't name names, but someone most people know, and he thinks that perhaps a national park is in order, and time it with the 250th celebration of America. Utah, perhaps Utah or Arizona, wherever is most appropriate. Obviously, work with the family on all of this, but I think that's something that would just be an incredible legacy because not everybody knew this about Charlie, but he loved the outdoors. He loved being outside. He loved hiking. It's one of the things that he loved about Arizona. That's why he made it his home. He's not a native-born son of Arizona, but it's something that he just loved so much. Loved hiking Utah as well, where he met his destiny. And there's something about naming a national park that I think is just, it's so eternal. It's so eternal. And it's certainly something I'd love to see. And then obviously in conjunction with the family and their wishes, that I think it would certainly be appropriate, and many of these things are appropriate. But Raheem, before we go down that road, we still have to deal with the matter at hand, that unfortunately we do still have a developing news situation where at the same time that all these vigils are taking place, this shooter is still at large. And yet the vigils, actually, let me say this for a second. These vigils are taking place even though the shooter is still at large. Even though they know that there is a killer at large who shot Charlie Kirk, these people are not being cowed. They're not being afraid. They're standing up. They're being bold. They're going out and they're gathering in Charlie's name, despite the fact that the shooter is still at large. I'm sorry, Raheem.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And to come back on another point, they're building a ballroom in the White House, and it will need a forever name. And they named the press briefing room after James Brady, who was shot in Reagan's Secret Service detail, and he went on to advocate for gun control. And I think to bring a semblance of balance, if you're not going to rename the Brady press briefing room, then have the Charlie Kirk ballroom on the White House grounds. I think. For a man who gave so much to his country, and listen, I was at the Reform Party conference, Nigel Farage's party last week in England, and I just can't tell you the number of people that came up to me, young people who came up to me and said, "Oh, Raheem, I think it's great. I love Real America's Voice and War Room, but what I really love is Charlie Kirk." It's always the sentence always sort
That's the same way for me.
We
it's
like
the exact same way
and everything you do, but what we really love is Charlie Kirk, and I think that's because I'll be very honest about it. As a more sober figure, Charlie was always more action-oriented. He's always had more energy. He always had more drive. He always had more purpose. He was always giving you things to do and finding places for people. Often political movements and political friendships and groups and whatever can be quite exclusionary. He was always about bringing people in. I can't tell you the number of times where I picked a particularly unpopular position, even on the political right, and Charlie had my back. And he was always for making sure we could find room for people in the movement and find things for them to do. Never, "Hey, sorry, we don't need your help," or "Hey, we're full." It was, "No, yes, more shoulders to the wheel. You get over here, do this thing. What are you good at? Let's put you to work over here." And again, there was never a wasted moment. It always left me awestruck and frankly quite envious that he had those energy levels and he had that ability, because, if we had gosh, just a few more, there would be no problem that we couldn't solve. But we had just one, and he was taken from us. So we have to. And I know that the Turning Point people and the people that you have working there, and the people, and especially I want to say this, right? And I don't work for Turning Point. Doesn't mean anything to me to say this. I don't want people to go away thinking like, "Oh, Raheem's fundraising off this." No, I want you to support Turning Point, Charlie's group, Charlie's family, and help them grow and help train more, because we need more now. We especially need more now. So if you're looking for something to do in this moment, go and support Charlie's endeavors, his causes, his groups, his people, because that is what the right thing to do is in this moment, is to lift these people up.
And it's what Charlie would have wanted. And his events, AmFest, which was his baby, America Fest, it's got to be a tribute. It's just got to be, again, barring in consultation with the family, but it's got to be the biggest tribute to Charlie Kirk that this country has ever seen, and the biggest event worth everyone. I just want everyone to be there to see that we will not be scared. We will not be cowed. We're not going to put our heads in the sand. Of course, we have J.D. Vance, Air Force Two, now on its way over, pick up Charlie and give him one last ride. And, Raheem, it's something you mentioned about young people. I'm getting text messages from people who have children who are 11, 12, 13, 14, not even voting age. And people telling me that my son cried himself to sleep last night. This is a generational moment, something that I don't even think that we, you and I being a little bit of the older cohort here, at least in terms of this, I don't even think we realize the deep affection that this generation had for Charlie. I don't even know who to compare it to. I can't even think. I've been trying to rack my mind to compare it to someone, but he really was an icon for the youth.
Yeah, I mean, just undoubtedly, the sheer number, and the fact that it resonates all across the world. We've had, unfortunately, failed attempts to honor him in the European Parliament. They wouldn't allow for it because they're scumbags. But in the British Parliament today, with Nigel Farage, tributes pouring in from obviously all around the world, from Brazil and from El Salvador and from Korea, and you name it, there isn't a single place really on God's green earth that has been untouched. And it's wild when you think about it, because number one, he was so young, and number two, the political left, his philosophical enemies, put so much work into trying to tamp down on his activity and to demonize him and to discredit him and to mock and humiliate him. And it was just, Jack, it was just a couple of weeks ago when he was on South Park, and we were all sort of saying, wow, I mean, that's the biggest of the big leagues that you could possibly get.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say this, by the way, that I know that I've seen this news that they have pulled the episode, but I'm just going to say it, haven't talked to him. Charlie liked the episode. He liked what they did. He liked the way they portrayed him. He had a good laugh about it. That's how he was. I don't know. I mean, I can understand it's their decision, but I just know that that's the way Charlie responded to it, because we talked about it and he thought it was funny. Raheem, we've got to let you go because we do have to take a break, and we have some folks coming up. Where can people go to follow you? And obviously you've got a lot of reporting coming out.
Yeah, look, as I say, Jack, today, I really don't want anybody following me or anything like that. I want you all to take this moment in the break to go to Turning Point and say a prayer, especially for Charlie's family, especially for the people around him, and donate to that group so they can rebuild from what is, a horrific loss. And Jack, you as well, my number. Anything you guys need in this time, I'm here for you.
God bless, Raheem. Thank you so much. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Charlie Kirk Memorial Show.
Sometimes business travel takes you to London, Paris, New York, Rome, Beijing, or Hawaii. And sometimes to Palawan, Mimaropa. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a limo. Any car, anywhere.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Welcome to America Fest, everybody. Thank you, everybody. The real thank you is the Turning Point team that worked their tail off this last year. That's who you should be applauding. By the way, I like this touch. Look at all these students that we have at Turning Point. You look at this. I like that. They helped win the election, everybody. Young people moved by 30 points this election cycle. I'll tell you what. The kids are all right. Welcome, everybody. It feels good.
Jack Sovic, we're back live. We're here. You're looking at a live shot of Turning Point headquarters where the memorial for Charlie Kirk, one of the many memorials, is now up. And we have this live shot up of people, and they just haven't stopped coming all day. They haven't stopped coming all day. I've been watching this shot for 3 hours now. I think some of these people haven't left for that entire time. I wanted to bring on our next guest, special guest. Also, he's in Washington, D.C., along with myself, the Associate Deputy Attorney General, Ed Martin. Ed, how are you?
Well, Jack, I'm okay. It's always good to see you. You're an old friend. It gives me some comfort, but I know your heart is broken and mine is, and it's I'm in one of those moments for your listeners that are younger that maybe didn't live through 9/11 or other things. You just almost, there's an unreal feel to it, right? It doesn't feels like you shake your head and wake up and it was a dream. And that part of it is just, it's terrible. So it's always good to see you. It's always good to talk to and be with listeners, and especially Charlie's great audience. It's always special, but it's a haunting day. It's really tough.
You know, Ed, I was just thinking about when we were putting the call out to see who we get together for this memorial show, and every single person we reached out to said yes. And then other people heard about it and wanted to get on and be a part of it. And then when your name came up and I said, it just clicked, and I said, wait a minute. And it's something I haven't thought about in years, but it was at an event with Ed Martin, an Eagle Forum event. I don't even know how many years ago now that I met Charlie, and out there in St. Louis. And I remember being there, and our first son had just been born. He was only a couple of months old, and Tanya was there. And I remember you coming to me and saying, hey, Jack, I know you have a car here. Would you mind picking somebody up at the airport? And I said, who is it, Ed? And he wanted to use me as a gopher. And I said, who is it? And you said, well, it's this guy, Charlie Kirk. He's coming in, and he was still flying commercial and still just kind of riding coach, and he says, and I said, oh, yeah, I think I follow that guy on Twitter. Let me go pick him up. And that's where I met Charlie.
Yeah. Well, a couple things on that. One is, as you know, we all met Charlie Kirk, and then in many ways that we all acknowledge, he sort of outshined us all, outgrew us all. I mean, one of the really funny things is when you have somebody who's so capable and talented and, 25 years younger than me, and I learned from him, and so he was extraordinary. I will give a little hat tip. Phyllis Schlafly, who founded Eagle Forum and was my mentor, she was really good at bringing people together. And one of the things that happened with Charlie is we could get together, and you and others, that was an extraordinary time, and we all grew together, and we kind of grew up, but that was awesome, and Phyllis was great at that. But that's the thing I've been thinking a lot about, Jack, is we got to watch Charlie grow over these years, and it was something that was so inspiring. Meaning, when he was 18 and started Turning Point, and for maybe till he was 23 or 4, he was like a young buck, and he was energetic, and he was doing lots of things, and he had a sort of feel of him that was contagious. Everyone wanted to kind of get near him, but you were like, this guy's almost like a college kid. And then he grew, and then he was a builder of an organization. And then suddenly he was this mature leader. I think his wife played a role, and then having kids played a role. And by the time, I can't even say it, by the time he's gone, he was this extraordinary presence as a builder, as a charismatic person, but as a father, as a Christian, and as a communicator. And to see that, he lived his life. We all saw it, and most of us don't succeed like he did. We kind of go in fits and starts. You have some things that go well and some things that don't. He had this kind of gradual success that has been extraordinary to see. And as he got bigger and better, more successful, what he somehow did was he really honed in on other people. I was at the White House today, and I had someone tell me, who was not a big name or anything, not somebody you know or anybody you know, and she said he was so good at making you feel special. And I have had a privilege of knowing John Paul II and Mother Teresa and the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and all these. One of the gifts that people have that are truly special is that they make the other person feel valued. And when you heard Charlie in some of the clips talking about everyone's made in the image and likeness of God, if you really believe that, then sunsets and mountains are extraordinary, a part of God's creation, but any person, and you see this on Charlie with these crazy lefties that would talk to him, he just loved it. He loved people. He loved those people, and that shined through him. And it's extraordinary to realize. And I'm rambling because I can't stand it, Jack. But it's a wonderful thing to have had Charlie Kirk in our lives, and it's a tribute to America that Charlie Kirk has created. I mean, it's an extraordinary gift.
Amen. Ed Martin, God bless to you. God bless to everyone at the White House and everyone for everything that they're doing for Charlie's memory and for the family. Thank you, Ed, for joining us.
God bless you.
All right, folks, right back. Jack.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever. Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Jack Sobick, we are back live here, the Charlie Kirk Memorial Show. You're looking at live shot there at Turning Point USA headquarters. And we've been bringing on all the posse here on the show today, and we finally tracked down the elusive Blake Neff. Blake is joining us now here on the program. And Blake actually was not only there in Salt Lake City, but was there on the campus yesterday when all this happened. Blake, first of all, man, how are you?
I mean, given the totality of everything that's going on, I'm doing about as well as I can. It's awful. I'm very numb about everything. But you know what Charlie would want us to do. He would want us to suit up, soldier on, and that's what we all intend to do.
Yeah, I mean, talking to just everybody last night, and you and I spoke briefly, and going around the horn. It's the one thing that nobody has any question of is what Charlie would want us to do. He would just say, "Keep going." He would keep going, just keep going. Here you go. Here's the baton. It's yours now. Keep going. And that's who he was. He didn't, even people talk about his Saturday off, and he didn't even really take the day off. He's out hiking. He's out, working on something else.
It was the most aggressive day off possible. It is this is the family day, all in on this. This is not a passive day off. It's not, it was part of the totality of who was Charlie Kirk, that he was 100% on the mission at all times. And sometimes that mission was saving America, and sometimes that mission was Charlie Kirk's family. And he was 100% for both of those things all the way to the end.
So, I mean, Blake, look, you were there yesterday. Obviously, I'm sure there's some sensitive stuff that I don't want to get into until the appropriate time. But, what was it? I mean, you go there, you've been to, how many of Charlie's campus events what was it like? Did you sense that something was off before the gunshot rang out? Kind of paint the picture for us.
I don't want to lead too much into it, but after it happened, I talked to some other members of the team, and several of us did say we experienced some sort of unsettling feeling. I think for me, it was that it was in this amphitheater, which really emphasized the size of the crowd, but also it emphasized, the buildings in the background. And actually, for the first few minutes, before Charlie walked out, I remember I was scanning. I was just looking around idly, where would someone be if something happened? And I didn't think too much of it. I stopped, by the time Charlie came out. But I immediately thought back to that as soon as it happened. When it did, I would say I was about 10 feet to Charlie's left when it happened. And it was it's one of those moments that'll crystallize in your mind forever. You hear the pop, and it's not completely clear immediately what it is. But then I I looked to my right and I saw immediately what it was, and I'll never forget it.
No. And was there a thought? I mean, obviously Charlie's got great security that I know got to him immediately. These guys are incredibly well trained. I know Dan, I know everybody, I know the whole team. And I'm sure they got him the medical attention immediately that he needed, got him where he, to higher medical facilities at the hospital. And, but just so when that happened, did it seem surreal in the sense? Did it seem like Butler? Did it seem like everyone sort of, scatters, or was it just kind of as confusing as it sounds?
It was definitely confusing, but it was also, it was, how to describe it? It was clear what had happened. There was only one shot. We all immediately saw what had happened. You're correct. The security got him immediately, got him into the car immediately, got him out immediately. They could not have done their job on that front any better. And then at that point, it was, what do we do? And I know on my end, I think the first thing I did was I sent a message to, I opened Telegram and I went to our Turning Point thing and I said, lockdown Turning Point. I imagined they'd already seen it too, but I just said, lock it down. Something happened. Do it right ASAP. And then I'll be honest, I called my mom because I didn't know if there would be anyone else out there, if anything else would happen. So I just called my mom and said immediately, I can't say more, but Mom, Charlie got shot. I love you. I have to go. And then from there, I met up with some other members of the team. We got to the hospital within, I'd say, about 25 minutes or so. And the rest of the day unfolded from there.
Blake, you as a producer for Charlie, you worked so closely with him every single day and directly on, so much of the content that we all got to experience and enjoy as the beneficiaries of this work. I mean, what's running through your mind now in terms of not having Charlie?
It really does. It's painful to say, but he is irreplaceable. And people would ask about this, and I would say Charlie he's not just a show host. And that was what stood out about him. It's that he could be in everything. He was a guy in media. He was an organization builder. He could do Get Out the Vote. He could do grassroots outreach. He could do, he cared about all of the policy stuff. So he could go into the White House and talk to them about appointments, about policy, about what the Senate should be doing. He was in every part of it because he cared about all of it so much. The world of politics it's full of a lot of people who are in it for, they care a bit about, the issues, but they also care about themselves, about getting famous, about getting rich, about resolving some grievance. But Charlie, every single day, he was going all out for the things he cared about the most, which was how does he make America better? And also that he was a man of, deep Christian faith, and he wanted to advance Christianity. He wanted a spiritual revival in America. And truthfully, what I kept thinking of after the news broke was just before this tour happened, Charlie did a quick visit to Korea and Japan. He gave some speeches there. And so the last kind of normal, the last speech he gave was in Japan. And this is to an audience of conservative Japanese people. They're anti-immigration. They're they're Japanese nationalists. There's very few Christians in Japan. And I was telling Charlie about that. This is not your normal audience where it's going to be a lot of Christians. And he said, you know what, Blake, I would still like to provide some witness to Christian faith for these people. Where could we put that in? And we did. And he put it in there. He was saying, you guys have to save your country and you're going to need to believe in something transcendent, something eternal. And for me, that is my faith in Jesus Christ. And so the last speech Charlie gave, he was witnessing to Christianity, to an audience overwhelmingly of non-Christians. And then the last question he answered before, the one he was answering when the shooting happened, he was talking about his Christian faith with it was Mormonism versus Protestantism, but he was witnessing to the gospel there. And I know that if Charlie had to go the way he did, he would have wanted it to be while he was witnessing to Christ in that way.
There's no question. There's no question. That's obviously anyone who spent 5 minutes with Charlie would know that it's not politics that is his driving force. It's that, because he'd find a way to switch it to that, or once he got to know that you were into it, he would send you, hey Jack, here's this 5-hour course that I'm doing on the book of Genesis. You gotta listen to all 5 hours and then let's talk about it, And that's what he was like. That's just what he was like, and constantly on fire for the Lord. And I've said it, I do consider him a Christian martyr. I really do.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair. Or not even fair. No, it's just true. It's true. Charlie died a martyr for the two things he cared about most. He cared about the Christian religion, and he cared about the freedoms, the Constitution of the United States. He's a martyr to Christianity, and he's a martyr to the freedom of speech, that he so earnestly believed in the power of, going out, engaging with people. And it wasn't that he had to own every single lib. It was that, he would always say, one of the lines he would do when he was arguing with someone on campus is, we don't have agreement, but we have clarity. And he was always looking for that. He believed that when you debate, you learn more about the other person. You understand what motivates them. And that's a deeply humanizing thing about another person. And I think it's so powerfully symbolic of what we are against, that it was while he was doing that this
Blake,
heinous
I know
evil
you've got,
would strike him down like that.
I know you've got some logistics to run to. We're headed up to break here, but I'll see you soon, man. I just want to let you know I'll be there. I'll see you soon. Be right back.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
The next time the lights go out, will your family be ready? I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. In a crisis, your power supply is your lifeline. So for National Preparedness Month, when you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we'll double its power with a free expansion pack. That's double the runtime to keep your fridge cold, your phones charged, and your family safe. But you have to act now. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your free expansion pack and the peace of mind your family deserves.
Jack Posobiec, we're here. Human Events Daily, Charlie Kirk Memorial Show, Washington, D.C. And when I look at the tributes coming out, by the way, I have to, something I haven't mentioned, the sports tributes. Charlie was an incredible sports fan. And Yankee Stadium put him up. Something completely outside of politics, but it didn't matter because Charlie was bigger than politics. He was an icon. And he just visited Wrigley Field, Chicago Cubs recently. Dream of his since he was young. Since he was young, but since he was a little boy. And you're starting to see even now athletes, people are sending me tweets and messages that are coming in where there were so many people in the sports world, in the corporate world, in the tech world who were great fans of Charlie. And yet, because of the circumstances of the situation our country is in, they previously were not able to publicly voice that support because of what we've been living through in this country. And that's the saddest part of all. Because everything that Charlie Kirk did to get us out of the situation we were in is what led them to do this. They couldn't debate him, so they shot him. I want to bring Libby Emmons on now, editor-in-chief of the Post Millennial and a good friend of Charlie, as well as the editor of Human Events. Libby, how you holding up?
I'm finding this to be a difficult time. I'm sure that it's much more difficult for the people who are close to Charlie. An unforgettable presence, and certainly this is a loss the world will not soon forget. I think it's really interesting in telling what you're talking about with the sports figures who have come out and given their sadness and shared that grief with the world now that Charlie has passed. And you said something very interesting, which is that a lot of people did not feel that they were able to do that previously. And I think that attitude that we can, that we are cowed, that we will not speak out the truth, that we will hide what we really feel and really think, that we will let our, blue-haired cousins or our, HR departments or anybody else tell us what we can and cannot say, what we can and cannot think. That comes to an end. That comes to an end now. Because there is absolutely no good reason when you look back on it, when you look back over the past 10 years or so, there's absolutely no good reason that we shouldn't all have been speaking up and speaking the truth and being honest and direct and forthright this entire time. There's no reason for it. There was no reason for it then, and there's no reason for it now. And if there's anything that we move forward with in terms of something to take from this, it is to speak out. It is to be honest. It is to be direct and forthright with a smile on your face. It is to share the word of God in your actions and in your deeds, and to do that unflinchingly, just unflinchingly. No more bowing, no more keeping silent because you're afraid of your friends. Absolutely, that comes to an end right now. If we all just speak up together, if we all have that courage, then they can't take us. Then there's nothing that can be done to silence us because we would be too loud. As loud as a Turning Point event, frankly, because those things get really loud.
Well, that's right. And
yeah,
I know that Charlie would tell us exactly that. If he were here today, he would say, keep going. Be loud. Take up space. Get out there. Show them what you're made of, and don't back down. Because Charlie never backed down.
Yeah, no, and this is something I was talking to the Human Events columnist
He just
about.
never stopped.
Yeah, I was talking to the Human Events columnist, and we yesterday had basically started putting together a tribute, something that we, I think, collectively hoped would be a giant get well card that we could send with a big teddy bear and balloons. And that, of course, changed as the day went on. But everybody had something to say. Everybody was touched by Charlie, whether they had met him or not, or just been to an event, or had seen his clips and seen what he was capable of and seen what he had done. Everyone had something to say. And there was when I talked to our columnist chat, and I said, we're going to need a column on Charlie, and everyone wanted to write it. Literally everyone wanted to write it, and so we gathered, Kenny Cody and I, the opinion editor, we gathered together everybody's thoughts and put that together, and you can read that on humanevents.com. It's something that I think is definitely worth taking the time to look at, and I certainly hope that it's something that Charlie would like himself, ideally. That's who it's for.
Well, and Charlie's just always been such a supporter of the post-millennial, of human events, really integral, a story that we haven't really even told, to, taking those platforms to the next level. Just so much that he did behind the scenes to encourage new media, building institutions, taking things to the next level, even stuff that he didn't need his name on, didn't want his name on, because he wasn't about that. He didn't need his name on everything. He just wanted people to be doing well. And I think that was sort of, just one of his many, many incredible talents, that he truly lived for others and not himself.
Yeah, I think that's right. And that story of Charlie's hand in the post-millennial and human events, and bringing those two properties together and then boosting them. I'm forever grateful to Charlie for that. And, for making it so that we can have this platform, and that all of my staff, who are wonderful people, are able to speak out and are able to write the truth. I think that's so important. And literally everyone on staff at Post Millennial had something positive to say. All of the editors and writers came together and shared their thoughts. And these were all personal memories. This isn't just like, Charlie Kirk is a great figure and I've seen him from afar. Charlie Kirk is someone who touched my life personally. And I was very moved by what everyone had to say for that. And thinking back on the times that I was on Charlie's show a couple of times, I shared the stage with him once or twice, and every single time I was honored to be part of the thing that he was doing, quite frankly, because it always felt like something that was urgent and integral and really important for the future of this country that he loved, that I love, that we all love so much. And when I think back on, those times, he always was so generous with himself, with his intelligence. He was always direct and just so open and, willing to share what he had.
Always willing to share the spotlight too. Always willing to share.
Yeah.
Libby Emmons, thank you so much for being here today, for sharing your voice. I know it's a tough day to do this.
Thank you so much, Jack. I appreciate it.
All right, folks, this is not the end of the story. We're going to be wrapping for now, but this isn't the way the story ends. The story keeps going. The fight keeps going. We stay on mission. We lock in for Charlie. And we will respond to the people who did this. There was a debt. You robbed the world of Charlie. You robbed his family. You robbed his children. And the debt will be paid. It's as simple as that. Well, I wanted to end on this and to say, God bless you, Charlie. I will tell your children who you were. You fought the fight. You died with your boots on. And I know now you are in the presence of the King. Until we meet again, brother.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25